if we kind of have highly broad-based strategic kind of questions and not limit ourselves to very, very specific on subjects or products or services. Just a thought or suggestion. And I'm sure
no, what you're saying is absolutely right, but unfortunately it is not possible because you are thinking that way, I may not think in that way. So that sort of thing has happened. So we have to accept everything. I fully agree with you.
It's just my suggestion, sir. And I'm sure everybody is matured enough to understand, appreciate, and implement if it makes sense to them. There's no guidelines. Of course, we cannot set rules. It's a consortium of like-minded people. But just that's something which came to my mind and I thought of sharing with the audience. And I'm very hopeful of the maturity level. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. No. Thank you very much. That is a very good sort of thing. Yeah, this has never happened, J. Lee. Is in a wrong link or some sort of thing?
Sir, worth checking because that's something which I faced yesterday. So you may want to kind of forward the updated link to him. That might help.
I think I'll send him the correct one. FPWKOAWOIT.
Let me just check, sir. FPW-KOAW-OIT. Correct.
That's what I have sent it to him, and he has confirmed. Or has he taken a wrong time? Because he says he'll be here at 7. He says, I will join at 7 a.m. ET time. What is the 7 a.m. ET time? Anybody from America?
So that's 13 minutes from now.
So 12 minutes from now, right?
Yeah.
India time.
That's right.
So we have to wait for 12 minutes.
Oh.
So
okay, because he has written that. Well, right. Okay. Anjan, you can carry on now for then. Keep everyone busy for 12 minutes.
You have been keeping everybody busy. I was listening intently. Sarankaro, Ravi Sarankaro, जो Center of Excellency in भुवनेश्वर कथा कहले मु तो भाबले जाजपुर कथा ही कहबा सो सारंग को खाली कहि थांते जे जो अनेक सो विजुअल्स तयारी हो जाजपुर छौडा को विश्वरूपा से सेमनसो जाजपुर रो कहि बोली भाबथले मु केना से बिजी अछन कोडे so it was great to hear the line of speakers. Thank you so much. The interventions were pretty good. Sushant Malik, achandi pade kahibe?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'm here. I'm also from Jajpur, by the way.
Jajpur, bhalo katha.
I think Jay has just joined. Colonel Parada, Jay has just joined. So,
sure.
Hello, Jay. Can you hear me? Yeah, he's there. Jay, you have to unmute. I can see you are here.
The time you said 7:15 a.m., right? Right now it's 6:49. I don't understand the time schedule. Yes.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor J. Lee, who has 4 decades of industry, government, and academy experience. He is the author of the book Industrial Artificial Intelligence, which was published by Springers in 2020. He was the formerly Vice Chair, Board of Management, Foxconn Industrial Internet, and currently he is the Clerk Distinguished Chair Professor, University of Maryland. He is the founding director of Industrial Artificial Intelligence Center. And previously, he was the Ohio Eminent Scholar and Distinguished Chair Professor, University of Cincinnati, Founding Director of National Science Foundation and Research Center for Intelligence Maintenance System, and many more. So the list is very long. So I stop here, Jay, and we are looking forward to your inspiral lecture and hearing from you. So over to you, Jay.
How do I share my screen? Is using
the host?
Using a Meet or using Microsoft Outlook?
You have the host rights, Jay. So just use the share button, which you see on your screen. Yes, I have given the host.
Yeah, I said that the Google want to share your screen. Share screens, entire screen, Outlook or PowerPoint. Which one you want me to select?
You
can select the screen.
Huh?
The fifth button in the bottom.
Entire screen. Yeah, but it said they said the Firefox may not system for preference. I don't know what it is.
Choose the preference for the entire screen, so that
Yeah.
you don't get stuck. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Let me see what happened. How do I disappeared? Can I see your screen? Well, I don't have it now. Weird.
Jay, if you're facing issues in sharing the entire screen, you can also choose to share only the application that you want to share.
Yeah, I'm trying to share, but it doesn't work. Yeah, select Windows screen, entire screen. Into conference. Okay, allow. Can you see it?
Yes, it is coming.
Yay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
I have. Okay, so let me see. How can I? Can you see my screen now? Okay.
Yes. Now it is better.
Okay. Yeah, I think that. Sorry for the time, but I think I got. I was told anyway. I tried to maybe today just cover quickly because of time. I guess it's late for you guys, and how does the industry AI, the current situation, and also the industrial large model for enhanced large language model. Because we talked to a lot of CEOs today. First, let's look at it. Look, why OpenAI or large language model exists? Because many years open source data. And that gave a great challenges, opportunity, right? People use the open source data to create some data vectors. Then you can use that to drive a lot of a kind of a interesting prompt to create the language. But in knowledge-wise, it's different. We have to deposit the right knowledge together for the right decisions. So let's first take a look at what happened we have a lot of data, but they're not open source. So first, in our society, we have a lot of open data, right? But they're not open source. Data may be open, but the supplier may not be open source for everybody. Now, what can we do? Second things, there's a limit for machine learning, and because they're based on either statistical, probabilistic, or mathematical oriented or neural network. Well, we have to start thinking about systems in the large scale. We have a 70,000 jet engine flying air. I don't think you can use any algorithms, okay? Because you have 70,000 jet engines you have to monitor at the same time, right? So what you need to do is use a smarter way to connect those. When you have manufacturing and like continuous in the high performance production like iPhone, and that was by Chairman, you make it all the high volume. And you have data coming from all stations. The purpose is quality, is yield. It's not about the neural network. It's not about AI. It's about actual, right, inspection. All the things happen. So how we do this kind of non-traditional machine learning, which is normally academic, we don't talk about it, right? But of course, how you train the engineer was really AI doers. So let's look at the first. We have a lot of data coming out today already create a data-centric system. So either you agree or not, they are there, like Tesla vehicle. I'm a Tesla driver, right? Every day we generate a lot of data. I'm also bought a Tesla insurance. So all my driving behavior and Tesla using for train the AI model for FSD, for autonomous driving. So by doing that, and this is because data-driven machine learning, you have a perfect cameras, but human behavior driving, real condition driving, eventually continue growing that data. And so when I moved to Maryland, back to my hometown here, many years ago, I lived here when I worked at NSF as a government. So we have a lot of national efforts. So that's why when you start looking at jet engines and the power line and the smart grid and the bulldozers and the Tesla and the advanced fabs and the 3 nano fabs, 4 nano fab, 2 nano fabs, TSMC and the other company I'm making, that's where. So one challenging is always question for us will be, how can I find those visible data, which we know well how to avoid? How can I find the invisible data? We don't know they exist. Then we can avoid them even before things come. So that's where I see the new generation, right? Because I don't even know which aircraft engine need to be checked. I don't even know which wind turbine may have a problem. I don't even know which battery may have degradation. And how do I know? And by ranking, by lots of a new way of comparing, by lots of in a systematic way to do that. So one way to do that is the useful data and useful data. If your data is useful, every time you collect all of them, you're a very lucky guy. Most of the time, the data is useful but not useful because it's missing either background, missing baseline, or missing different type of a kind of a benchmarking and criteria. So eventually, data is not quite usable, and or sometimes your data useful but may not be useful. Unfortunately, it's the only source you have the link. Eventually, it's not usable, not useful. Now, we should not continuously collecting those. So we build a model to describe a perfect performance. Could be jet engine, could be wind turbine, could be semiconductor wafer. And we can build those. Then eventually, when you compare them in the real world, you only have a local issue, which you don't need to have lots of data. But you need a small amount of data that has a good context, right? But that needs good instrumentation and metrology to measure those local issues. So eventually, we're talking about the high volume data scenario. When data dimensionality is very low, you can do many things. When data dimensionality is very high, and you need a unique way of handling those clustering, similarities, and also discriminations. Eventually, for example, we take 800,000 wafer data from TSMC, right? That's data sets. And we have 800,000, but by the time you carefully sorting them out, probably only about 20% data, they are good to use for useful data. Then you can use it through clustering to a root cause and the tracking, eventually you can trace back to those root causes, you then find those knowledge for maintenance. So that takes time. But normally take many hours, right? Now we'll take just a few hours, but that's a big saving, right? For today's modern foundry. Modern foundry means you walk in the foundry for advanced fabs, everything about data. But use old foundry, mature fabs. You have a lot of people working the factory floor in the fabs. The modern foundry, only experts are allowed going to physical fabs. All the engineers sit in the data room, right? But that's what it is. So eventually, let's look at the non-traditional machine learning. I'll skip a few times because if you look at OpenAI, right, the level of attention AI has been very, I would say, pretty flat during AlphaGo period 2016 in move up, right? So basically, when OpenAI came about, and eventually that created a surge. And so NVIDIA as a CPU maker, you can see the revenue came tremendously today, over $3 trillion valuation. They're riding the tide, right? You didn't sell anything, but people keep buying it. They don't have to sell. People just need it. But there's a plateau. There's a plateau, right? Because eventually, we have to look at why AI exists. Most AI come from human languages, facial recognitions, right? And eventually, handwritten zip codes and motions and now nervous systems, right? That's what social network is. All humans. All the OpenAI came from all human data, right? Now we talk about machine data, wind turbine, jet engines, right? Semiconductors, EVs, and power grid, train. Those are not open source. And another thing is data centers. Data centers all the data accumulate in one place. So from NVIDIA point of view, that's where GPU belongs to, right? So you can have all the GPU replace data center like computer. Eventually, you can run. That's people keep building data center today, right? But again, there is limit. There is a limit because the purpose of AI is not to create computing; it create a platform. The platform everybody can use it as computing. So eventually, our industrial AI is about how we combine data and domain discipline. The reason is you have a lot of jet engine and the EV and the semiconductor factories. You have data analytics and to perform every day's work. So data they don't just belong to scientists; they belong to everybody, right? Today, AI only belong to scientists. If you're a researcher, you're a student, you're AI, you have average people in the industry. They don't know how to use the data because the data only for Excel sheet. If you want to do machine learning, very difficult, right? Why? Because they don't have time to learn all the machine learning techniques. Even if they learn in school, they know how to apply to every day. But how do you do that? So eventually, we're talking about non-traditional machine learning, right? This is what I'm talking about today. Non-traditional machine learning is something you don't learn from school. You take the data from a factory, from a field, how to build them, like transfer learning, domain adaptation, similarity-based machine learning, string of machine learning. So let me give a few because of time. So I will skip all the traditional machine learning. I'll give a few so you can understand what we're talking about. Let me skip a few things. Okay, let's look at the non-traditional machine learning. Non-traditional learning is what we're talking about, how we manage in system naturally have similarities. Like wind turbine, many turbines are similar. The different size, different configuration, but very similar. Robot, very similar, right? Different motor, still joint motion. And the vehicle, very similar. So eventually, when you have similar things, how you quickly and by using certain domain knowledge and train them, right? Eventually, you can merge that different training segment, eventually integrate into a different operating condition-based data sets. That is what you will do right now for large number of fleets, right? Like a power grid, solar panels, you name it. You just cannot train them individually. Number two is that we have a lot of data set which may shift, we call covariant shift, because during the training set, during the visualization set, they're different. It's true, but that's okay. We can describe that relationship using a Bayesian function, likelihood, prediction, probabilistic methods. This method gives us a good likelihood, a shift, but we can control that limit, the tolerance. One example that we like machine tool, where all the machine tools look alike, right? But the different maker, different, but spindle, different horsepower. But so when we develop a machine tool spindle monitoring system AI, we demonstrated we can do transfer learning. When machine tool doing the 5 minutes testing, I know your torque, your speed, your setup system. I can using the data sets from 20 different data sets. I can train them. I can configure quickly and that understand the current level, the kind of horsepower range, and the speed range, I can immediately to transfer. Eventually, Maylac is one of the machine tool makers, and we're probably world-class one. We're number one in the United States, and I think in terms of the popularity and the volume, right, and they're maybe quite different, but we deployed this spindle 2018 and last year, and they've been selling, including this year IMT show in Chicago. So every spindle will have AI spindle monitor. So that AI will basically can predict spindle maintenance automatically without, we just basically take a line trial time and reconfigure. That's all you have to take, right? Which is one of the modern way of doing that. And of course, when we have more machine running different conditions, like EV, for example, you have cold weathers, you have different driver, aggressive driver, and very conservative drivers. The driving behavior is very different. But you need a scoring to rank the best driver versus a worst driver, like Tesla did, right? All the Tesla drivers are connected together. But I rank the driver called the machine, human to machine. The best driver could be 96 score. I'm 98. And you have a worst driver, could be 50, could be 60. They cut corner, they change the lane without a signaling. But eventually you take the good driver behavior and enhance the training. So this is what Tesla did right last year, the beta version 12. They took all the good driver behavior to enhance the machine learning, and they can quickly save over 90% of code, right? But if you get all the computer scientists together, they will not do that. They will take all the data they collect. It's not necessary, right? Tesla has 8 cameras. They can take the 8 camera, but they're also good drivers. So again, there are a lot of interesting way of machine learning. Normally, textbook doesn't teach you, right? So Sharma X is what I learned from the real world. When I was vice chairman of Foxconn, we have a large number of manufacturing. So when manufacturing connect together, making iPhone, making any products, they connect together. You have an inspection station 1, inspection station 2, inspection station I, but each station has a different machine, different metrology. When you correlate together, you become a traceable and predictable and also comparable, benchmarkable machine learning agent. That machine learning methodology so far, right, it's another way you learn from school, right? Because nobody has this. You only can work industry, you can create such a data sets. But that methodology we developed, we call stream of X, called XOX, right? This is a traceable systematic methodology for connected machine learning. This method is very powerful. Now we're applying, we have applied for the factory-wide system, right? Doesn't matter which factory you are. You have a data flow, you have machine learning flow, then you have a quality flow, objective. Eventually, we applied this back in 2019, got the World Economic Forum lighthouses, that can managing 175,000 machines. So eventually become a lights out factory. Well, lights out means no worry. You still have people working in the data room, but it's really no worry. But can you imagine that you have people to reduce redundant labors? People task will change. You may not replace a job, but task will change, right? That's what we want. We want a human-centered, highly respectful job, and with highly skillful environment. So the most recent one is in the A100, H100 facility in Taiwan. This is a highly automated facility making GPUs. Yeah. Now again, large model is one of the key of this talk, right? So what we talked about earlier, when data coming from all the connect systems, right? Which is like open source data people have, all the open source out there. Now industry, we have our high data collected from fleet. What can we do? We, as humans, we learn a system after 40, 50 years, become a truly expert. The problem is we don't have data. We don't have data. If you ask all the experts, why are you expert? Well, I'm expert. Okay, show me why you're expert. Well, I'm expert. I got an award. I got lots of money. Yeah, but how do you prove you're expert? Besides you got money. Right. So it's data. We don't have the data. like a memory. But if you have a car accident, you're finished. You're finished. Nothing left. So data is the key, not human. A human need data to make you become sustainable. So eventually, we want to really examine what can we do for the problem, all problems. We create an industry large model, right? That's what the game is. So how to do that? Well, we have a lot of data in the field. We digest data, become expert. But now we need to shrink down the data. Doesn't matter, jet engine, wafer, semiconductor, robots, and also emergency care unit, the medical EVs. We create data that can correlate and enhance the physics model simulation, and also integrate expert knowledge together to create a very good industrial reusable knowledge model. Today, they are knowledge file. They are not knowledge model. They are knowledge file. If you don't know how to create a file, even you have a file, you still don't understand why. Because it's the logics behind all the files. So eventually, we streamline the data, we create a usable domain knowledge can be embedded into controllers, also can provide to decision makers. Then the local subject matter expert, SME, can tweak those, right? That's called continuous flow and feedback. So this is what we've been developing since the 2 years ago. We started last year and make a version 1. Next December this year, we'll make a version 2. So Sam Oman and I, we were in Taiwan together last year. And of course, he's well known talking about large language model. Everybody, wow, 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 wow. But when we talk about large model, people say, wow, that's a different. But that's nobody, very few people can really understand, right? But if you run a big industry factory, if you run the engine fleet, then you understand what that means. So eventually, we still have to use a large language model platform, but the difference is that not from text, video, images, but it's more from sensors, from the models. Then we use a large language model platform and to create a different objective or prompt, because you're not asking different languages now. You're asking for domain language, like, hey, diagnostic, what's the problem for the bearing? What kind of root causes? So these are a domain expert model. By doing that, so retrieval augmented intelligence, right? And we call retrieval augmented in generations. You have two pieces. This piece is called the traditional large language model, could be Llama 2, Llama 3. And this piece, right, is what domain expert. You have a lot of documents. You have lots of a knowledge source. You can label them. When you label them, that enrich your, we call the, during the people input answer, you go to the embedded AI, then you have a data vectors, then you have a context matching. Then by training this domain into chunks, you can generate using a large language model to respond. So this is what we have done. There are two types of data. One data is consumer interpretable data, it's more from text, from documents, from reports, right, from drawings. Another one is called machine structured data from sensors, controllers. This is what today's large language model doesn't use it, right? But this is what you and I need to use it. But of course, once you have this tool, you can feed back to a large language model. You create more domain-centric response. So this is the guts of the future large language model, is from field, from a product, from users. So eventually, the difference is that one is a large language model and then one is a large language model. Large language model is more sensor-driven. It's more a machine and field and devices, right? And the difference is that one is precision and one is a domain-specific knowledge, more specialized. Another one more generalized. So you can look at the real-time decision maker. It's much faster, right? So again, let me let's look at this. So semiconductor, same thing. We have a semiconductor can do similar things, because today we have a large model using for design experiments. For design experiments, we try and error, but unfortunately, that system take a long time. Now we have this large language model systematic way to calibrate the machine to calibrate the recipe at the same time. So this will reduce a lot of trial and error. We could use a Gaussian process regression method to build the response surface and approximation, we call RSA, and we can quickly generate that kind of learning system. But again, finally, because time, I would say one of the challenges of the AI today is to train the domain expert to be AI skills, with AI skills. Because AI is not about just computer science, right? We need to train domain expert. So one way to do that, and we have a 4 P level. Level 1, principle based. You teach them the basic principle, which they can learn today by free courses. So really start from level 2. You give them real data sets for engineers. They can solve the old problems. Then they go back to the industry to use their own data set to solve the new problems, project-based. Then they become professional to teach other people, repeat principle, practices, project, become professional. So this is kind of like a Lean Six Sigma approach of AI, basically. By doing that, we've been collecting a lot of data sets. We have about over 75 data sets right now with semiconductor, jet engines, batteries. So we use data set to train machine learning and to teach people how to do it. And we also have a good NVIDIA platform you can use it. So this example my student did last year, and is the Japan NASA rockets. And so when they took off, after half an hour, this was exploded, right? Like SpaceX last year. There were a lot of valves. There were a lot of valves, but how do you know which valve create leaks? So eventually, this valve was re-engineered by Japan NASA to open up the data sets. So my student looked at the valve, opening and closing, using dynamic time warping, because the first 0.1 second is a time series. Eventually, you have a lot of data very similar, how you run similarity-based machine learning. Eventually, then he got 100% correct. So this student is from Japan and from Komatsu, sent to us for 5 years to study PhD. So this is a real-world problems for people to finish in 3 days, right? That's kind of things we have to train engineers. And so engineering in the field doesn't mean you can solve real problems, right? So again, this is a book I published in 2020, but even though it's only 3-4 years, I believe it's out of date in terms of new knowledge. 4 years ago, people did not talk about large language model, and today, we have a large model, not just a large language model. So the new book should be revised further, and hopefully that will give more examples how to solve the complex industrial system. With that, thank you very much. I know the timing may be different now, but anyway, we're finished, and hopefully that's useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Do you have any quick questions for Jay? 1 or 2?
Yeah, hi, Jay. This is Sukanta from London. Is this a myth or true that people are going to lose their job due to AI?
I will say certain job, if you are repeatable, no skill, yes, but most likely the task will be redefined, replaced. The job will be redefined, right? But to me, that's a difference between task and jobs. Yeah, the task will be first. But eventually, if one job consists of many redundant tasks, then of course that job will be eliminated. But I hope we will make a more redefined new jobs by training new skill sets, so people can transform with better confidence. That because that's what the modern world is coming, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Professor, I have one question. What should be considered, like, for the future, proofing yourself and your employees? Sometimes you don't like people to suffer, due to there will be technological enhancement, but sometimes as a human you feel bad that when you ask your team to go with whom you have worked for years, so what should be the best way forward to, like, protect your team, not let them go, and also you also protect your business, both?
I think that there are three levels. One's top down, one's bottom up, and also it's a peer level. So the top down, the corporate have to have a good strategy. You have a game changer using AI system, which is a strategical view of each company. Bottoms up, you have to look at the workers level. Worker, they have a committed job every day. So we have to have a divide and conquer approach to find out which job they are redundant, right? Repeatable redundant. We can help them to get out of that region, which job need better skills. Eventually they can be more resourceful for themselves, also for the company. The mid is a peer level. You need to create good examples, right? And for other people to learn. So I think any industry need to create some good success examples. They're like the old days, Six Sigma days. So people can start saying, oh, that's the way people do it. I can follow. Like Lean, I can follow. So you don't want to create something only magically only by special people. That's not good. We need to create a good role model so people can peer-to-peer learning. They follow the culture. So that eventually top down is a strategical decision. Bottom up is the workers a kind of prioritization. And the middle level is a peer-to-peer learning. That's a three level to me is very important to establish.
Okay, I think Biswajit, be brief.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good morning, Professor Lee, for your time zone, and good evening from our time zone. And I inspired by one of the word from your presentation, DOE, design of, if I have make the interpretation properly, that stands for design of experiment.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that's heavily used in the industrial scenario for optimization.
Yes.
Right? And today we see the AI and the largely neural network. So how do you see a trend globally, whether the DOE has been replaced by neural network or DOE has been, because couple years back, very specific to the industry like pharma, core manufacturing, steel, the DOE was one of the very advanced approach for optimization, right? So now
Yes.
we get the neural network, right?
Yes.
So how do you see the trend? Like the DOE will exist, or it is heading away, or
Yes.
how do you see this?
Yes. Well, no, design experiment DOE is a good statistical method based on foundation that we know some things we selected their principal components that are important. But then we do that by trying and error, right? So the system, some people misselect 3 parameters, some people misselect 4, some people 5. But that's old days, right? But even today, people are still doing that in semiconductor every day. But it's very powerful, very good. The difficulty is very hard to repeat other people's success, right? But today, when data dimensionality become large, especially those invisible things going on, like for example, average semiconductor machine, like a process, like wafer, you're talking about etcher. Etcher has about the 200 sensors. 200 sensors. Let's say we take an average mature chips, 28 nano processor. They may have 20 to 30 critical steps. Then you multiply by number of parameter sensors. That's a huge number of parameters. Therefore, DOE almost impossible to complete a very comprehensive, predictable, repeatable, right, approach. That's why you need new method like a topological and analytical methods. New networks are great. Somehow they are not explainable very often, right? So, but as long as the result can be consistent, that works. But the problem is sometimes we have a new situation, if not explainable, you may need a comparable method. So we don't have to depend on only one method. What we're saying in machine learning in the real world, we can run a parallel machine learning method at the same time. That's what we have been doing actually. Neural network is one method. Gaussian reprocessing regression, one method. Another method may be like other methods. You can run 3 parallel and benchmark which result is more consistent in different situations. But eventually, that's a hybrid, yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, Shalendra, anything? Otherwise, because you are getting late.
Just a quick question to the professor. So, professor, related to the AI governance, I have a question, and your thinking around the academia circle. Now, one of the danger of AI they are talking about is that it start deciding on their own, right? Until now, if you look at the software engineering, machine doesn't have the intelligence to decide, right? Whatever instruct we give, it just replies back on the logic what is given. And I think Elon Musk and a lot of people have talked about, right? What happens, especially manufacturing side, right? It puts up a software, decides something, right? And then that can be catastrophic. So what is the thinking in the academia on this particular area of concern?
You mean
what is your thinking, or in your academia circle, right? All the research, right? How are they going to deal with this?
I think that I often say AI is ABC, right? A is algorithms, B is big data, and C is computing. So it's AI ABC. But I believe most academia are focused on the algorithms. It's true, because the people always create new algorithm or using the algorithm to solve old problems. But the private industry, the data sets is a big issue, right? And big data doesn't mean it's big. Sometimes the big means bad, broken, or backgrounds missing. So we need to understand how to handle the data more efficiently. Have a usable machine learning data, not just available machine learning data. Right? No, we know that if the data is available for you, but you may not solve the problem in machine learning because the complexity, quality, and etc. The third thing, computing. I think sometimes we try to say, oh, we need a lot of GPUs. It's not true. Depends on what you do. If you're for industrial systems, some is enough. Sometimes edge side, in the cloud side, right? Edge AI is going to be big things for many practical industrial applications. We don't need a GPU for the edge, right? So we have to be practical in terms of apply AI in a lot of industrial systems. Well, cloud side, of course, always a diverse because you have a lot of agent-based platform. But computational side, of course, GPU certainly is one way for large-scale data sets, open source. But algorithms is always there. So academia, we need a balance between ABC. We need to find those gaps. For example, when you train students go to industry, very often industry will say, hey, I depend on you to find the data for me. Some students may say, well, I am waiting for data from you. But that's a mismatch. Right? Industry sometimes doesn't need a fancy algorithm. They need affordable algorithm to solve all problems. Right?
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Thank you very much for accepting our kind invitation and giving this very, very interesting talk, and nice seeing you after a long time, and it was really great.
Yeah, sorry for the time mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a great evening.
Thank you, Professor Lee. And with this, I would have the honor of inviting Dr. Sukanta Mahapatra. He probably needs no introduction. There are very few people who look into the future and they build future. So without much further ado, I would just tell one trivia. When this disrupted came in, like I happened to be by his side listening to him about 3 hours in a very special setup in Canada. I thank him for gracefully accepting this invitation and honoring us with today. Please take it away, sir. Dr. Sukanta Mahapatra.
Yeah, thank Ranjan. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, depending upon time zone where you are. And it's really a pleasure and a privilege for me to address this August gathering of thought leaders, researchers, scholars, policymakers, student community, and AI enthusiasts across the globe. I've been requested to talk today on the topic disrupt or get disrupted in the context of AI evolution. As you know, the AI refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machine that's designed to think, act, learn, and work like a human being. So before I jump into the AI, how AI is going to disrupt or disrupting right now, I just want to give you a context. If you look into this century, the biggest innovation, I believe, of this century is the web technology. And how it has really kind of disrupted some of the conventional industry or conventional walk of life. I'll just give one example. For example, if you look at Uber and Ola, they're basically software-defined taxi. But this company does not own a single taxi, but run the biggest taxi company in the world. And it has disrupted the limousine taxi service around the countries. So this innovation, while enabling a lot of people, disabling a lot of other like conventional or people who are already in business. So web technology has disrupted in a big way in our day-to-day life. And if we're looking at AI is the next big wave of technology evolution, which may not, we have seen today or imagined before, it's going to have a profound impact the way we live, the way we work. And it is like, let me share some thought and vision with respect to how the AI is going to impact in a very disruptive way, as well as helping in a many facets of our life. Let's look at the industrial side, industry evolution and all. More and more, if you look, actually, let me just get to. So if you look at, like, it will impact almost all aspect of the life. And I just took, because of the time constraint, I just took the 5 of 6 area with respect to how it is going to impact. Let's look at the industry as the number 1. And more automation is happening all across the industry, manufacturing, automobile, you name it. But what is happening is more AI-driven things are coming. In addition to massive automation, for example, the predictive maintenance. Suppose something breaks down in an industry or a manufacturing plant, people don't have to go in a reactive manner or to repair something. It's basically you can predict, using AI, you can predict some motor or generator will be kind of getting into a maintenance stage or breakdown stage 2 weeks down the now, 1 month down now. So that will give us a kind of inference that that particular machine is going to break down at particular instant of time. So the repairing could take or maintenance activity take in a proactive manner than a reactive manner. So that's how the things are changing, and it will improve the productivity. It will reduce the downtime, and in many and different ways. And similar thing, if you look at the quality control, suppose a glass industry manufacturing the glass bottles, you don't need human intervention. Basically, using computer vision, AI-driven mechanism, algorithm, and learning process, basically you can find out where the crack in the glass. You don't need human being. So many of and you can see also the customer service and engagement, like chatbot, AI-driven customer service is kind of going on for a long time. But these are the things are coming where AI will disrupt the conventional, mundane, repetitive work in the industry. And what will impact? It basically could impact the job. And so typically the job, what we see, it might vanish down the road, and it could disrupt the existing convention, existing industry, but the people who will stay in the car, they will definitely make use of the AI in most production and other kind of things. And similarly, if you look at healthcare, another area, if you look at the healthcare, from the drug discovery to analyzing medical image, reactive to preventive medicine is going to have a big impact using AI. For example, drug discovery typically takes 10 years. From research to kind of a trial to kind of a commercial, it takes about 10 years. But if you look into the COVID, about 14, 18 months, we had the drug ready. So many of the technology, many of the innovation and AI playing a big role into it. Otherwise, it would have been devastating to humankind what happened in 2 years during COVID period. The drug discovery will speed up the process of identifying target, screening compound, and conducting clinical trials. And that will reduce actually cost and make sure the medicine available in time around the people and the world. And if you look at another area, look at analyzing medical image, like any kind of image, like whether it's a broken bone or something like that. AI can identify, analyze medical event, identify pattern, and help a healthcare professional in the diagnosis. So what will happen? What disruption will make? Maybe down the road you don't need many radiologists. Maybe need people in a different area, but you can use the technology. The healthcare professional can use the technology much more effective way than what they use today. But it would disrupt some of the profession that what we exist or see today. Similarly, like a reactive to preventive maintenance, for example, you can create using the AI, you can predict the cancer rather than detecting cancer when it's in the metastage or it is like stage 3 or 4. Instead of that, basically looking at the large model, you can basically in the data, you take the symptoms or various parameters, genetic configuration of the person, and you can predict 5 years down the road, this person will have a cancer in the lungs, or this person will be cancer in the any particular part of the human body. So now what is happening, instead of taking a reactive measure to cure or kind of treat that cancer, basically we know when it will happen, and it will help us to prevent that rather than having happen and you take a reactive measure to resolve that problem. And similarly, the AI-driven treatment plan consider pattern data which optimize outcome and side effect. So for example, annual checkup could be completely driven by AI. So what is happening, what the disruption is making, what productivity is bringing to maybe radiologists, diagnosis of disease by conventional doctor might not exist or it will be reduced. But what will have, healthcare insurance cost could decrease. So it could impact or disrupt the conventional healthcare insurance company. But overall, healthcare will be better. People will be able to treat it in a much better, efficient way, in a proactive manner rather than reactive manner. Similarly, if you look at the transportation, that's another area where basically what is happening, we have heard about autonomous vehicle, but a lot of things will come where kind of using the transportation will make safer and efficient, leveraging advanced algorithms, sensor, machine learning, interpreting traffic condition and passenger safety through use of autonomous vehicle. But another area which will be looking coming soon, the air taxi is going on right now, but it's not very kind of economical the way it is operating because the cost of pilot running the air taxi. But it becomes autonomous. The air taxi will be just like normal taxi, and it could be available to the people in a much better way. And also the supply chain automation would be very more effectively, efficient way could be done in an AI-driven model. But what it will disrupt, it might disrupt auto insurance. For autonomous vehicle, even driving on the road, who is responsible for the damage of the car or the accident happen, collision happen? Who takes the responsibility? Because not one human being, the machine is driving the vehicle. So what happened to auto insurance? Who will be responsible for the accident? And what traffic rule violation? New rules and policy will come, just like cyber security has come with advanced web technology. So this is the disruption is coming to the insurance industry, to the safety and security policy and rule, what exists today, it has to change, it has to evolve. And similarly, if you look at education, right now education is more everything okay for everybody kind of things. So one person, one teacher teaching a particular things, whether that academic things is understood by one or all or few, there's no understanding. But more and more using AI, you can have a kind of it can analyze the student data, provide the real-time feedback to the teacher and student, allowing them adjust their teaching and learning strategy accordingly. One of the biggest benefit of the AI in education will be the availability to provide personalized and individualized training. Because they are different in the same class, we can have different people with different unique learning pattern, unique intelligence, unique attention. So how you take that into account and make sure everybody taught in a way they deserve to be taught. But what disruption will happen? It's imperative that teachers focused on personal teaching rather than uniform mass-scale teaching. The learning capability and mode will vary from person to person, but the way currently the teaching is done, it will be disrupted for sure. And if you look at another area like entertainment industry, AI can help create immersive entertainment experience at home. AI can now be used to create special effect, automated tasks, even generate entire movies. AI has significant impact on various forms of media as well. So what will happen when you, based on AI, you create movie, what will happen to the industry, the movie industry, the drama and dance? So more and more you'll see it will move towards the theater, home theater model, rather than what you see, the conventional cinema hall, the theater, what you can see. It will be difficult to survive, right? Because, and also the kind of actor, actress and all might have a bigger disruption coming down the road, right? So this kind of the AI will bring disruption in many and very far-reaching way. And if you look at another area which we don't touch upon, but if you look at warfare, it's in a very big and massive way, it will change the way the war is fought today. The war is won today, the machinery and equipment used today, it will change in a dramatic way. For example, weapons. When you put a missile, the missile typically designed to hit the static target, not mobile target. So when the tank is moving, to follow the tank and hit it at the right position, right location, the AI-driven missiles will go and do just that. So we are not restricted to firing missile in a static way, but you'll be able to fire. The army or navy will be fired the missile in a very AI-driven way and hit the right target at the right time at the right place. And similarly, what is happening, the decision-making process, the identifying the sensor there, identifying asset, calculate coefficient and generate the action plan in a particular kind of decision-making process when the war is going on in real time. And cyber warfare is another area where kind of like AI could be used very well to create cyber weapons, scan enemy target and a cyber operation. And you can see many times a lot of cyber attack is happening like power grid, utility grids. So those kind of things will play a role, not like buildings or tanks or a missile or aeroplane.
Sorry to interrupt. I think the slides are not moving. Could you just move the slide?
Okay. I'm on one slide. I'm covering one part. Sure. Then I cover, because if you look into the warfare is there. So I did not have much slide. I just covering different parts.
Please go ahead.
The secondly, look at balance of defensive approach. So basically, I can shift the balance of offensive and defensive approach during the war. But what disruption it will go? So you'll see down the road, there will be no human being on the ground. There will be no boot on the ground. The war will be fought by the kind of robots. They will be weaponized and they will fight the war. They will learn how to cover, how to take care of the like associated group, just like human being. It will work like that. Similarly, what will happen? The MiGs, like and what we see, F-16, F-18, Mirage might not be needed. The drone you can operate with an AI-driven missile far away to hit the target in different continent, not even country. So those kind of things. And similar things will happen in the submarines. So the submarine drone will be more used rather than huge billion-dollar submarines. So it will fundamentally change. The war is fought today, and the war is kind of conducted today with a kind of with AI-driven warfare. But what will happen? This would also have an important legal, ethical, and moral question, and it would also should be used more regulated, wise way. Otherwise, it could have a very dangerous outcome using AI on this thing. But this is what basically how in different area, though I did not cover all area, I covered some of the area where the AI is going to impact and disrupt the way we work, the way you live, the way you play in a very dramatic way. And we might not have imagined how that disruption will happen. But most important thing, another area which is coming on the singularity. Let me talk about a little bit of singularity. So what we are thinking, how the machine will be become powerful and providing the AI capability where we can kind of emulate human intelligence and make massive progress, and probably some are disruptive, but in a positive way. What is happening, you can look at the right side. Human evolution has taken like millions of years to evolve, like from small kind of a small animal to large human being and all intelligent people around the world. It has evolved over millions of years. But if you look at computing, it has evolving much more faster than what human has been evolving. And you can look at it's called the Kurzweil curve. What Ray Kurzweil is predicting, which is an advisor in Google DeepMind, how it is happening. It's one of the best known technologically kind of a forward-looking person that I have come across in my life. Actually. And what is predicting by 2045, the computing power will be equal or exceed the human brain. And time might come where you can basically dump the human brain as a software dump and take and robotize as a human being with all the experience, with all the knowledge, or all the expertise of that person. So person can be like virtually live forever, even though physically is dead. But the most important thing, what will happen after that? After that, machine will become more intelligent. There will be explosion of intelligence, and machine will be more intelligent than human being. And it could fundamentally change the whole, how we live, even the human existence could be in question. Are we good enough to create something rather than something could create us or make a change to our things? So the singularity in the 2045, that could be an inflection point where the things will go in a much bigger and better way, or in a way that we might not have thought about it. So this is basically how the AI is moving and how it is impacting every aspect, every walk of our life, and every domain, every area, like welfare to retail to kind of software development to healthcare. Every way it is happening, but it could be an inflection point in 2045 where the things could change in a very massive way. But you might get out of control of what machine can do actually, right? So that's how the AI is moving. But let me cover a couple of things with respect to the issue and concern that what we may feel because of the AI evolution bringing some disruption, right? So if you look at the disruption point of view, one aspect is you can see like people job displacement, right? Because the mundane and the regular use job would be kind of a gone, and how the people who are like mechanics or call center guy will be replaced with the AI-driven applications, right? It would impact, but then the human being is very agile. We go over the new technology, new knowledge, we'll find a mechanism to sustain ourselves in a different world altogether. Another area which could be potential impact is the deep fake. You can fake a person, you can defame a person, defame a kind of a very well-known and good person, honest person in a very different way. That's another challenge what the AI brings. And autonomous lethal weapon using AI-driven things, you can create a war which is unintended war that can like this kind of a disintegrate whole human or create a extinction of the human race in this world. That could happen also. And all new technology can be used in a very positive way, proper way. And it is up to us, up to thought leader, policymaker, and technologist, engineer like us, to see how we can use AI and this power of AI in a more productive, more better way, so that things could good for the humanity, good for the people, good for the society, good for the nation as well. And you can look into every technology has its plus and minus. It is up to us as a human being to use in a positive and negative way. One example is atomic energy. You can atomic energy, you can create energy and solve many things, but you can create atom bomb to destroy human being as well. So AI will come those kind of things, but it is the policymaker, thought leader, and the people, engineers like you, kind of scientists like you, researchers like you, will drive the way how the AI used for a positive and proper way, so that humanity, human capability, rather than replacing human itself, replace the capability, make them more productive, make them more better, and the society live in a much better way. Let me stop myself here, and I will like to take some questions as needed. So that's kind of briefly what I want to cover with respect to how the AI is going to disrupt in a very significant way. And some we might not even imagine what disruption will be. But it is up to us how to drive the AI in a proper and useful manner. So do positive things and bring joy and productivity, positivity to human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have to take any questions you might have.
We're watching the transcript, and yeah, Rabindra.
Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. It was quite deep. You did cover a lot of sectors. My question to you would be, from a risk mitigation standpoint, which are the top 3 do you think should be targeted first, both from a risk mitigation perspective and also from an early adoption perspective?
I think that number one, I think immediate things you feel like the deep fake. That is your biggest challenge, because you can basically right now with the technology what exists, you can basically kind of fake news, and that has a very kind of a devastating effect, because you can disrepute anybody. But more than that, because the AI is kind of system can use perpetuate gender, racial, and socio-economic bias, because it is running out of data. If the data is biased, your inference will be biased. So that's another area we look into. We create an unbiased data or unbiased reasoning rather than any biased data. But the another area, the third most important area is with respect to job displacement. So many of the job, what we do, mundane job, like call center, those kind of things, like repetitive mechanic kind of thing, that will go away. And that will create a kind of a job issue. But I think we need to figure out how these people can be trained with AI technology and can be more productive using the technology rather than replaced by technology. So if you look at immediate point of view, those are the 3 things: deep fake and biased, unbiased data creation and job displacement. Those are the 3 things. And going forward, like autonomous weapons and all, it's a long term. And I believe we can create a policy with respect to something we do in space war. We have a kind of all the country come together. We cannot, not to do a space war. That is agreement, all the nations around the world, not to get into that. So similar rule and policy could be evolved by the people across all the countries in the world, not to get into developing lethal weapons based on AI. So a lot of policy will come, a lot of rule regulation will come, that will change with the change of the time.
Thank you, sir. And on the second point, like from an early adoption perspective, both from a technical feasibility standpoint, as well as from a commercial viability standpoint, do you think the top 3 that you have chosen does qualify for early adoption, or do you think something else will first get early adopted and these will not be that much of risks?
I think what is happening in the reality, there are a lot of things that are happening in parallel. It is not like this is fast or second. The impact has been with all different areas. If you look at the industry, they're adapting very fast on the AI and particularly the automation and AI-driven mechanism. They're adapting very fast. I've been associated with some of the areas where we're working very closely with the AI-driven quality control, AI-driven predictive maintenance, those kind of things. And similarly, if you look at healthcare, it's also kind of used quite a bit. And if you look into the current war and Israel, Gaza, and Hezbollah, and what is happening, they're also trying to use AI. So what is happening in the reality, though everybody is not on the same page or the same kind of a speed than other one, but I think work is going in parallel. Some are advanced, particularly the kind of a industry application is very advanced, and the healthcare, a lot of work is going on. Transportation, things are working on the autonomous vehicle, air taxi, education, another area which could be there. The entertainment, not yet touched the way it should be touched, but it's coming down. And so in each area, if you look into all different areas, it has been pretty much kind of a people are going, but it's not at the same level or same degree across all the field. But in every area, people are kind of getting into use the AI kind of a lesser degree or larger degree.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Any other question? Looks like Dr. Manas has some question.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure, please.
So we have been seeing how AI has really brought in a kind of a disruption in the industry. But my question is very specific. What kind of disruption AI will bring in the education domain, especially in our teaching learning experience?
So education, I think that the important part of the education will be teaching people in a very personalized way rather than like mass way. So right now, if you look at the teaching in university or school or colleges, right now teaching is happening. Teacher come, teach same thing to almost everybody, right? Whether the person is accepting, not accepting, understanding, not understanding, that's what is happening, right? So you see different people are getting different grade, different outcome from same teaching. If you look at teacher is teaching same thing, but why people are getting different result? Because the kind of IQ or the learning level, understanding, concentration of the different students are different. So what will happen? Using AI, you can do a personalized teaching. So what it means, it will be kind of a one-to-one tutor kind of thing. Then you understand that students' depth of knowledge, breadth of knowledge, what are the attention span, different characteristics, what contribute to the academics or learning process, that could be analyzing using AI. Then you basically do a teaching what is suitable for that particular thing. So in the education, this will be the most foundational educational impact where the kind of a normal teaching model, normal teaching method might not be applicable down the road. Using AI, people will get a better teaching, better learning, and it could be a kind of a customized learning process will happen rather than one for all kind of things. That's going to happen. And this will impact the teacher. This will impact the teacher using AI will do much better than teacher not using AI. But the student will be definitely benefited. The way we teach, the way people learn, fundamentally is going to change.
So if this happens, what kind of challenge the traditional teachers would face?
See, conventional challenges, as you might be knowing, particularly people in the academic community, there are multiple challenges in teaching. If you look at the attention span of the student, it might not be as much as it's not constant across the people. Even when they're teaching some a particular course, the fundamental understanding behind the course, some student might not have that knowledge of that understanding. For example, somebody is teaching data structure. If the person does not know number theory, how the numbering is done, teaching data structure, it becomes very difficult for some people. It will be kind of memorizing rather than understanding. So what is happening? We don't know what kind of knowledge that person can gain or get depending upon the capability of the student. We don't know at all. We basically, okay, 7th grade, teach 7th grade course. Whether that 7th grade course is acceptable by everybody or few people? Few people may be accepting 11th class grade. So why you let them in the 7th grade? Some people may be accepting on the 5th grade course. So why you put them to 7th grade and give the same course curriculum, irrespective of the intelligence, irrespective of the talent, irrespective of capability? We are not doing a justice to the people what they should basically get, rather than we're saying everybody's equal kind of things. No, that basically fundamentally checks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there was another Professor Simansal Panigai probably has a hand. Yep.
In this connection, what Professor? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, I'm yeah, I can hear. Yes, please go ahead.
Actually, what Professor Patra told, the answer is looking to the targeted audience and looking to their background, looking to the background of all the students and the credit in year plus 2 and class 10th like that. AI will screen out that it needs a separate class for them, because unless they have a general idea about the calculus. There
maybe
are
you
some
can have a group of classes.
So there is so looking to the looking to the background, what I understand laymanly, looking to the background grade in plus 2 matriculation, SCR like that, because AI has a capability to dig the big data. So they can segregate that these 60 are not of in a unison model. So all the rejected of all the sections, suppose we have 6 sections, AI will give an guideline that these we have homogeneously distributed in all sections. They can segregate the people, and they need special coaching for mathematics, improving mathematics to come to this stage or something like that. And so far as the teaching is concerned, the teacher also will be tempted not with the conventional teaching better. They may not teach different thing, but they teach the thing differently. Uncommon thing, common thing in an uncommon way. So it will be a competition among the teacher to teach the subject, same subject in an uncommon way, so that they can survive. It is not that AI will take about the job, or the AI will direct him to learn AI and do the job. So no matter how much understanding or not, still you are teaching in a uniform method, but in that way it will help, because it is a data mining capacity of AI is much larger than the expectation.
Thank you very much. I mean, what you are suggesting, basically, instead of an individualized learning, it could be a group learning, but that group is the same level of understanding, same level
of teaching, yeah.
It could be.
So all the section 6, we will segregate people. These 3 people will go what they have learned, presuming that they learn everything perfectly. Other 3 need some extra classes or extra coaching they need. Suppose they have a very background mathematics is not up to the mark, AI will suggest they need some extra coaching regarding the mathematics, like that.
Absolutely. And is there any other question? Otherwise, I think we are kind of at the end of the hour. I'll be happy to take question if it's okay for you guys. Any other questions you have?
So that was thought-provoking.
Thank you very much for your time, and again, giving me an opportunity to talk to you guys. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much.
It was a pleasure, sir. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a pleasure, and it was indeed thought-provoking. So with this, I believe Sitangsu Mishra is waiting for Sitangsu Mishra. May you please come in?
Thank you so much, Ranjan Bhai, and Jai Jagannath. Namaste to everyone once again. So, like the next speaker is known to almost everyone in Odisha, and of course across states, across the nation. because she is none other than the CEO of OSDA, Odisha Skill Development Authority, as well as the Director of Employment, which is the need of the hour for each and every individual, especially the youth. And of course, ma'am is with this, I welcome Madam Rashmita Panda, IAS, and ma'am is also holding the Chief Executive Officer position at ORSAC. And ma'am, if I'm not wrong, probably you have also assumed duty at Technical Education and Training as the director, right? Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sitanshuji, for your kind words. Good evening, everyone. I was hearing the previous speaker partially when he was speaking about AI related to the changes which AI is going to bring into the future of work. So I will start with the background, with a small story which just came into my mind when I was listening to him. So so many years back, when if all of us would remember that we would be going to banks to withdraw our money, and after that ATMs came. So there was a lot of hue and cry that bank jobs will, but that didn't happen. The job shifted to a domain, let's say the core banking solutions, or banking also themselves have remodified themselves into financial services. So so basically AI is a stepping stone for us, in which the future of jobs is going to change. So earlier, let us say organizational were earlier into pyramid structure. So a couple of months back, I had a discussion with some representatives from NASCOM. So they were mentioning that now organizations may go into may move from a pyramidal structure to a diamond-shaped structure. Just 1 second. I'll just. Okay, and this. So having said that, we train close to more than 1 lakh youth into digital skilling. Very recently, we have partnered with IIT Delhi for training our youth of Odisha into AI, blockchain, not just to our youths who are studying into engineering colleges, but also to uh, get acquainted with the students of the higher educational institutions, our degree colleges, where there are BSc IT, MSc IT, or basic with mathematics background. We have started the digital skilling of those youth, and further now for us it is more of a, the shift has been from a course-based curriculum to a project-based curriculum. So our skilling focus has been also on giving a lot of focus on how we can introduce project-based approach into the skilling. And we have also partnered with Coursera, where almost a lakh of students are with emerging technologies. And BPU NP 2020 has and have introduced skill credit courses relevant to the needs of the market related to AI domain. Having said that, we are also training a number of youths from our ITIs and polytechnics. So there also we are focusing on a number of new age trades. Trades related to IoT and AI. And further to this, we have so basically, the idea of speaking is that AI is going to change a domain shift on certain jobs where there were requirement of the routine types of jobs where earlier we would need people, and now AI is going to change the landscape or have already started changing it. We are also equipping our youth related to future ready skills. In this direction, we have started in a big way for digital skilling. and we have ventured with premier institutes from all across India. IIT Delhi has been our first such partnership, and we are going to expand our skilling also to the school students as per NEP 2020. That is something which we have been thinking for quite some time. Government will come up with with some concrete roadmap in this direction, so that we are able to equip not just the youth which are just going to enter the job market, but keeping an eye on the future, the kids who are into our schools and all, to equip them also into skills which is important for them for improving their employability in the future. So thank you everyone. Sitanshu ji, thank you for sending the invitations.
Ma'am, thank you so much for being there and, highlighting upon your thought process, your insights, and sharing your intellect with our fraternity. Thanks to the whole community for, initiating the whole process and providing everyone with the platform. So, ma'am, for your information, we have Mr. Ranjan Kumar Panda with us, who, has been doing all sort of initiatives. I must take this, platform or this privilege to just Anjan bhai, if you can just quick, you can exchange of words can happen to Nia and ma'am. That will be really great, because he has been planning. Of course, a lot of individuals are there, those who have been volunteering to bring up this AI things and how we can take it forward, ma'am. Of course, your points related to future skills, employment opportunities for the youth, as well as you brought in for the students of the school students also regarding the upcoming NEP. Uh, Definitely that is praiseworthy. So Anjan bhai, over to you.
Professor Baral has raised a hand, so Professor Baral, please come in. Professor Baral is a renowned AI expert. So Professor Baral, please.
Sir, please go ahead.
Okay, let me unmute. Namaskar. I have one question for Rashmita madam. I think these days it will be very helpful if students across Odisha in the engineering colleges or polytechnics are kind of enrolled in the coding sites like CodeSafe, so that they can do better coding. And I had talked about this to some of the previous government officials, but they didn't take much interest. But I hope you will take interest in this. Could you hear me?
I'm able to hear. So you have mentioned about how to improve the coding skills for the students who are studying in polytechnic and engineering colleges. So you have mentioned some particular. So this is an online site where they can learn the coding skills.
Yeah, there are several.
Yeah,
there are several such sites, and I think the moment anyone joins a engineering college in Odisha, I would say they should be asked to create a profile, and if you start making writing programs, and as you progress through that profile, actually they get jobs based on that profile. They often are invited and given interviews and jobs. So this is something should be explored, and everyone who is studying in Odisha in engineering colleges or any kind of these disciplines, they should have their own profile in some of these sites.
Sure. So in our next webinars and all, when we are doing with the students related to digital skilling, we will try to emphasize this point and get them onboarded into some of these sites.
Yeah, I will get in touch with you separately by email and tell you more about this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Do
sir.
we have any other question? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so this was the question that I was actually asking Professor Baral and Swaroop yesterday. Swaroop Mishra, the Professor Baral's student who is the inventor of instruction tuning, which has brought in the LLM world. So the question to these three great scientists were, what were the one thing that you were looking for? So the idea was like getting the fundamentals thinking, getting the first principle thinking. So what we are doing to inculcate that fundamental or first principle of thinking so that we had more and more scientists. Like I was telling, why don't we have great Swarup Mishras all over, right? So I'm impressed with Swarup Mishra because he came in and in his past principle thinking, he could think of things and invent things that, of course, with Professor Baral's tutelage, but he was able to think. So how do we inculcate that first principle thinking in the youth, which is in your domain, ma'am?
So the first principle thinking. So when we speak of youth, the first it should start from the school level itself. So what I was suggesting, that NEP 2020 is a great enabler which helps us to start our exposure to the students at a very young level, because that is where the students need to be exposed to various STEM and the upcoming opportunities that lies ahead of them in the future. Then regarding the basic fundamental thinking, the analytical skills that you are mentioning, probably which needs to be inculcated in the students, I suppose various career counseling programs and also the exposure to various skilling courses. So let us say I was yesterday talking to somebody from OUTR. So she was mentioning that she has been learning Java and Python and all. She wanted to do some it is more from a course-based, purely theoretical learning to an application-oriented use case scenario learning. So she was telling that she was having those concepts, but where she should go for getting into the application-based use case scenario, project-based learning. So we were trying to help them out through some of the partnership with a couple of premier institutes. And to answer your question, I think the starting point needs to be the school, preferably when the students are into their 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Thank you. Oh, as Professor Bara mentioned, like we would probably have to have further conversations on that, and as we'll be sending you emails. Please be, we'll be exchanging emails on that. Thank you. The idea is to make Odisha AI capital of India, and the kids in 6th, after probably 5 years, 5 plus to 7 years, they will be coming into the employment market, and we should make them ready to employment. So in this context, we will reach out, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjan ji. Thank you, Sitanshu ji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We really appreciate your valuable time, and although you couldn't make it in the morning, you were so humble, and that you could share your thoughts. That definitely I want to make it, and you made sure that in the evening hours you are there with us, and we are so grateful to you for that gesture. And when you mentioned about future skills and NASCOM, I do remember that, of course, when the former CTO Mr. Shashank was there, probably a lot of things have been done, but still with development authority, we can bring a lot of difference for the upcoming generations, so that they can be not only groomed, skilled, and placed also, because that is your forte and your department, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sitanshu, I see Supriyo has a question. He has raised his hand.
Okay, we have another question. Supriyo, ma'am, just last question for you, I think. Supriyo, you have a question for ma'am before she...
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining the session, and your initiatives, whatever you are taking. We were delighted to know that. So, ma'am, actually, I just completed my master's, and I have been a student recently, and I've just joined the industry. So the problem what I faced was me and while I was a student with a lot of my colleagues, we faced was connecting with the industry experts. So I think if a platform can be built, maybe with the help of our community or something like that, there are a lot of volunteers, people who can volunteer for that. People are there in the other side also in colleges and those institutions. They want some guidance probably. If industry experts are able to connect with them, maybe one to many or one to one, that would be helpful also. Something
Okay.
around that probably.
Okay, okay. So you spoke about industry partnership by developing our alumni networks or any other medium of doing it. We'll try to find out a way for that.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot for being here with us. And over to you, Ranjan.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
While the next set of speakers are actually assembling, would like to open up this forum for a quick conversations on the exchange on the last addresses and the exchanges. Please raise your hands and express yourself. We would like to have it interactive. You heard Professor Baral's question, you heard ma'am's address, and you had 3 sessions before that. Please, it would be nice if you interact. That would get stuck on our thing, and it will help us thinking into 1 year into the future or more. So else what I would do is I'll open up the participants and call upon people to, yes, please, Professor Baral sir, Chitra sir.
हाँ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିବି ଟିକେ ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ କହିଲି ମତେ actually 2-3 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ସ୍ୱରୂପ କହିଥିଲା କି one way ମନକର ଆମ ସବୁ କଲେଜ ମାନଙ୍କରେ except some of the good colleges, not all the other colleges say there is not that good of teaching about programming. So the idea was ki jo websites of achi CodeSafe and there are many others. City people can get trained and if they start doing all those problems and build their profile, then it helps their chances. So this is what he had told me a couple of years back. So Bartwan jehetu bahut lok achanti ethi who are in India and working in IT companies, I would like to know their views. Is it still valid? Is it good idea to require gote engineering colleges pila mananku tanku everybody should have their own profile and build a good coding profile? Is that helpful still?
Absolutely, sir. Let me just share a couple of points. So I had organized a coding challenge from Credit Suisse where almost 50,000 students participated, and almost everybody, more than 95% of them, they have profiles in CodeShare, GitHub. So those things, something that you said is really, really important and valid. And the good thing is, especially in India, people are doing that already in most of the colleges. Of course, I cannot tell or stand for every colleges, but majority of the government colleges and the good colleges, people, the very moment they step into the engineering college, or even in schools also, they are creating those kind of profiles. The thing is, majority of the banks, etc., and in the financial organizations, they are opening up various ways and channels for recruitment, for recruiting early talent. So that is also another incentive because of which people are interested and they're doing it. So in summary, yes, it is being done.
Okay, thank you, Ravindra. Just to follow up quickly, I'm not sure Odisha re sabu college empty hochi ki nahi. I think bhala college to nischay hotubo, but private college mane kare. So perhaps we should create a document like 1 or 2 pages explaining this idea and pass it on to Rashmita madam, so that the government money makes it like be put or government requires this to happen, then sabade uniformly hobo.
It's a bhala idea, sir. If you need any inputs, I can help you on that. Create that document as well.
Okay, Anjan, make it a action item and let's do that. just follow up with Rashmita madam, and let's make sure that everyone, the moment they get admitted in BTech first year, go to any college in Odisha, they I actually had the term code skilled in Odisha. So we create a brand name, make in Odisha. So code skilled in Odisha, we make a brand name. And from the day one they join engineering or diploma, they are required to admission bele, they are required to make this, and emphasized often enough that they build their thing, because we cannot trust I don't trust is any private colleges. So many of them, there are many good ones. But across the board, the students are actually writing programs and they're running them, and the teachers are checking them. So this will ensure, at least improve that situation.
Chitta sir, apna question ko kichi inputs achi, just a few seconds if I am allowed. In fact, Rashmita madam ko putru amar to baki sir bhi already thile. So what we have done in ACTS, basically apan jota chahuchandi, tier 2, tier 3 colleges, what we have done is built a platform of aggregation. Multiple experts mane asiki domain expertise share kar paribe. Jemti ki Supriya bhi got a question madam ko raise kartle, which is very which the question should be addressed. Jota ki industry experts ka saita connection build kariba. So that kind of platform we are trying to come up. Seta OSDA saita bhi ame mane karuchu kamo. Of course, Ranjan bhai bhi, he is also guiding us in that. So a lot of things are there. So ame seti jemti ki apan dharo to ame CSC IT upare katha hoche, AI ML sabu jinsa. What about the student from mechanical background, electronics, and so instead of claiming that we have the expertise in all the fields, ame seti aggregate korchu. Either we onboard experts or we onboard entities having expertise in different domains. Tanko niche skill taku ame taki सुचारू रूपे सर हमें पहुंचे परियो जमती स्टूडेंट को पाखरे सेटअप में उद्यम चलছে.
Yeah, I think let's talk more about it. Apana government रे अछंती ना कोठी अपन अछंती, what is your organization, Sitanshu?
Sir, in fact mu academic line रे थिली, faculty भाबे माने engineering college already professor भाबे थिली. तापरे एबे मोर निजर दुईटा स्टार्टअप अछि, अपोजी कंसल्टिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग सर्विसेज LLP एंड जॉब स्कूल, जोटा कि गोटे होची स्किलिंग पे आ गोटे होची इंटर्नशिप एम्प्लॉयमेंट पे. Earlier it was one unit, but because of STPI we have segregated it and kind of gote LLP, gote private limited.
Are you based in Bhubaneswar?
Yes, again.
Yeah, I would like to know more, and let's collaborate on this.
We'll connect offline. Of course, Anjan bhai apan mu basi kete bole kathai pe, along with others are also invited to have a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Di jana hato uthaichhanti. Jane hochhanti Sumanyu bhai, 1 minute for you, and after that Subramanyam Sahoo on safety and alignment. Biswajit bhai, apan bhi hato uthaichhanti. So 1 minute Sumanyu bhai, 1 minute Biswajit bhai, and then Subramanyam.
Thank you, Anjan. Actually, mo kathata Sitanshu kahidele. See, once you fit all seta chalibodi, industrial requirements sabubale change huye. So the incremental learning is more important than actually having one particular learning issue. Mo hisabre COE vishare ame katha varta hotule. Actually, industry sponsored COE not only in Bhubaneswar, eta pratyek engineering college kimba jo bhaya college ITI phale ta sange attach haba darkar, au eta effectively monitored haba darkar by a body like this, which is going to show what is the next thing that is happening in this field of technology. କାରଣ ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଦେଖିଛି ସାଧାରଣତଃ ଏହା ହୁଏ କଲେଜରେ ଯାହା ପଢାନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିରେ ଯାହା ହୁଏ ତା ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ହ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ ଥାଏ. So that has to be the incremental learning, and subjective and objective focus on learning has to be there. I think this has to be discussed in detail. I think Ajit, I heard Ajit the other day say in the morning itself, Ajit has certain points. I don't know if he's there or not, but we have to actually empower all these things to the government body. Let's work. That is my point.
Yeah, and I'm there.
Hi, Ajit. Actually, I saw your presentation. It makes a lot of sense in terms of how to structure this one into 3 different phases. I think you need to take a session, I request, where exactly you will actually explain these things and how the industry can connect with you on that. That will make a lot of things easy for us.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll discuss more on the COE. On the morning also, I talked about Delhi IIT COE, which we have started. We'll take it forward. Similar kind of COEs, many COEs are on the pipeline. We will create many COEs shortly.
Sure, we should be in touch. Thank you.
Great introduction. Thank you, Simanway and Ajit Sadangi. So this will be a minute from you, and then we'll go to Subramanyam Sahoo.
Yeah, it's not like the questions. I'm sorry, I cannot speak in proper Oriya, right? So it's not like questions. I have some of the input. I kept recently few of the interns from the IIT Delhi, and they were from textile engineering, right? And I asked like, what inspired you to become a data science apart from data science has become a hottest career option, right? So they told us that we have been preparing ourselves from the 3rd year onwards, and we have the coding club, right? And irrespective of the discipline. So data science, machine learning, AI is not exclusive. It is an interdisciplinary kind of thing. So from 3rd year onwards, they have been preparing for the data science. This is one input. I think in the premier institution, right, most of these premier institutions, they do have a coding club, right, and that is open to all. And AI, machine learning, IoT, cybersecurity, these are the hottest technology trend. It is there. Again, talking back to GM University, right? So they have started also the coding club from the 2nd year onwards, right? Irrespective of the discipline. It's the interdisciplinary, and the AI, machine learning, data science, IoT, cybersecurity, these are the core area where anybody, right? Not from the arts background, but anybody from the science background, they can be part of that coding club. And Ajit sir can correct me if I am wrong, right? In DTET also in the syllabus, in the diploma, the machine learning and AI has become a part of the course curriculum.
Yes, you are right.
Right?
Now,
so it is not like we are the Odisha, we are not prepared for that, right? So maybe, right? So it is, we are very, very well prepared, only like the industry and the academia integration has to be there, right? And this coding club is not in isolation. This is a part of the NEP 2020. I think this is a part of compliance kind of thing. I'm not sure, but what I have been hearing, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So these are the few input. So in Odisha also, like we are in pace of the technology and the time, and things are working in the ground level. Thank you.
Thank you. This is to update the forum that this is the global mainstream that is running since the first light of the day in Tokyo, and Vishwajit Bhai had an opportunity to conduct it in physical location in Sambalpur. So thanks to him for that, and it was a great interaction. With this forum, let me take you to Subramanyam Sahoo. He has 5 minutes to speak about safety and alignment. What I was noticing in the thing is that we did not have a topic on safety and alignment. And so Subramanyam Sahoo, the floor is yours. 5 minutes. After that, we are expecting the Vice Chancellor, sir. We notice you in the audience, and you are in line, sir. So Subramanyam, the floor is yours.
Sir, actually screen share kariବାର option ଟା actually ଆସୁନି ତ that's actually problem ହଉଛି।
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆପଣ ନିଜର ପରିଚୟ ଦେଉଥାନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ସେୟାର ଆସିଯିବ।
Actually Professor ଚିତ୍ତବରାଳ ସାର୍ ଯାହା କହିଲେ ମୁଁ actually ତା ସାଙ୍ଗେ 100% agree ଅଛି। ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟା ସାର୍ actually କହିଲେ ମୁଁ actually ସେ ଜିନିଷ ନିଜେ ଫେସ୍ କରିଛି କାରଣ ମୁଁ ପାର୍ଲା ମହାରାଜରେ ପଢୁଥିଲି। ତ ପାର୍ଲା ମହାରାଜ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପଢିଲା ବେଳେ actually ପ୍ରପର ଗାଇଡାନ୍ସ ନଥିଲା ଆଉ ପ୍ରି କରୋନା ଏରା ଟାଇମ ରେ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ actually ମାନେ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ରୁ ମେସିନ୍ ଲର୍ନିଂ ଭିଡିଓ ଦେଖିବା ଦେନ୍ କୋର୍ସ ର କିଛି ଭିଡିଓ ଦେଖିବା କନସିଷ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ନଥିଲା ଦେନ୍ ତାପରେ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ହେଲା କି ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରପର ଗାଇଡାନ୍ସ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମାନେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଡାଟା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଚର ଶିଖାଉଥିଲା ମୁଁ ସି ପଢୁଥିଲି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆଲଗୋରିଦମ ଶିଖାଉଥିଲା ମୁଁ ଡାଟା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଚର ପଢୁଥିଲି ତ ୟୁ ନୋ କାଇଣ୍ଡ ଅଫ ଲାଇକ୍ ମୁଁ ମାନେ ସେ ଜିନିଷ ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଫେସ୍ କରିକି ଆଇଛି କି ୱିଦାଉଟ୍ ଗାଇଡାନ୍ସ ରେ କଣ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ହବ ତେଣୁ ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏମଟେକ୍ କଲି ଏନ୍ଆଇଟି ହମିରପୁରରେ ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ସିଲେକ୍ସନ ହେଇଥିଲି ଏସିଏମ୍ ସମର ସ୍କୁଲ ଆଇଆଇଟି ମାଡ୍ରାସରେ ତ ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସିବଲ ଏରେ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗଲି ମୁଁ ଜଣେ ପ୍ରଫେସରଙ୍କ ନାଁ ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁଲି କି ପ୍ରଫେସର ସୁବାରାଓ କାମାପତି ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଆରିଜୋନା ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି ଯୋଉଠି ଚିତ୍ତବରାଲ ସାର୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ତ ମୁଁ ତାର ଏମିତି ପ୍ରୋଫାଇଲ ଚେକ୍ କରୁ କରୁ ମୁଁ ଚିତ୍ତବରାଲ ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ପ୍ରୋଫାଇଲ ଦେଖିଲି ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଇନଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଟର ଟ୍ୟୁନିଂ ପେପର ମୁଁ ପଢୁଥିଲି ତ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ରା ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଥିଲି କି ସେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ କେବେ ନୁହଁ ତ ତାପରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଆଇଆଇଟି ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗରରେ ଗଲି ଆଇଆଇଟି ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର ଯେତେବେଳେ ଜେଏନ୍ ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଯାଇଥିଲି ତ ସେଠି ବି ଦେଖିଲି କି ପ୍ରଫେସର ମାନେ ସେ ପେପର ଡିସ୍କସନ ହେଲା ତ ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ନିଜକୁ ପୁସ୍ କଲି ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁଲି କି କେମିତି କଣ କାମ ହଉଛି ଜଣେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ ଥରେ ଯାଇକିନା ଗୁଗଲ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ ଏତେ ବଡ କାମ ତ ତାପରେ ମତେ ଜଣା ପଡିଲା କି ଡକ୍ଟର ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ରା ଏ ଜଣେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ରା ବିଷୟରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ଲିଙ୍କଡଇନ୍ କୁ ଫଲୋ କଲି ତ ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ରାଙ୍କର ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଗୁଗଲ ଡକ୍ୟୁମେଣ୍ଟ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି ମାନେ ସିଏ ଆପଣ ଚାହିଁଲେ ତାକୁ ଫୁଲଫିଲ୍ କରିବେ ତାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କୋଲାବୋରେସନ ତ ମୋର ଏ ଇନପୁଟଟା କି ଆମକୁ କେବଳ କହିବାର ନାହିଁ କି ମାନେ ମାନେ କଣ କରିବାର ଅଛି ଆମକୁ ଗୋଟେ ପିଲା ଭିତରେ ସେ ଜିନିଷଟା କି ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ଭର୍ତ୍ତି କରେଇଦେବାକୁ ପଡିବ ଗୋଟେ ଲକ୍ କରେଇଦେବାକୁ ପଡିବ କି ଗୋଟେ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟ ପରେ ସେ ପିଲାକୁ ଆଉ କେହି କହିବେନି ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟ ପରେ ସେ ପିଲାଟା ନିଜେ ଖୋଜି ପାରୁଥିବ ଜଣଙ୍କୁ ଯଦି ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଗ୍ରହ ଅଛି ତାକୁ କେହି କହିବେନି କି ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ପେପର ପଢିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟ ପରେ ସେ ନିଜେ ଖୋଜିବ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ତ ଏଇଟା ମୋର ଇନପୁଟ ଥିଲା
ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ଆପଣ ଏବେ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ସେୟାର କରିପାରିବେ ଆଉ କିଛି କଥା ଥିଲା କି ନା ଏତିକି କଥାରେ ଆପଣ ସାରିଲେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଉ ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟ
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ମୁଁ ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟ ଭିତରେ କହୁଛି
ଓକେ So, thank you, Subramanyam Sahoo.
ତ ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ତ ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଏଆଇ ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଉ ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟ ଉପରେ କାମ କରୁଛି ତ ଆଜିର ଟପିକ ମୁଁ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ମେଜରିଂ ଦ ନିଡ୍ ଫର ଏଆଇ ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟ ଆଣ୍ଡ ସେଫ୍ଟି ସୋ ମୁଁ ପାର୍ଲା ମହାରାଜରେ ବିଟେକ୍ କରିଛି ଦେନ୍ ଏନ୍ଆଇଟି ହମିରପୁରରୁ ଏମଟେକ୍ ଆଉ ଦିସ୍ ଇୟର ମୁଁ ଆଇଆଇଟି ମାଦ୍ରାସ ଆଉ ଆଇଆଇଟି ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର ବୋଥରେ ମୁଁ ସିଲେକ୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲି ସେମ୍ ସମର ସ୍କୁଲରେ ଦେନ୍ ପଜ୍ ଏଆଇ ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଭଲଣ୍ଟିୟର ଯୋଉଥିରେ ଯୋଉଟା କି ଡିସ୍କର୍ଡ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲରେ ମୁଁ ଅଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଭଲଣ୍ଟିୟର ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆମେ ପଲିଟିସିଆନ ମାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଭେଟ କରିବା ଦେନ୍ ବ୍ଲଗ୍ସ ଲେଖିବା ଏଇ ସବୁ ମାନେ କାଇଣ୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ ଲାଇକ୍ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଭଲଣ୍ଟିୟର ଦେନ୍ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କୋଲାବୋରେଟ ମୁଁ ଟ୍ରିପଲ ଆଇଟି ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋର ଆଉ ଲିଭରପୁଲ ଜନ୍ ମୋର୍ସ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି ସାଙ୍ଗରେ କରୁଛି ଯୋଉଠିକି ଆମେ କ୍ଲାଇମେଟ୍ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଏଆଇ ଉପରେ ଦିଟା ପେପର ଲେଖିଛୁ ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆଇଆଇଟି ମାଡ୍ରାସରେ ସିଲେକ୍ଟ ହେଇଛି ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆମେ ନେକ୍ସଟ ୱିକରେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛୁ ଆଉ ମୁଁ ନିଜକୁ ମୋ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଫିଲୋସଫି ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଇଫେକ୍ଟ ଆଲ୍ଟ୍ରୁଇଷ୍ଟିକ ଯେମିତିକି ମାନେ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି କି ଭୀମ ବୈରକ୍ତରେ କି ମୋ ଜୀବନ ପଛ ନର୍କେ ପଡିଥାଉ ଜଗତ ଉଦ୍ଧାର ତ ମୋ ଫିଲୋସଫି ହେଉଛି ସେଇଆ ଆଣ୍ଡ ମୋ ଫିଲୋସଫି ମତେ ବାଧ୍ୟ କଲା କି ଏଆଇ ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଉ ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟରେ କାମ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଉ କରେଣ୍ଟଲି ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦେଖିବେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏତେ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ନେଟ୍ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ଗୋଟେ ବିଟେକ୍ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ଇୟର ଠୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି ଏମଟେକ୍ ପିଏଚଡି ବାଲା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ପ୍ରାୟତଃ ମୋଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଦ ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ସାଇନ୍ସ ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ମାଲୁମ କି କେମିତି ଫାଇନ୍ ଟ୍ୟୁନ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି କେମିତି ଲାର୍ଜ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ମଡେଲକୁ ଏଫିସିଏଣ୍ଟଲି ଫାଇନ୍ ଟ୍ୟୁନ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି ବେଞ୍ଚ ମାର୍କିଂ କେମିତି କରିବାର ଅଛି ମୋଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଦ ଥିଙ୍ଗ ମାଲୁମ ବଟ୍ ୱି ଅଲ୍ ନୋ କି ମାନେ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ୍ସ ଟୁ ନ୍ୟୁରାଲ ସ୍କେଲିଂ ର କି ଗୋଟେ ମଡେଲରେ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ବହୁତ ଗୁଡାଏ ଡାଟା ଦେବେ ବହୁତ ସମୟ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଟ୍ରେନ୍ କରିବେ ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ କି ନମ୍ବର ଅଫ ପାରାମିଟର୍ସ ବଢିଯିବ ଯେହେତୁ ଆଉ ନମ୍ବର ଅଫ ପାରାମିଟର୍ସ ବଢିବା ସହିତ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କଣ ହବ ସେ ମଡେଲର କାପାବିଲିଟିଟା ବଢିଯିବ ତେଣୁ ଯେହେତୁ ମଡେଲର କାପାବିଲିଟିଟା ବଢିଯିବ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଆମ ହ୍ୟୁମାନକୁ ଦରକାର ମୋର ତେଣୁ ମଣିଷ ସଦାବେଳେ ଚାହିଁବେ କି ମତେ ଏଜିଆଇ ଦରକାର ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଜେନେରାଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଭଲ କାରଣ ଆମେ ସଦାବେଳେ ଚାହାନ୍ତି ଯେ କି ଏଆଇ ଥ୍ରୁରୁ ଆମେ ଗୀତ ଶୁଣିଦେବା କି ଏଆଇ ଥ୍ରୁରୁ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଫିଲ୍ମ କ୍ରିଏଟ କରିଦେବା ଏଇଟା ବି ହେଇପାରେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଏମିତି ବି ହେଇଥାଇପାରେ କି ଆପଣ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି କି ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ମଣିଷ ଯାହା ଚାହୁଁଛି
कि मु जहा कहबी एआई सेया माने बट एमिति भी हेई पारे कि मु जहा कहूची एआई सेटा मानिबो सेटा मनुष्य कहबो किंतु एआई केवल देखैबो कि हां कि मनुष्य जहा चाहूची मु सेया चाहूची कि तार एक्चुअली भीतर जो वैल्यू अलाइनमेंट सेटा से चाहतो कि मु केमते मनुष्य ऊपर राज करे एटा हेई पारे कारणा मोस्ट ऑफ द डीप माइंड रिसर्चर लाइक अंका द्रागन जे की रेस्पोंसिबल एआई सेफ्टी हेड अछंती तो तांकर ओटे पॉडकास्ट अछि जोटे कि चला आपण चेक कर करिवे तो एआई सेफ्टी रा एक्चुअली जिंस होची कि एआई केते बेले मनुष्य ठारू कारण गोटे मोमेंट रे जति न्यूरल स्केलिंग लो चलेला ताले गोटे मोमेंट रे एआई रा कैपेबिलिटी बहुत बढी छिवो तणो वर्तमान एआई सेफ्टी को कि मनुष्य केमिति गोटे हाईली इंटेलिजेंट हाईली कैपेबल मॉडल को निज अधीन रखिबो एगो काइंड ऑफ लाइक आपण सर्कस देखिथे एमती गोटे सर्कस रा जेमती हमें गोटे सिंह को नचो जेमती हमें गोटे हाथी को ये करूछन कारण से माने हमटे बहुत पावरफुल बट मनुष्य ता दिमाग बळ रे केमिति समान कैप्चर करछ तो करेंटली जो लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो अछि पर्टिकुलरली प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट होछि कि जतिक एलएलएम क्रिएट होछि सब जंग होछि ब्लैक बॉक्स मॉडल हमें एक्चुअली जानि नांती को पैरामीटर कोथि पई क्रिएट करछि जदि भी हमें चैट जीपीटी को दोउछथि गोटे मशीन ट्रांसलेशन करिया पई हमें कहि परिबेन कि जदि 15टा जदि 15 मिलियन पैरामीटर्स आर रेस्पोंसिबल फॉर ए क्वेश्चन आंसरिंग सिस्टम हमें कहि परिबेन कि सही 15 मिलियन पैरामीटर्स आर रेस्पोंसिबल फॉर ए मशीन ट्रांसलेशन सिस्टम तापर आउ गोटे जिंस होछि जेतु स्केलिंग ला बढ़ी जाउछि तो इफेक्ट्स ऑफ स्केलिंग ऑन कैपेबिलिटीज आर नॉट वेल कैटेगराइज्ड तो प्रॉब्लम एक्चुअली होछि जो डाटा सेट रे हमें मॉडल को ट्रेन करचंती हमें जानिचंती से डाटा सेट मनुष्य द्वारा क्रिएट होछि आ मनुष्य बाय डिफॉल्ट बायस जो बायस जो जिनसटा मॉडल ला अछि सेटा मॉडल ला प्रॉब्लम सेटा होछि मनुष्य मन कारण डाटा सेट मनुष्य मन द्वारा and then qualitative understanding of reasoning capabilities is lacking तो reasoning capability होनी जो बेसिक हम AI रे पढिचंती बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक मॉडल तो ताको लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल वर्तन सॉल्व करि पाने देन एजेंटिक LLMs pose novel risk जेता बेले कारण मॉडल जेतु हमर ऑटो रिग्रेसिव मैनर रे ट्रेन करा होची इट्स काइंड ऑफ लाइक गोटे प्रॉपर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नो से डाटा सेट नउची आ गोटे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन से जनरेट करछ आउटपुट तो से डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कोन हो गोटे मोमेंट पर जेता बेले आउट ऑफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो तंती मोटे छोटा एग्जांपल लउची जेंति हम गोटे छोटा मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल नले जोठी आपण मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल डाटा सेट केवल मेल एंड फीमेल अछि हमें ताको मॉडल को ट्रेन करे कि से कहियो कि गोटे स्त्री लोक गर्भवती अछि ना नहीं बट सेही जो मॉडलटा हमें जदी गोटे एलजीबीटीक्यू कम्युनिटी ऊपर लगेबा देन बहुत डिफरेंट आंसर दो एमिति एक बार तार एक्यूरेसी बहुत डिक्रीज तापर आ गोटे जिंस तो मल्टी एजेंट सेफ्टी इज नॉट एश्योर्ड बाय सिंगल एजेंट सेफ्टी या ऊपर एक्चुअली गोटे बहुत भलो फेमस पेपर अछि ओपन एआई रो विथ टू स्ट्रांग जनरलाइजेशन बट मु जते बड़ लोकन संगे कथा दे से लोक किछिटा लोक एक्चुअली ता सपोर्ट रे कहले किछिटा लोक एक्चुअली ता अगेंस्ट रे कहले बिकॉज़ किछिटा लोक माने हम समस्त जानते हैं प्रोफेसर यान लेकुन वेरी सोशल ऑन यूट्यूब तो यान लेकुन डायरेक्टली कहउछन कि हमें रेनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग हम यूज करिबे इंस्टेड ऑफ रेनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग हमें मॉडल प्रेडिक्टिव कंट्रोल यूज करिबे काइंड ऑफ लाइक एमसी आउ मल्टी एजेंट सेफ्टी एंड सिंगल एजेंट सेफ्टी आर करेंटली बेस्ड अपॉन रेनफोर्समेंट एंड देन नेक्स्ट डेवलपमेंटल एंड डिप्लॉयमेंटल मेथड्स तो जो प्री ट्रेन हम रहउची सेटा मिस अलाइन मॉडल कारण गोटे मनुष्य कि जो 4-5टा लोक मिसी केना चैट जीपीटी कि को लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल को ट्रेन करछनी से माने समस्तक पई केबे उत्तरदायित्व हे परिबे तबर फाइन ट्यूनिंग मेथड स्ट्रगल टू आंसर अलाइनमेंट एंड सेफ्टी कारण फाइन ट्यून हम जतले करछनी मॉडल किछटा पैरामीटर चेंज हे जाउची तो ताकू जतले आपण नुवा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रे पकोछन से अलग अलग आंसर आ गोटे प्रॉब्लम भी होची टूल्स फॉर इंटरप्रेटिंग एंड एक्सप्लेनिंग एलएलएम बिहेवियर आर एब्सेंट एंड लैक फेथफुलनेस जो हमें करेंटली एक्सप्लेनेबल फीचर यूज करछन काइंड ऑफ लाइक साफ वैल्यू लाइव वैल्यू दे आर काइंडली लोकल ग्लोबल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रे के एक्चुअली एक्सप्लेनेबल टेक्निक्स कोन दिखै ना दे रिसेंटली जनरेट होउची काइंड ऑफ लाइक मेकानिस्टिक इंटरप्रेटेबिलिटी एंड क्रिस ओला फ्रॉम एंथ्रोपिक एंड नील नंदा फ्रॉम गूगल डिपेंड दे आर एक्चुअली काइंड ऑफ लाइक लेजेंड्स आउ तापर आउ गोटे
1 मिनट सुब्रमण्यम 1 मोर मिनट रे ए करबे
हां तापर मु नेक्स्ट ये करे मैं चाहूची कि काइंड ऑफ लाइक वो गवर्नेंस और पॉलिसी भी करे चाहूची कारण जो एआई सेफ्टी जोड़ा से टेक्नो सॉल्यूशनिस्ट अप्रोच के सॉल्व हे करन हम टेक्नो सॉल्यूशनिस्ट अप्रोच ऊपर भी आगु पावर जीवा पड़ियो एउडा होची काइंड ऑफ कॉजलिटी अछि रेनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग अछि कोऑपरेटिव एआई इट्स लाइक एआई प्लस गेम थ्योरी एंड किछि गुड पेपर जदि आपण स्टार्ट करिया पे चाहउछथि एटा होची डारियो अमडे फ्रॉम एंथ्रोपिक सीईओ तपर एटा भी गोटे अछि फ्रॉम योशुआ बेंजो भी अछथि देन डेविड कुकर फ्रॉम ऑक्सफोर्ड तो एटा मार्कस हटर का पेपर and then it's also a very great paper so kichi bohi mu actually apon ko mane ye kariya mai chahu au last re mu eta saria mai I don't care whether Rocos basilic will be created or not I will only focus on how to create it तो मो कहबार मतलब होची काली सकाळे जदि भी गोटे सुपर इंटेलिजेंट मशीन क्रिएट हला मोर सेटा केयर नाही कि सुपर इंटेलिजेंट मशीन केयर हैला कि नहीं मु सदाळे चाहूची कि सेटा केमता हम ह्यूमन वैल्यू संगर आलानी मु सदाळे चाहूची कि से किछि हम मनुष्य मानक किछि हार न तो ठीक है कि मो एटा होची एआई सेफ्टी मैप एंड थैंक यू धन्यवाद जय जगन्नाथ
जय जगन्नाथ सुब्रमण्यम साहू जदि सुब्रमण्यम साहू ପାଇଁ ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଉ ଆଲାଇନମେଣ୍ଟ ଉପରେ କିଛି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଅଛି ଆପଣ ଟାଇପ୍ କରିପାରିବେ ସୁବ୍ରମଣ୍ୟମ ସାହୁ ମେସେଜ ଦେଖିକି କରିବେ ରାଇଟ୍ ନାଉ ଆମେ ନିମନ୍ତ୍ରଣ କରୁଛୁ ଭାଇସ୍ ଚାନ୍ସେଲର ଡକ୍ଟର AVNL Sharma sir please take the forum floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you sir, thank you. So
Welcome.
am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So going with today's topic, firstly, good evening to one and all. At the outset, I extend my greetings to the organizers and subject experts of Odisha AI Conference 2024 on the topic Generative AI Now and What Next. So next generation of AI, they are set to surpass their predecessors in the ability as well as their efficiency. They are designed to perform multiple functions as part of user's requirement or autonomously without instructions or user intervention. So we have seen first generation of AI that responds to specific inputs or commands. They follow predetermined rules and performs tasks that are limited in scope as they cannot learn anything new and lack the ability to adapt. Then we are seeing machine learning that enables them to learn from their experiences. They have better abilities such as pattern recognition and data analysis and improve the real-time governance of AI. What we understand of AI is not limited to their training data set, but are able to acquire new technologies without human intervention and have the ability to integrate with other systems. Now, we come across cognitive analysis such as reasoning, planning, etc., which can learn from their environment and adopt and make decisions based on algorithms and their own knowledge. They use techniques like natural language processing, computer vision, deep learning to perform their tasks. They can also be integrated with IoT, allowing them to connect with multiple devices, and their sensors collect and analyze data in real time. They can also understand human speech, language, and perform tasks that require multiple proficiencies. So here, the machine learning models churn huge swaths of data through large language models and deep neural networks. The complexity has made it difficult for data fiduciaries to effectively correct, complete, update, and erase sensitive data from the computers. So there needs to be accountability, liability, and responsibility towards the global governance of AI. So stakeholders must address the technical and regulatory considerations to ensure its effective implementation in evolving landscape of AI. So here, as far as the Gunapur landscape is concerned, I have certain applications such as startups can be developed in tourism and hospitality, agriculture, flood control management, healthcare, automate vehicles, and financial investment. So I will just like to address one area out of this, as the chair permits me, the flood control management, which is creating havoc throughout the world. Even recently in European countries also, where the technology we understand is highly developed, we have hundreds of people have lost their lives and a lot of damage has been created. So what I would like to suggest is, nowadays, because of climatic changes, we don't have normal monsoon. Either you have heavy rains or you have cloud bursts. So under these contexts, what we are supposed to do is there could be a heavy rain of 50 centimeters in a short span of time. So this puts a lot of pressure on the safety of lives. So where the administration has to do evacuation immediately so as to save lives of the public. That is the first thing. So in order to have the evacuation, facilities need to be mobilized. How many rescue teams you require? What are all the rescue infrastructure you require? How many mechanized boats you require? How many helicopters you require? So all these are data controlled and data ensured. Similarly, when it comes down the line, the flow of water downstream. So during the entire catchment area, I'm sure many places are subjected to breaches where the breach monitoring has to go on simultaneously depending upon the input as the quantity of rain. And again, once these things are done, there could be a need for supply of food, medicines, etc. So these are all the activities that the administration has to plan simultaneously with a lot of technological advancements so as to save even all lives and prevent poverty. Then apart from that, once the flood has receded, then what are the other activities immediately they have to take care? Safety of dams. Because of the cloud burst, the heavy rains, we are not sure about how long the maintenance of dams have been taken place, whether there could be any damage to the dams has to be monitored. And similarly, there might be the restoration of power which was hampered because of these heavy floods. Then comes removal of lodged water. Then comes prevention of waterborne diseases. Then comes rehabilitate the people back to their houses. Then how to monitor the compensation by the government. Similarly, the insurance claims of the people, and then put back the entire society into normal life. So this is where the next generation of AI has to simultaneously work with all systems with large data and make sure that there is minimum loss of life and minimum cost and maximum safety to the public. So with this small speech, I would like to convey my thanks to the organizers for having given me this opportunity. And like this, we have so many applications that needs to come on reality to serve the public in the nation. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath, sir. Thank you. We will take one question for sir if we have any.
Yeah, please.
Looks like there are action items. People are silently taking notes and taking action, sir. So thank you so much. Like as Professor Barar, please. Thank you. It's a
actually just a comment. GIET in Gunupur has been a kind of godsend that has really changed the whole area. I'm very excited that you are the vice chancellor there. You're the vice chancellor there. And yeah, so they'll be soon having the Gunupur Theruvali line, and I think, Gunupur now that it's like your vision of making Gunupur a bigger hub of many things will be really would really come true, and we'll be happy to help you in that.
Thank you, sir. Most welcome, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
With this, our next speaker would be, thank you, sir. With this, our next speaker from Gunupur will go to Brahmapur again, Professor Priyadarshan Patra. Thank you. So we have a couple of minutes, so we have a couple of minutes for the forum discussion. This is an open forum. Please feel free to raise your hand. पूर्व जो प्रेजेंटेशन ऊपर अपन कमेंट करि परिबे प्रश्न करि परिबे मत रखि परिबे हाथ टेकी कहिबे नले जान को देखुची randomly I'll pick someone and call upon, give the mic. So Chitta sir, if you few minutes from you then.
Oh, thank you, Ranjan. This is really wonderful. Kalitu, after I talked, many people have contacted me over LinkedIn. And as I said, I want to repeat again, Odisha Bartman with a new government, so we are in the second phase of the development, and let's not just this have ki gotiye meeting hela, puni will have another meeting a year later. Let's join hands and together with the young people like Anjan and all, and go for the next phase of development of Odisha. And Setre, one thing I want people to think about, he last 15 ବର୍ଷରେ, I think I'll say 2005, ମାନେ 20 ବର୍ଷରେ ଏତେ development ହେଇଛି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ, and there are so many different institutions have come out. So we have become overall a knowledge hub ଭଳିଆ ହେଇଯାଇଛି, especially the capital area, also in Sambalpur, now in Brahmapur. So we need to have a good way of attracting companies. Asuchanti, but I think people do not know. For example, if you ask someone ki Bhubaneswar re, capital area re ketata university or university like institutes achi. So I think in the audience, people, is there a place people can write? I want to check how much people know about amaro Odisha capital bisare. Just make a guess. Like I consider IIT as a university kind of institute. So say bhaliya ketata achi Bhubaneswar capital is in there. Just type. I want to see how many people, what people know. Don't Google or anything. Just tell me how many universities or university-like institutes are there in capital area. Let's see. Nobody's typing. Or the colleges. No, I'm thinking saying university or university-like institutes. So there are actually 28. Well, that's a huge number. 28. And if you compare with the rest of the India, we are among the top 3-4 hub. Delhi is the highest. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is this thing hasn't gone out to the companies, all these companies in say Bangalore or Chennai or something. For example, Chennai re gote a particular 5-mile corridor achi, there employs 200,000 or something engineers and IT people. We should be reaching out. Seti tankar pani problem achi, pani tankar so tank re asiki diya hochi. We should be reaching out to people and telling them amar kona infrastructure achi, kete bhalo pila so pass koruchanti, that so that we can get a lot of companies come to Odisha. So that is kind of one effort I would like us to pursue. Okay, Anjan, do you have your next speaker? Should I stop?
No, we can continue. Next speaker is like it's a doctor's panel who's trying to solve cancer, neuromotor disease, and whatnot. So they'll be joining. And
so data got, but I just started from the top money of the universities. Then we go down. It's amazing. Odisha re skill development jaha sab institutes achi, that is also a pretty good set of institutes we have in skill development. Then you go down to, suppose people want to Bangalore ki asla or senior level, and they want to tanka family pai. So now we have also a very good range of schools. People must have would be know about Sai International School and various KIT international schools and various. So the whole education infrastructure in Odisha, and especially the capital region, has changed dramatically. And we have to, I'm trying to collaborate with someone to write a book about it so that we can promote Odisha and get all these companies to come to Odisha. So that means all these people who are facing problem in Chennai, I mentioned Bangalore, I'm told just going from one place to another place takes a long time. And slowly the infrastructure in Odisha is improving. So we also kind of spread the word and get various companies and job creators to come to Odisha. Ansuman Kaila, sir. Yeah, so Ansuman, people, yeah, most of the students are leaving Odisha after graduating and going to Bangalore, Chennai. That is the whole point, is we need to bring the jobs to Odisha. Because the companies do not really know ki Odisha rete achi boli. They might have heard, but I mean, you just ask anybody in Odisha. So I have collected a lot of this information in various websites. If you can get, if people want to actually, I mean, I'm kind of action oriented. If people want to a few of us to work together in this direction, please get in touch with me.
As Professor Baral says, he's very action-oriented, and I have experienced that firsthand. Swaroop has experienced that in firsthand. So, Sukant bhai, you are greeting Jai Shri Jagannath, great coach on the Chitta Bhanku. So, please say a few words.
Jai Shri Jagannath.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar. Bhai, mu General Secretary achi currently Odisha Society of UK, based out of London from last 18.5 years. 80 Saja Katu Katu. And so also we are trying to build a Jagannath temple here in London. So one of the founding trustees. I have heard a lot about you from Anjan Babu. So I think Anjan to pura sutare amo samasto ko bandi dela. I think now we must do something. Definitely, this is the right time, right opportunity, and we have got the right platform. Aji sakale am sei bisar discuss karuthulu. Starting from education minister, the government, both governments are focused and they want to do something, and this is a right opportunity. And as a Pravasi Bharatiya, we should put a lot of pressure on these two governments to work in tandem so that we got the best facilities for our boys and girls who are actually living state. That is the exact problem. Why should we leave our country? Nobody wants to, isn't it? So and we should handle them and guide them and support them so that we can make some good quality entrepreneurs as well as education grassroots level change kariyak padiyo bhai.
Sukanta Babu, apna mention kare education minister, is he joining us ithre?
Bhai, tanka bhai bahut try kar le Anjan. Mo pakere, I didn't know that Anjan was trying. Otherwise, I could have talked to him in person. Daki pari thante, but he is busy in Haryana election. Election asile mane samaste tanka bhai samay pe nijo pai natai most probably. So I think maybe it's a good opportunity. At least let us put something in plan. And we'll do a get together in either Bhubaneswar or Delhi, and let us do in Bhubaneswar. Ama Odisha re kariba gote bodo event, and then everybody will come when they see a good work is being done across globe, not only in USA or UK or somewhere. We are doing globally, and we are planning to do something for Odisha, and definitely we'll get support. Today, Minister has already told that he is going to support, and I'm sure Debendra bhai is going to help us whenever we need him.
Anjan, do you have a few more minutes? Can I talk about an idea?
Please go ahead, Chitra.
Okay. So yes, Sukanta, so I have one thing I'm trying to push with the education minister, so I will say it here. So India, so we have the IITs, IIMs, all this, and Odisha, Bartan, we all have that. So my next plan, one of the biggest plan, is to have a world-class university in India as well as Odisha. So I had talked about this with the education minister many years ago, and I had given him a plan, and his thought was it is going to be very expensive. And in fact, India last 15-20 years that there are such plans, and NEP 2000, NEP 2020, there is a mention that they will create multidisciplinary MERUs, multidisciplinary education and research university. They will create, which will be like IITs. So it is already in the plan, government, but they just don't have the money to do that. So I thought about it, and I have a plan which will not cost the government anything.
How can I contribute? I'll be more than happy to pitch in.
It's very much related. I'll just explain to you in 3 minutes here.
Yeah, sure.
So basic idea, and I will actually first ask a question. People, if you think of India, and think of 15th century, so 1500 what were the knowledge centers of India? What do people think? What were the knowledge centers of India in 1500?
Gurukula thila bhai, Gurukula, amar Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya, Sarada Vishwavidyalaya.
Nalanda Harika was more like 6th century, 7th century. So think of 15th, 16th century, 17th century, 14th century.
I think most probably Gurukula thila bhai.
So related to Gurukul, we would say Sankaracharya Pitha. The Chari Dham, the Adi Sankaracharya ju kale, those were the centers, and Puri was, of course, one of them, Govardhan Pitha, and ସେଇଠିକି ଆପଣ ଯଦି history ପଢିବେ ସବୁ ସନ୍ତ କବୀର ସବୁ ଲୋକ ଆସୁଥିଲେ ମାନେ these places, and ପୁରୀରେ those were the mathas akhadas, those were the research centers. So my proposal was let's revive the ancient, so it also matches very well with the government's focus, current central government's focus. Let's revive these places. Jo charta Sankaracharya Pitha revive kariba. Revive, and fortunately it also happens that Govardhan Pitha is also linked to our Lord Jagannath temple. So now if the Prime Minister and the Education Minister say we are going to establish a world-class university in Govardhan Pitha in collaboration with the Lord Jagannath's temple and seek donation, I think they will get the donations required, couple of $1 billion to create a world-class university. They will get that money from devotees all over the world. So it solves two problems. It revives our ancient centers of knowledge, and it helps us create world-class universities. And I have the plan, and world-class university people would think it's a very complicated thing. So we have the blueprint also. The blueprint, so let's call this Lord Jagannath University. So Lord Jagannath University Engineering College, it will be called IIT Lord Jagannath University. Lord Jagannath University Business School, it will be called IIM Lord Jagannath University. Lord Jagannath University Medical College will be called AIMS Lord Jagannath University. Now we have experience in creating all these silos. We will put all these silos as part of Lord Jagannath University. So now you can see how this can become a world-class university, because we know how to create the components, just that we haven't put them together. And putting them together and creating all of this takes a lot of money. So central government is hesitating. But if this money is collected the way at a top level, the Prime Minister and the Education Minister and state chief minister samaste gote campaign karibe to judge for funds for this, then this will happen. And I was kind of trying to tell the Education Minister secretary to give me an appointment to discuss with him. If he makes 4 such things, he will be a Prime Minister candidate. BHU kala bele jo Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya BHU kara pare, he is a revered figure. Jodi amara Education Minister charta emti kari paribe chari dham re, he would be a super revered figure. But somehow I was not able to actually get an appointment with the Education Minister to discuss this with him. So Sukanta, if you can help me, I think this can really happen. Just imagine Lord Jagannath University with everything, every top institute that you're thinking of as part of it.
Again, when is your next trip by Bharat ko kebe Australia?
Mostly December, but we should do it in June. We should not wait till December.
If I can get a remote time with him, otherwise December re mu Bharat re achi, apan koibe Delhi re tang sato misiba na to Bhubaneswar kariba.
I can tell you.
I'll arrange a meeting for you again.
I have bought my ticket, so I can tell you when I'm reaching Delhi.
Sure. I'll be there on 6th, 7th December. I'll be landing in Delhi. So
I will be the 16th, 17th.
Okay. So second week, then we'll meet him in Bhubaneswar.
Okay.
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस द्वारा केमती जगन्नाथ चेतना आगु को बढ़ुची तार उदाहरण एठी दर्शक माने समस्त जानछन. So this is great intellectual actually speaking about lifting the society up by the awareness that is close to our heart. We can so that is a reflection of our social and emotional intelligence. When you see the scientists and administrators speaking about it, we are actually seeing the ODI mass consciousness lifting itself up into the next realm. So with this, so we'll have 5 minutes. Nikunja is from IIT. Professor Baral is from IIT. So Nikunja, you have 5 minutes. Apan aramb karantu. Apanku co-host permission dochi. Nikunja is developing applications at a very fast pace. So it was pretty interesting when he said, "Hey, I can build 30 apps," or he is building some apps. So Nikunja, are you ready? After switch, Dr. Priyadarshan Patra, Nikunja, 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Good morning, good evening to everyone. Jai Jagannath. So basically, we are on a initiative to use the AI and Gen AI knowledge to develop solutions for different real-life problems. And in last 3-4 years, we have used and developed around 30 solutions. All are not in final stage. But I will walk through 3 solutions today in different sectors. So may I get permission to share the screen and yeah.
You can share, please try.
Is my screen is visible?
Yeah, now.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, we are solving problem in healthcare, agriculture, technology, finance, culture, social, and environment using traditional AI knowledges and advanced Gen AI knowledges. In addition, we are building futuristic projects on quantum technology, space travel, Mars city, and underwater city. So different projects are at different level. Today, I will only walk through 3 areas: healthcare, agriculture, and technology. So let us start in the healthcare sector. I have very few minutes only. So these are the likes where we are saying we can lung cancer risk predictor, glaucoma detector, cataract detector, blood cancer stage detector, skin disease detector. So those are basically diagnosis based applications, early diagnosis. So let us demo one application here, say skin disease detector. So here we have to just upload the skin, your skin disease, which is affected by some kind of abnormalities. So let me load one image here, say skin disease. So this is an image taken from random image taken from Google, and let us analyze what is the prediction here. So this says this is affected ringworm fungal infection, and prediction is ringworm fungal infection. Confidence score of the prediction is 99.37%, and quality of prediction is reliable. So here is the chart. The prediction is reliable, which means user interpretation will be proceed with further test. So this way, we can say the user is affected by ringworm, which would have taken him lot of time, cost, probably he could have never did that right diagnosis. So this is the way we are solving or trying to solve healthcare issues in different disease prediction and management. Then further in the solution, we are integrating the Ayush solution, Ayurvedic, homeopathic, Unani, Siddha, and also the homeopathy and this allopathic solution also we are developing that, so that the user will get immediate recommendation on the 6 different system, Ayush plus allopathic, and he can or she can take further contacts to get it cured. Okay. So this is one demo. So say we have also input-based, suppose diabetes detector. Diabetes is a very well-known disease all over world. So this model accuracy is 100% modeling accuracy, but confidence score comes around 99%. This is isolated. So suppose we say this is a field-based input. Earlier was an image-based input. This is a field-based input. Say 50. Say gender is male, and excessive urination, say yes, excessive thrust, no, and sudden weight loss, yes, itching, no, irritability, yes. I'm selecting random values to say that if a person come with these values, how he will be diagnosed with diabetes or not diabetes. So let us see what model predicts. It says the diabetics and confidence score 99%. That means the user can take as per the chart that he is diabetics and consult further doctor with further verification. So this is the way. This is all built on the traditional AI knowledges. I will display few Gen AI based projects here also, like in technology. Say nowadays a lot of content is there which we find difficult to know whether AI written or human written. So maybe we can take AI content checker project. So I will try some like Times of India, electrons. I will take some random content, say why the random content is not there. Okay, I will take some other random content. This is a random article from Times of India. We'll see how much content is from AI and how much content is humanly written. So let us put that here in enter context and analyze. This modeling accuracy is 99.7, but still we are trying to improve the accuracies. The unique, while it is trying to analyze, the uniqueness is few of the solutions available in the market, but they need the certain lines, but we don't have that limit. So it's saying like these lines has 78% taken content from AI, line number 3, line number 6 is taken from AI, line number 13 also taken from AI, line number 14, 16, 17, most of this article is taken from AI. So this is the way we can classify the content if it is written by AI or a human being. So this is just a simple demonstration of technology where the Gen AI is used. I will generate another quick demonstration on agriculture project. Say,
1 more minute, Nikunja.
Okay.
ମୁଁ ମଜାରେ ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ ଜବ୍ ସ୍ପେସିଫିକେସନ ପାଇଁ ଯୋଉଟା ଲେଖିଥିଲି ସେଟା ପକେଇ ଦେଇଥିଲି ଚାଟ୍ ରେ, but it's okay. 1 minute.
Okay, fine. Shall I start now?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Last minute.
Yeah.
Take it towards.
Yeah, personalized farming advisor. It gives tailored farming to farmers. Suppose my location is Puri, so I can say Puri. Then I select what types of crop I am growing, say rice and vegetable. Then I can go next. What challenges do you face in farming, say pest and disease and market access? So, and the next, what is your primary source of irrigation, say borewell? Next, do you aware of any government schemes and subsidies? No. Would you like to receive information on schemes and subsidies? Yes. What farming method do you prefer, say organic farming? What is your primary source of farming knowledge, family tradition? What are the goals of the next farming? Increase yield and improve soil health. Suppose I have 2 goals. I have multiple goals also. I can select. There is no issues. And accordingly, the suggestion report will be created. So let me, in interest of time, let me move faster. So I'll type Sandy. So the personalized farming advisor for farmer in Indian location will be created within a minute. And this can be also So personalized farming report is created here. So this can be better formatted, but it can be actually better formatted because of some issues. It is not showing now, and this can be downloaded also. And this can be reported. There is a English translation button here. So that is currently because of some login issues not showing, but you can convert to any Indian languages and download the report in PDF format or Word format. So these are the basic 3 demonstrations from healthcare agriculture technology, where we have developed around 30 solutions in mostly in the medical sector, and this is absolutely cost-free and comes with recommendation and for curing of the disease. So this is all I wanted to share in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's all. Any question?
So thank you, Nikunj. Any question for him? About 30 seconds.
Is it done by component wise, or it is completely integrated, like integrated as a complete package, or it is sub modules?
These are separate projects. So in all the projects we have developed, 30 projects are separate projects.
Okay.
Separate projects means separate apps actually. So in a single app, all the 30 apps will be available.
Right. So is it mobile based, or you have to have? Is it?
This is mobile based, Android based currently. Next iOS based.
Right. Okay. Please copy the link so that in case we can do some testing whenever I get some opportunity, or I'll ask my team to have a look.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very nice product.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sir, how we can use this?
Sorry?
How we can use this one? Is it payable or it is a free?
Medical projects all free. Agriculture technology project user has to pay ₹9.
₹9. Once you pay it, then
your account you need to create, pay ₹9 and start using.
Okay, whatever the upgradations are there that we can get, that is going to reflect in our app.
Yeah, that app currently desktop versions are available for all the projects, and you can use currently as it is in desktop. Application version, mobile application version release will be late.
Okay, now we can use the desktop version, sir.
Yes, sir. You can come. I have sent the link here in the chat box. www.apni.com project.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Nick Babu, I had
so basically.
In the interest of time, everyone,
sorry.
Sukanta, everyone, in the interest of time, anything for Nikunj, we will post it on the chat so that he will watch and respond. We'll bring in Dr. Priyadarshan Patra. Welcome in, sir. We have heard Gunapur now. Priyadarshan Patra, Vice Chancellor of NIST University. Welcome in, sir. The floor is yours. Please take it away. Nikunj, you can stop presenting.
Hello, everyone. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me? Are you not able to hear me?
We are able to hear you.
Sir, you're audible, sir. You're audible. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So, the Global ODA AI team here, and Dr. Brojo Kishore, who informed me about yesterday that requested me to speak, although I was fairly sick. So I hope what I would speak today will not be a ramble for you. Okay, you are all seems like experts in. Just talk about what I envision for a university, so higher education perspective. So what I am proposing is that we should build or grow a university. And what do I mean by AI infused university, right? So let me go back a little bit and say that the speed and power of AI can evoke a range of emotions, awe, confusion, even fear. Large language models like ChatGPT and chatbots, they often fail to provide a clear picture of AI's capabilities and limitations. Such a lack of basic grasp of how AI works, coupled with oversimplified notion of intelligence, further exacerbates the situation. So what we are asking for is a systemic and empathetic transformation of higher education, at least some centers of higher education, to creating that understanding, that AI literacy, so to speak. So in that context, let me quickly talk about the existing challenges. There is very limited and dedicated programs. Very few universities in India offer dedicated AI degree programs, and on top of it, most of these institutions essentially integrate AI modules into as electives into their existing programs in computer science or computer engineering. There is often exclusive focus on technical skills, machine learning and deep learning. However, what's missed out is addressing ethical considerations, social impact, responsible AI development, and innovative applications that solve society's problems, immediate community's problem. And certainly very little effort in AI literacy. Even digital literacy itself is facing challenges in our country of billions. So certainly AI literacy is completely ignored at the moment. Uneven distribution. AI education opportunities are concentrated in few metropolitan cities with top universities. Rural and tier 2, tier 3 cities have very limited access to quality AI education and quality AI infrastructure to deliver, or platform to deliver that education. However, the Business Standard reported that India has a great demand for AI talent across various industries. It's not limited to only software or hardware or computer industry, but across industries. About more than 12 lakhs of jobs are open. They expect by next year, and basically by 2 years, in 2 years. However, it has been observed that the existing talent pool is much less equipped with necessary skills and at least quality skills. Government initiatives exist now. The government is very much actively promoting AI research. So that creates an environment for growth and potential funding opportunities. Diaspora, such as you all, many of you come from various parts of the world. You are very much eager and interested to help. So this presents an opportunity for a small university like ours to work together with you all in creating collaborative infrastructure and mind share. Now, there are unmet needs, like I told you. Accessibility, holistic education is an issue. Industry collaboration is a problem. Faculty development is a major need, and focus on research that are relevant to our community, our country, our state is also missing. Often it is what we learn from the Western world, and we follow that. That's at least in many places. So all of that is justifies why we need this AI. AI is important not only for the engineering students or computer science students, but for every discipline. As a matter of fact, it is the core course branch of knowledge which synthesizes from very diverse and disparate fields. As a matter of fact, it's not a post-fact observation, but that is the centrality of AI's past, and it will continue to be in the future, that AI will become the driver of interdisciplinary research and work, which will break down silos between departments, areas, and after all, that allows us to fuse the three worlds: the physical world, the digital world, and the biological and social world. After all, the commonality among these three apparently disparate worlds is information, and information is what AI thrives on. AI is built on. So moving forward with that idea, why we need it, and the potential of interdisciplinarity in our university. Some of you might know that I'm a fresh vice chancellor in this university. Just a couple of days ago, I basically joined. So I would not know everything about what the capabilities and interests of my university are at the moment. But I can tell you that we are looking at few things, at least. One is application of AI in communication, telecommunication science, in biotechnology, in sort of medical and audio imaging technologies, as well as in defense capabilities, because of the positioning of the university around places such as the Armed Services College, which is nearby. Certain interests grow out of the needs and the local the vicinity of the university. So in addition to that, we are interested in a notion of hole in the wall experiment involving AI. If some of you may recall, pardon my coughs, because I've been suffering too. We want to make AI available to a larger mass, common people who can, we hope, will come up with very surprising and innovative learning and solution. It could be group learning, it could be self-directed learning. It is a little bit akin to the experiment. Yes.
Sir, yeah, Priyadarshan sir, this is Brojo. As your health is not so well, you may. Ranjan sir,
yes,
are you there?
I'm kind of winding up.
Yeah, please. Ranjan sir, actually his health is not so well since yesterday. Yeah. Over to Ranjan sir, please.
All right, appreciate it, but let me just finish it. Okay. I think anyway, I'm kind of reaching the end of my time period, or might have just reached. So some of these centers of excellence we are creating are in these areas, basically around cognitive systems, health and technology education, society and technology, and network science. So with that said, my final ask for my friends here on the, actually, I just realized some of my old friends are on this forum as well. Your help and support for our vision for the society, for the community here. And we need, a number of helps and collaborations that we feel as a university we can achieve, and together we can do wonderful things with this. With that said, I will stop here. I welcome any questions, of course, if there is any time left, you may ask me any questions.
Korme, feel free to ask one or two questions. Biswajit Naik bhai, you have your hands raised. Biswajit Naik bhai, one question, please. So I will follow up. Thank you for your talk, sir. Whole in the world type of AI. Apologies for that interruption, sir. Dr. Patra, sir. The whole in the world type of AI. A few expansion on that, right? How do you want it for the community? Whole in the world type of AI.
Yeah. See, look, what I have observed at this university, the students do not have currently direct access to the powerful AIs, the free ones, your Bings or Geminis on the web. They have access to. What I am hoping is that we can make a couple of instances, a couple of subscriptions to the full, the powerful models, and few even hardware systems that will allow all students from any discipline, any field. We'll just let them use it, not try to teach them. We'll just want to discover how these students actually can exploit a opportunity, a tool that has been given. That would be an extremely interesting experiment. Remember when we were young, I mean, at least I mean, you are all younger than me, but I was typing, like my first programs were on Hollerith code. I at the Indian Institute of Science, I used to type a program in Fortran or something, Hollerith code and all that stuff. I'll wait for the DEC 20 or DEC 10 to be available, a little slot. I will go and put it. So that patience, that ability to use a very powerful machine in those days to achieve something made me think a lot, to be very creative. So similarly, if we can make these things available for a large mass, but they will have to collaborate among themselves, time share the use of these resources, and then do something wonderful without anybody specifically teaching them. That would be I thought it would be a great experiment that could add value to our idea of AI literacy, our idea of social aspects of AI that is bound to impact the way we live, the way we work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Did that make sense? Sure.
It did expand on the idea of hole in the wall. I hope it will catch many people's imagination. So thank you so much for your address, sir. Anyone else has any question for Dr. Patra, or we would move on? Thank you again, sir. It is greatly appreciated. It was inspiring. Namaskar. Yes, our next Biswajit Naik bhai, do you have a question? Okay, so our next speaker is someone who would be speaking on trust. So trust has been an area which has been in a lot of discussions in AI. His name is Malay. Are you in? Malay Patra? Okay, if not, Sukanta bhai will prepare the UK panel for us. Sukanta bhai, please feel free to pull your panel in while Malay is getting his presentations ready so that we can catch up on time. Sukanta bhai, over to your section of the conference where you will be hosting the UK panel. This is our UK chapter.
Yeah, Jai Shri Jagannath to everyone. Thank you, Anjan Babu, for joining in this wonderful initiative where so many ODS doing so wonderful things, but everybody is doing behind the scene. It was not visible. We didn't know that we are doing such wonderful products, knowledge sharing, which is the best thing which you can do currently in the current scenario. And from our team side, there is a young entrepreneur who is going to start a wonderful system currently. His name is Lohit Dash. I will introduce him, and he's just sitting next to me. And we can then immediately, he's going to give 2 to 3 minutes of his presentation, what wonderful product he's going to bring in using AI and ML both. And then after that, there will be few more persons who will be joining. Lloyd, yeah.
Yes. So how can we share now?
Should be able to share from there.
Can you give access to me? Is it possible, Anjan bhai?
Lohit Kumar Das. If you can make him co-host, that will be great.
Yes. On it.
Okay. Just a second.
Lohit ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁନି ସୁକାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ co-host କରିଦଉଛି। ଆପଣ ତ host ଅଛନ୍ତି।
You can see me now. Are you able to see me? Can you?
Yes, I added Lohit. You as the co-host.
Yeah, Lohit is added.
So I will share my screen. Share button. Yes, I got it now. Thank you. Entire screen, I believe.
Yeah, entire screen, do that. Otherwise, there is some issues.
Yeah. So we know this famous picture, right? So I wanted to show this one. We have been always dramatized the AI from our beginning. I mean, this is how we know it, isn't it? So the AI is evil. So why it is, the Hollywood make all the time they have been portraying this one as no, AI is coming and it is going to destroy the world. So this is Terminator from the movie from 90s. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he first appeared in this picture as an evil image of AI trying to destroy the humanity. And this was embodied in our minds that AI, whenever it will come, it is some time of evil. But what happened in last 2-3 years, we got a different version of AI that it is helping us in generating, supporting us, generating ideas, even making corrections and taking the low-level jobs quite easily. There is still a big challenge that we have not discussed. So I have been part of, from Tokyo when we started last evening, I have been listening to all the stories, and there has been big points like when AI is 100% secure, is it sure? Or we are getting 99.9 some percentage, we still have some gap. How we are going to bridge this gap? So this is all in the software, so no harm to the humanity as of now, softly. But what happens when it happens to a robot which is autonomous, which is working on an AI algorithm, doing some agricultural work, doing some autonomous driving, autonomous cars in the US, autonomous trucks, and drones for deliveries, and warehouse robots, and all this kind of stuff. So there is a big challenge. What is the challenge? The challenge is their failures. These drones, this autonomous system, they are not 100% accurate to their functionality. They malfunction from time to time. And this comes because of the current algorithm that we are using. For example, the reinforced learning algorithm. So this algorithm, we humans, as we have learned, we biased humans, we teach the robotic system or the AI algorithm that this is right, this is wrong. So the robot keeps on learning and they try to apply to an unknown environment. And because it is working on an unknown environment, there is a percentage of success or the failure. This is how it works. So this failure is positive. It will always happen. The thing is how we are going to prevent it, how we are going to safeguard the physical AI systems around us. In very small future, we will see these robotic systems in our lives, in India, everywhere, because it's in US, it's almost a reality now. In Europe, it's also developing. Everywhere else also, we will see this fully autonomous systems. How we are going to safeguard this AI should not destroy the humanity. So the only way we can do is to create a third-person perspective. We look into the autonomous system as like a human being, but it's not a human being. And we make a scoring out of it, telling that it's going bad, going wrong. And we are not giving this feedback to the AI system. So that means the AI system is not going to be self-aware. It is going to the maker of those systems. Like I am a robot manufacturer. I would know when my robots is going to fail. So I will do the preventive maintenance. So ensuring that they never fail. So that's never been a danger to the humanity. So these are some of the pictures, what happened in recent years. Last year, this company in US, in New York, Cruise, it's autonomous car driver, and it ran over a pedestrian, and the company has to pay like £8 million in penalty. So these systems are not secure. That's the idea. Now on the solution side, there is a, I would like to introduce my co-founder, Shivo. She must be in the call, I believe. So he's from Kerala. He recently moved to UK 4 years ago, and he was working on his PhD on this robotic system. So while he's doing his PhD, he found this solution. So we call it a cognizant system. We are deploying it on a cloud. It will continuously assess any autonomous system, be it a four-legged Boston Dynamics robot like you see in the video, or it could be a submarine, or it could be anything. And we are going to safeguard this robot by giving a risk score over time, telling that how this risk score is changing. So anomaly detection, the common word is called anomaly detection. Then we also have the task-based contextualization, and we have continuous monitoring process. We can also detect in 43 milliseconds. That's real time. That's for autonomous cars. But it's important to understand what we are trying to do. We are not trying to solve a data analytics problem. So I will quickly explain on this data analytics problem. So if you look at any company now doing analytics on the robots, what they are doing, they are taking all the sensor data and they are doing this analysis, and they're just showing that, okay, this sensor is do this thing, and if it reaches over this threshold, then trigger an alarm. So the user already knows that this is a threshold and this problem is happening. So it's a known problem. You know what's going to be wrong. Our system is basically capturing anomalies. So we are saying that a drone is going every day to an unknown environment, and it is subjected to the environmental condition like sun, rain, weather conditions. It could be anything, a bird, it could be anything. So how this autonomous system is behaving against a sudden disruption in the environment. This we can able to quantify, which is unquantifiable till date. So that's the innovation we brought to finding these anomalies which has not happened yet, and to get quantifiable results. So whatever happens, we can able to capture. So on the traction side, now we have been part of a London Business School incubator, Barclays Lab, and NVIDIA Inception program, and also part of Microsoft startups. And customer trials, we are just 4 weeks old. We've already 6 customers. Already they are doing the data trials now, and we are launching the commercial product next week. And we are getting much traction here. The idea is to say that what we are building is going to safeguard the robots, and we will never see Arnold coming into picture anymore. So this is my team. Shivo, he's the founder and the CEO of RideScan. Me, I'm taking care of the commercial options, and we have a really diverse team from all over the world who is helping to make this safety, AI safety, a reality. So this is about us. Yeah.
Thank you, Lohit, for this little bit of insight, and I'm sure a lot of our Odia brothers and sisters will definitely try to reach you, and we can, together make it happen, and we're trying to go do something better for the world. And there is another colleague of us, Vivek Babu. I think some of you must be knowing. He has come from USA. He's currently based out of Manchester. Vivek Babu, do you want to say something? If you're there, you can hear us.
Definitely, Sukanta. Thank you, and thank you to everyone. Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath.
So yeah, it's a wonderful opportunity. I have been associated with this forum. I know personally Ranjan, Damodar Bhai, and all of the folks actually. Because I spent early 5 years in the US. So just one thing probably to say is, since the community is growing and, we all are overwhelming with a lot of, ideas and a lot of data and different other fields, right? The only thing is to ensure that how we can probably, increase our participation into this. This is getting really longer and longer. So maybe chapter wise we can think over that and go over some time. On the subject side, I would like to share, quick 2 or 3 minutes probably. One is, I have been exploring few of the sites. Even one of the presentation I had last time was mostly into how we are building AI to help our recruiting community, right? And mostly into the HRMS transformation area. So there are a couple of innovations happened this time, and one of the company which I know and I actually co-founded is Skillotech. What it does is it actually bridges the gap between the finding the candidate for the recruiter, finding the candidate and sorting out with the help of AI, which was normally taking around 7 to 15 days. It can do it in 3 minutes. I don't have a presentation immediately. Was not ready actually, but that is something I'm exploring. And the second phase is building a HRMS transformation package for a medium and small scale people, which is not really, even though there are a lot of products, which is not there used by these smaller players in the market. So those are the two fields I'm working on. Happy to share a bit more in the next call, probably next year. But that's all from my side actually. Thank you, and wish to collaborate if there are players in this area. Thank you, Sukant and Anjan, for this time.
Thank you, Vivek Babu. And Anjan Babu, how much time you left with? Because there is another person I can call him if you have.
Yeah, please do that. You have it in your panel.
He's like my younger brother, Vishwaranjan Senapati. I think you must know him. He's based out of USA, but working quite a bit in like computing. So I would request him to, if he can join and say a few minutes if he has got any presentation, small and crisp, please. Vishwan, if you can join, please. Can you hear us, Vishwan? I can see him there. Vishwan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Sorry, bhai,
No
for
problem.
inconvenience. Okay.
No problem.
So,
Yeah.
Thank you, Anjan bhai, and thank you, Suman bhai. Thank you all. Very good morning. It's just 8:53 a.m. CST in Chicago. So I would like to present, but my slides are a little bigger. So let me, talk, not to present anything. In the future, I can definitely say to Anjan and you, Sukan bhai. So I'm a researcher, and also same time I'm a academician. I do teach a lot of university in US and across the globe. Typically, my research area is quantum computing. You might heard about the quantum computers. So it's not ready, but it's not very late. We are in parallel of quantum designing, developing, testing, and building. So my current scope is I'm working for a battery cell manufacturing. So almost we are getting a 50 gigawatt hour of power. So it's very huge power generation we are doing in US. And I'm a digital solution architect, so designing a lot of quantum AI, typically AI ML, and then integrating our business system. For example, if you're working for any of the financial system or manufacturing or digital like procurements, or you can think of like how do you design, how do you connect your manufacturing things, right? So typically, after the post-COVID war, the China and US had a lot of conflict, and there's no manufacturing things happen in US as a digitalization. So people are trying to establish Gen AI, even quantum also there. So typically we wanted to establish a large amount of electric like substitutions, for example, the power sector. So we are making lithium ion battery and lithium phosphate battery for our heavy vehicle, trucks and buses, and even the offices to be run in this battery cell. So my company, what I represent is, my company is a startup company, but it's a almost $10 billion valuation. So we just started last year. I'm working as a employee. My role is to engage all the AI, ML, and including Gen AI and the quantum tools to safeguard my, like productivity, my battery cell, like the best technology we can use and best battery we can, produce. That is our goal. In the battery, if you drive a Tesla or something, so you might be knowing like battery has end of state, right? It has a end of life and it has a state of health you can check, and state of charge you can check, like how the cathode anodes are working, what are the battery chemical substances are always been available to act as a high productive battery. So those things I have managed through AI. Typically, AI is some of the machine learning model I use, and then it predict me what stage of battery is and how much charge I have to do. What are the due diligence I have to perform to run any of the vehicles, like electric vehicles, because electric vehicle, the heart of the electric vehicle is battery only, right? So I mean, I'm again coming up with a quantum computing model. It's in testing stage, so maybe I can share some of my research what I've been getting into. So this model will tell you each and every time how much capable a battery can do. Let's say Tesla say 10-year battery would be replaceable, right? So after replacement, what the next? The battery need a lot of the battery manufacturing company, they need a lot of money to establish another factory to replace or recycle those things, right? It's not you can throw the battery anywhere. No, you can't do that, right? So my model will say what are the best use case. I mean, what are the best use time you use, and what are the best time you can reusable those battery, and then the byproduct of reusable things, right? So I'm bringing a maybe I don't know the. I mean, this is my again another startup I'm working on. So I will say like we can build certain things if Odisha AI ML team is interested to build in something in India or somewhere. Definitely, I would be a helping hand. Even also, I'm a sponsor. I have some budget allocated, so I can sponsor some of the startup funds. If the startup company is really promising and they are doing really good things to the market, definitely I would love to do that. That's all about me, Sukant bhai and Ranjan bhai. Thank you very much. And let's grow. Let's together grow as a team, and then we can collaborate and do many things in the world.
Thank you so much, Mishra. Thank you for the crispy and the short one. The next time we'll definitely go through your presentation.
Sure.
By the time I think a lot of things will be progressed and will be ready by them. And I pray to Lord Jagannath that we should come quicker for the quantum computing, because that is going to be the next after AI and ML.
It's Lord's hand. Lord Jagannath knows what is going on.
Yeah, definitely. If he blesses, definitely. Unke blessing rahega to sab kuch ho jayega. There will be no problem.
Jai Shri Jagannath. Bye.
Jai Shri Jagannath. And Anjan Babu, how we are doing time wise?
We are doing great. We are doing great.
Okay. So I think my last thing will be another person was supposed to do who's running a AI ML company from last 5 to 6 years, but unfortunately he's driving. He's on motorway. His network is not so great. He just messes that he cannot. And any other questions you can please fire up. Lohit is there. If you want to ask any question to Lohit or Vishwan Babu or anybody, you can write it on the chat. We'll reply now or later on. We'll send it to Anjan. Anjan should be able to reply to you directly. And my suggestion will be, Anjan Babu, that now we should categorize. That is just my last few minutes from me. Categorization, like who are into academia, who are into manufacturing, who are into autonomous driving, or like segregation, particularly health and this thing, and 4 categories or 5 categories, whatever you want to do. And if you can then make a database or links of these guys who are doing wonderful presentation, and somebody can just click and go and then read the case studies, white papers, or anything. Once somebody wants to reach to them, either through you or directly to take any knowledge or sharing any knowledge or anything, so that knowledge sharing will be the biggest factor to make us successful in this journey. And I'm sure you are already working on that. I know you are extremely busy, but still you are giving your 100%. We are always there. I think we should have our next meet in Bhubaneswar. It should be a global event. The way you are meeting, like, when you are in physical, then our voice will be heard by those politicians who are the policymakers. Unfortunately, we want to do something, but our hands are tied. We can only go to a level, but the policy making changes, get the help done to make it world-class setup in Bhubaneswar or Odisha or any part of Odisha. So we definitely need that political elite to come and support and help us. And on that ground, I'll be working, and let me know whatever way I can help. I am there 24/7 for this cause to help Bharti and to Odisha. I'm there. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukant bhai. Thank you. So the way Rishi Sunak did the AI summit in London, if we can pull it up at that scale, involving all the thing, we should do that, and we should do that. That's how we bring AI, make Odisha AI capital of the world. Exactly.
I'm up for it. Yeah.
The way Rishi Sunak did in then UK. So yeah.
Yeah, because he was the prime minister. I wish I am the chief minister of Odisha. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, UK team. And IIT Madras is actually glued in. I'm hearing reports from many physical locations happening. Bangalore is meeting in person. Bangalore is not only watching, they're also contributing. So everyone is trying to answer in their locations what's next. With this, Malay Patra, he would speak on trust in a spectrum. So because trust has been, so from UK, like as we are speaking of big picture, making AI capital, UK summit, maybe a Bhubaneswar AI summit. Similarly, so when you're speaking at a big scale, trust becomes an important issue. And hence, Malay's some of the writings, he keeps posting on his writings on Times of India into the WhatsApp group. Then so why don't you speak about trust in a spectrum? And that's where we have Malay Kumar Patra. Malay, are you in?
हाँ मो अच्छी आउ मो ओडिया आरंभ करछि कारण मो अंजन भाई को पचारली भाई हमें ओडिया रे कथा होबा कि इंग्लिश रे भाई
पूरा ओडिया रे कहले आपण पूरा ओडिया रे कहंतु मलय बाबू
नाइ मोर डिफिकल्टी हैला सब टेक्निकल टर्म त ओडिया रे जाना नै नले ओडिया रे पूरा आरंभ रे शेष जाय कथा हैतांदी
टेक्निकल टर्म को इंग्लिश रे रखो आपण एआई को एआई ही कहंतु
किछि असुविधा नै आम पाखरे केते समय अछि आमे
आपण पय 5 मिनिट
मो पे 5 मिनिट अछि ठीक अछि हां I'll start in English only directly so that there is no confusion. So I work as just a half a minute introduction. I work as a director of data science with Exafluence. Exafluence is an AI/ML product and services provider here from India and in the US. I have published seven books, out of which 3 of them are on data science. And as Anjan Bhai mentioned, I write a weekly column in the Times of India, and I keep posting in our WhatsApp group also. I'm also a professor of practice in one of the colleges in Tamil Nadu. I work in Chennai. So in that college in Tamil Nadu, I'm working as a professor of practice also during the weekends. So that is a crisp introduction. About trust, and because till today, despite being at the directorial level, I build my own applications. I'm very hands-on in Python, and I have, in the last 1 year, I have almost built 8 to 10 different LLM-powered applications. And I understand the importance when we try to sell it to a prospect or a client. We are not able to garner that amount of trust blindly without any additional effort. So Anjan Bhai and I decided, okay, that's an important topic where we build applications. But how do we ensure that the customer or the stakeholders, users, are believing the recommendation that comes from the AI model or the generated response that comes from the LLMs, large language models. So one thing that I would suggest straight away in a single word is we'll have to make these models, and not only the models, the overall AI solution explainable. By explainable, we should know what was the training data set that was used to build this model. That will give an indication of what is the knowledge available with the model. Very apt for the current scenario of generative AI and the lot of work that is going on in generative AI. So making the model explainable by highlighting what was the kind of records and input data that was included and also that was excluded. And also how the performance of the models were measured. What were the metrics that were considered? There are various metrics for LLMs. When I talk about explainable AI, this applies to the traditional AI models, AI solutions, and also the current large language models. It applies to both. I would say it applies more to the large language models because of the hallucinations and the incorrect answers, the incorrect numbers and facts that can come up from a large language model. So making the solution explainable is one thing. The second, I would say, is we should always have a human in the loop. I have written about the human in the loop concept a lot in Times of India articles, in my Times of India articles. And it means once the recommendation is given by the solution or the model, there should be a person involved. Some manual steps should be involved where the human being is overseeing what was the decision taken, why was this decision taken, and is it in the right direction. So from that point of view, I always say that our AI solution or LLM-based solution should be non-intrusive. It means that the model is not going to take a decision for you. You have to consider the model's recommendation as one of the various inputs of the another 8 or 10 different factors that you might consider on the ground by looking at certain economic scenario, by looking at the mood of the people, by looking at your gut feeling, also your intuition. You don't need to believe in the model blindly. Take your decision. You have to take the final responsibility and accountability of what decisions you are taking. If my solution goes wrong, and if I am taking a decision by looking at a model's recommendation, I cannot go back and catch hold of the data scientist and say, oh, dude, you gave me such a model which gave me a wrong recommendation. Now you pay the penalty for all the losses that I am going through. That won't work, because right now, at least as of now, we are not in a state where the AI ML traditional solutions or the LLM-based solutions could be believed blindly. There has to be the human in the loop. And to that, I add, it's not only the human in the loop, it has to be a good human in the loop. So industry specialists say it's HILT, human in the loop. I say it's GHILT. What if the human in the loop is not ethically correct or trustworthy? Right? So it has to be a good human in the loop which says, no, racism is bad. Don't be racial in your comments. Oh no, don't post explicit contents online. That is not allowed. Yeah, and many other things which are unjust, right? Ranjan, would you like to ask something? I guess you raised your hand.
Yes. So
yeah, go ahead.
The human in loop we called responsible AI or consciousness AI. Actually, there are huge demand in US. Typically, a lot of researcher has been adding a lot of component to like how AI will be the best for the best, best practice. I would say, not like AI should not go to a wrong people to destroy the world, right? It should be helpful for mankind. That's one, and that's the reason I wanted to say something. That's all. Thank you.
Sure. And today I was watching the movie CTRL Control. That was available in Netflix starting yesterday, I guess. You watch that and you will know when it is in bad hands, what it can do to your life. I won't spill the beans now. I won't disclose what happened in the movie, but take a look at it, and then probably all of you would say, no, we have to do a lot of regulations. We'll have to do a lot of human in the loop. Let's not allow AI or LLMs to fall into wrong hands. The movie is so scary. I mean, it's an eye-opener. We already know because we are working technically and we are building those applications and we understand how AI/ML works. But for the common people, they wouldn't have that insight into the architecture of the solution. So yeah, I'll stop here. And I would suggest for today's discussion, if you have to take a takeaway, I would say watch CTRL in Netflix. You will understand why we should have explainable AI, why we should have trustable AI. Yeah, I'll stop here. I guess 5 minutes would be over by now. Or did I overshoot? Ranjan?
It was crisp. So let's keep it at that.
Yeah, sure.
Kahari kisi comment karibar achi ki let's open it up for something and we'll follow it up with dekhuchi ame amo gahanare achanti Om asibe but kichi prashno achi ki Malayanko pai trust vishwasar prashno hala kichi prashno na hele bhari jhamala katha ame vishwas korchu ki avishwas korchu eta prashno nale pura avishwas katha.
Yeah, I have a question to Malay.
Please go ahead.
Do you see any AI standards, AI practice initiative in India for the context of Indian government or Indian region?
There are a lot of best practices that could be put in as regulations. We have the mind power and we know what needs to be done. But the way the regulators in the US are already inviting, I guess all the members, top CEOs were invited to the White House. They had a discussions. There is a body formed for creating these regulations and all. I didn't see that in India yet. Or probably I don't know if such regulations or such steps are already taken. But yes, in terms of, I always say regulations is one thing. Even in the building, because creating an LLM, large language model from scratch is something which the top companies have taken into their custody. In India, I would prefer if all of us also start building LLMs from scratch. Instead, what currently is happening in the industry is we are good at using the already built LLMs for building our applications. That's okay. There are pros and cons of that because we don't need to reinvent the whole wheel. But yes, from Indian point of, from where India stands now, I cannot say I am happy. I would be a little disappointed now because we are not in the forefront. There are 8 or 10 different large language models, from 10 different companies, and the Indian government also, which are already available. I think Bharat GPT, Bhashini, Krutrim, all of these are there. But yes, I cannot say that we are still in the forefront. And regulations, I don't think there are any such strict regulations yet.
So yeah, anyone is interested to be part of some project in US like NIST? I'm part of the regulatory committee in NIST and IEEE in US. We support the White House. So you can definitely reach through Ranjan bhai and let me know if you need anything. We can build something for India and our Odisha also. Thank you.
Sure. That will be great because I just feel that we have all the know-how, we have the talent and the knowledge, but we are not yet there in terms of execution. Yeah. Any more questions? Somebody else also raised their hand.
कुमारिका मैडम आसन
हाँ आज आमर गवर्नमेंट रो जे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आसीथिले एमपी आसीथिले जने he sounded, I mean, he was open to such kind of ideas for regulation ପାଇଁ ଯଦି ଏପାକୁ କିଛି ଆମେ inputs ଦବୁ, so he was open to that idea because I think he is a technical person, but he is into in the government, but he is basically a technical person, so I found him very like it was a positive thing that I found him to be. I mean, he was open to ideas. So maybe all of you who have this kind of experience from throughout the world, jaha regulation pai kon hei paribo, we can suggest. I mean, he was open to that, so we should make use of that. So
Sure. I mean, right away from the top of my mind, I can give 15, 20 such regulatory stuff that should be implemented for a safer and trustable AI. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then we will get in touch with him, Anjan bhai, and we can interact. And
absolutely अपन माने देखुतबे कि नहीं धैर्य धरि कि सब सुन जल्दी एठी एकेडमिशियन माने गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स माने एठी धैर्य धरि कि लंबा समय धरि सुन जल्दी सो एक्शन आइटम सब प्रिपेयर होची निश्चित मले
sure.
This one still has a hand raised. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm good.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm good,
Okay.
bhai. Thank you. And let me know if we can put maybe a small forum. Then, Mike, you let us know. Like we can add some of the use case for responsible AI, and those things we can add. Thank you.
आपन संगे तो कम्युनिकेशन चैनल अछि हम से चैनल रे फॉलो करबा
Yeah, sure. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
या परे जनको डाकिया पई चाहिबे आपनकर परमिशन नवा द्वारा तांको ना होचंती ओम तांको संपर्क हला लोककला ओम लोककला रो एक ये माने संगठन तयारी करचंती मो कथा सुना होची तो ओम महापात्र आम गहणार अच्छा सी कहीं अच्छा एआई फोरम रे सी कहे किंतु आमे जिते एआई को जमती जमती आमे कहू कॉग्निटिव ऑटोमेशन जिते सबू कॉग्निटिव ऑटोमेशन हो क्रिएटिविटी ही आसो आ क्रिएटिविटी लोक मान पाखे केमती पहुंचेब ना लोक कला माध्यम आ ओम से जड़े लोक आम ओडिशा रु संगे मत सुजोग मिली आमे किसी अल्प कथा बट तांकु ओम तांकर निजर पैनल अछि जो पैनल माध्यम रे सीए कहिबे एआई को लोककला माध्यम रे लोकंक संगे पाखरे केमती पहुंचेबा लोककला उपरे एआई की प्रभाव पकेबो एआई लोककला उपरे की प्रभाव पकेबो ए सब कथा उपरे ओम महापात्र आम गण रे अछंती ओम महापात्र स्टेज आपनकर नियंत
नमस्कार समस्त प्रणाम आमे एआई एबे किछि वर्ष हेलानी भारत वर्ष निजर प्रभाव विस्तार करिबार लागिछि तो लोक कलाकार माने एआई उपरे केवल भावंती जे सेटा केवल गूगल रो गोटे आउ एक माध्यम से माने किछिटा क्वेश्चन पचारिबे सेतिकी तांको आंसर मिलि जिवो बहुत सहज रे तो व्हाट्सएप रे भी गोटे एआई रो सुविधा आपण माने पाउचंती सेतिकी ही से माने जानिचंती किंतु एआई माध्यम रे अनेक किछि हेई परिबो जहा लोककला कलाकार मानकू आमे एजुकेट करिबा पई पड़िबो गोटे प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग देबा पई पड़िबो ओडिशा सरकार को बगैर आमे निवेदन भी सेटा करिबो एआई माध्यम रे लोककला कलाकार माने से माने सेमिनार गुडा अटेंड करंती बहुत गुडे सेमिनार अटेंड करंती किंतु तांगा पाखरे इंग्राजी रे कारण से माने एते पाठुआ भी नहंती तो इंग्राजी रे से माने थेसिस लेखिया बेले सेतिकी ज्ञान आहरण करिबा सेतिकी ताको इंग्लिश को ओडिया रे ट्रांसलेट करिबा ଏସବୁ ବହୁତ ଝାମେଲାର କଥା କି ଯେଉଁ ସବୁ କଥା ଗୁଡାକୁ ଏଆଇ ବହୁତ ସହଜରେ କରିଦିଏ ଆଉ ବହୁତ ଅଳ୍ପ ସମୟରେ କରିଦିଏ। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହଉଛି ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ଟ୍ରାପ ରେ ବସନ୍ତି, ବହୁତ ସମସ୍ୟାରେ ଫସି ଯାଆନ୍ତି ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେମାନେ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ ବନାନ୍ତି ବା ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରପ୍ସ ଏସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ସେମାନେ ଯୋଉ ତିଆରି କରନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧାର ସମ୍ମୁଖୀନ କରନ୍ତି। ତ ଏଆଇ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ସେମାନେ ସହଜରେ ଆଉ ଅଳ୍ପ ସମୟ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ନିଜର ନୃତ୍ୟ ପାଇଁ ବା ନିଜର ପରିବେଷଣ ପାଇଁ ଏକ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଟ୍ରାକ୍ ଟିଏ ବନେଇ ଦେଇ ପାରିବେ ମାଗଣାରେ ବା ବିନା ମୂଲ୍ୟରେ। ତାହା ବି ଆମେ ଏଆଇ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆମେ ତାକୁ କରିଦେଇ ପାରିବା। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହଉଛି ଏଆଇ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଆମର ଫୋକ୍ ଡାନ୍ସର ମାନେ ବା ଲୋକକଳା କଳାକାର ମାନେ ନିଜେ ସ୍ୱାବଲମ୍ବୀ ହେଇପାରିବେ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଲୋକକଳା କଳାକାର ମାନଙ୍କର ଆର୍ଥିକ ଅବସ୍ଥା ବହୁତ ନଗଣ୍ୟ ହେଇକି ରହିଛି। ନା ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ମୁଠାଏ ଚାଉଳ ଅଛି ଖାଇବା ପାଇଁ, ନା ଭଲ କପଡା ଅଛି ସେମାନେ ପିନ୍ଧିକି ଯାଇପାରୁଛନ୍ତି। ତ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ବା ବିଦେଶରେ ସେମାନେ କିଛି ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ ପାଇଁ ଆବେଦନ କରନ୍ତି, ଭର୍ଚୁଆଲି ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଯେବେ ତାଙ୍କ ପରଫର୍ମାନ୍ସ ପାଇଁ କିଛିଟା ମଗାଯାଏ କିଛି ଭିଡିଓ, ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଭିଡିଓ ବି ନଥାଏ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେ ପରିବେଷଣର ଏକ ମାଧ୍ୟମ ଭାବରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ପହଞ୍ଚିବା ପାଇଁ। ତ ଏଆଇ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ସେମାନେ ନିଜର ଏକ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭିଡିଓଟିଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ବନାଇ ଦେଇ ପାରିବେ। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହଉଛି ସେମାନେ ଏଆଇ କୁ ଆହୁରି କେବଳ ଗୁଗଲର ସବଷ୍ଟିଟ୍ୟୁଟ ଭାବରେ ନ ଭାବି ଅନେକ ମାଧ୍ୟମ ତାକୁ ୟୁଜ କରିପାରିବେ। ଯେମିତିକି ଆପଣ ଥେସିସ୍ ତ ଲେଖିପାରିବେ, ସେମାନେ ଖୁବ ଅଳ୍ପ ସମୟ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ନିଜର ଏକ ବଢିଆ ସେ ଭିଡିଓ ବନେଇ ଦେଇ ପାରିବେ ଏବଂ ଏଆଇ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ସେମାନେ ନିଜର ଜ୍ଞାନକୁ ବା ନିଜର ପରିବେଷଣର ଯୋଉ ଶୈଳୀ ଅଛି ବା ନିଜ ପାଖେ ଯେତିକି ଯୋଉ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଗୁଡାକ ରହିଛି ତାକୁ ଏଆଇ ଏକ ସୁନ୍ଦର ସହଯୋଗର ବା ସହାୟତା ଏଆଇ ର ସେମାନେ ସହାୟତା ନେଇ ସାରା ବିଦେଶରେ ଥିବା ସମଗ୍ର ଓଡିଆ ଏବଂ ସମଗ୍ର ଭାରତବାସୀଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ନିଜର କଳାକୁ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ କରାଇବାରେ ଏକ ସୁନ୍ଦର ମାଧ୍ୟମ ହେଇପାରିବ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଭାବୁଛି। ତ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଏଇ ବିଷୟରେ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି, ନିହାତି ଭାବରେ ସରକାରଙ୍କୁ ବି ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିଛି ଯେ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ କଳାକାର ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏଆଇ ର ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ଦିଆଯାଉ, କାରଣ ସେମାନେ ଏଆଇ ବିଷୟରେ କିଛି ବି ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି। ସୁକାନ୍ତ ବାବୁ ତ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ନମସ୍କାର ସାର୍। ତ ସେମାନେ କିଛି ବି ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି ଆଜ୍ଞା, ସେମାନେ କେବଳ ଅନାହାରରେ ବା ଭୋକର ଲଢେଇ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଲଢୁଛନ୍ତି। ଏଆଇ ବିଷୟରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ଟୋଟାଲି ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖେ କିଛି ଜ୍ଞାନ ନାହିଁ। ତ ପ୍ରପର ୱାର୍କସପ୍ କରାଯାଇ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏଆଇ ର ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ଦିଆଯାଉ, ଯାହା ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ଭବିଷ୍ୟତରେ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ସହଜରେ ସ୍ୱାବଲମ୍ବୀ ହେବା ପାଇଁ ଏଆଇ ସହଯୋଗ ହେଇପାରିବ। ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ।
ଆଜ୍ଞା, ତ ଖାଲି ଖାଲି ସେତିକି ନୁହଁ। ସୋ ଏଆଇ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରିଥିବେ ଆଜିର ମାତୃଭାଷା ପେପରରେ ସେଥିରେ ଓଡିଆରେ ଏଆଇ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି। ତ ମାତୃଭାଷା ପେପରର ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ ପେଜରେ ଜଣେ ସହୃଦୟ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତି ସେଟାକୁ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ମାତୃଭାଷା ଚୁଜ କରାଯାଇଛି ଜାଣି ଜାଣିକି ମାତୃଭାଷାରେ ଏଆଇ, ଓଡିଆରେ ଏଆଇ। ତେଣୁ ସେଇ ଆଡକୁ ଆମେ ଯାଉଛୁ, ଡେମୋକ୍ରାଟାଇଜେସନ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଥିଲେ, ବା ଆମେ ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଏଆଇ ପହଞ୍ଚେଇବା, ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏଆଇ ପାଇଁ ତିଆରି କରିବାର ରାସ୍ତା ହଉଛି ଆପଣ ଦେଖିଦେଇଥିବେ। କପଲ ଅଫ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ ଯୋଉ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ତ କରିଦେବ, ଆପଣଙ୍କଠୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ, ଏଇଠୁ ଆକ୍ସନ ଆଇଟମ ସୁକାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ଆପଣ କମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବେ। ସୋ ଗୋଟେ ଆକ୍ସନ ଆଇଟମ ଓମ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କଠୁ ଯେ ମାସକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ଆମ ଓଡିଶା ତରଫରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଲୋକ କଳା ସଂଗଠନ ପାଇଁ ଦିଆଯିବ। ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା କହିଲେ ଭିଡିଓ ଏଆଇ ଦ୍ୱାରା ନିଜର ଭିଡିଓଟା କେମିତି ତିଆରି କରିବେ, ଗୋଟେ ଟୁଲ କରିଦେଇକି ସେଟା that would be a clear action item। ଯୋଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସଂଗଠନ ଯୋଉ ପାଖେ ବି 600 ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଖୋଜୁଛନ୍ତି, ସେଟା ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ହେଇପାରିବ। ଯେମିତି କି ଆର ବର୍ଷର କନଫରେନ୍ସ ହେଲା ବେଳକୁ ଆମେ ଆଉଟପୁଟ ସବୁ ଦେଖିଦେଇଥିବା, ଏବେ ଯେମିତି 44ଟା ଲୋକେସନରୁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଫିଡ୍ ସବୁ ଆସୁଛି, ସେଭଳିଆ ଆଗ ଥରକୁ ଆମ ଲୋକ କଳା ମାନେ ଏଆଇ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରି କଣ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସେ ସବୁ ସଫଳତାର କାହାଣୀ ଆମେ ଶୁଣୁଥିବା। ଯେମିତି ସେଇଥିରେ ଏଇ ଅକ୍ଟୋବର ମାସରୁ ଏଇ ଶାରଦୀୟ ଦୁର୍ଗା ପୂଜାଠୁ ଆର ଶାରଦୀୟ ଦୁର୍ଗା ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ 12 ମାସରେ 12ଟା ସେସନ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ସେସନ କରନ୍ତୁ। ସେ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ସେସନ ଏଇ ସମାଜରୁ, ଏଇ ଏଆଇ ସମାଜରୁ ଲୋକ କଳାର ଯୋଉମାନେ ସରସ୍ୱତୀଙ୍କର ଭକ୍ତ, ସେମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଆମେ ପହଞ୍ଚେଇ ଦବା ଏଇ କଳାଟା। ସେଇ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱଟା ଆମ ପାଖରେ ରହିବ। ସେଇ 12 ସେସନ ସ୍କେଡ୍ୟୁଲ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ, କୋଉ ଗୋଟେ ଶନିବାର କି ରବିବାର। ଏଇଠି ତ ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେଇ ଅନୁରୋଧଟା ରହିବ ଆକ୍ସନ ଆଇଟମଟା। जेमिति कि आपनकर 600 जन लोक एआई व्यवहार करि परथबे अक्टोबर 2025 बेलको।
धन्यवाद
एसएन
धन्यवाद
दास आज्ञा सुकांत भाई किछ कहिबे कि एसएन दास को परे आपन कमेंट करबे। एसएन दास सर असंतु
सर नमस्कार सर। सर हमरो जो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओडिया स्टडीज एंड रिसर्च अछि आमे एआईसीटी रो किछटा पुस्तक ट्रांसलेशन करथलु इंग्लिश रो ओडिया को जोटा कि एआईसीटी अनुवादिनी टूल थ्रू रे सेमती किछि टूल आमे डिजाइन करि परिबा कि जोटा कि एआई माध्यम रे हमरो ओडिया को ट्रांसलेशन हे परिबो सुरुखुरु जो ट्रांसलेटर जाक अछि जोटा कि एबे गूगल ट्रांसलेटर हो किंबा बिंगो ट्रांसलेटर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट हो से जाक दैट इज नॉट अप टू द मार्क because whenever we are giving some sentence a is a letter then a गोटे चिट्ठी बोली कि से ट्रांसलेशन कर दोछि सेरा गोटे ए गोटे अक्षर होबा कथा सेही भलिया किछटा फॉल्ट फ्लॉ आछि जोटा कि ट्रांसलेशन प्रॉपर्ली करि पाम से कॉन्टेक्स्ट रे मु चाहूतली किछटा टूल आमे डिजाइन करि परिबा जदि ओडिसा को हमर जो डॉक्टर सुब्रत पुष्टि अछंती सेक्रेटरी आईओएसआर रो से भी कहतले जे दास सर टिके देखंतु आ ऊपर के जदि के माने एआई ऊपर जदि किछटा बिल्ड करि परिबा हम एआई टूल which will be helpful for the our people so those who are able to understand the Odisha as well as the Oriya language into the माने जोटा कि technical books can be translated into the Oriya।
एटी गोटे पॉइंट ऐड करी मु दास भाई हमर जने आई एम श्योर मु ताको नाटा बोली जाउची दिल्ली रे अछंती सी एई ट्रांसलेशन ऊपर ही हैज रीच टू गूगल एंड माइक्रोसॉफ्ट गोटे भलो
बुद्ध चंद्रशेखर
थैंक यू अगेन फॉर करेक्ट गेटिंग द नेम से ऑलरेडी
अनुवादिनी तो
आगे
अनुवादिनी सर हम ऊपर ता ऊपर बहुत गुटे रिसर्च कलु से ओडियाटा ऊपर फेल रुचुन सर she is also agreed that I am unable to do means translate in Oriya in appropriate way. He has done a beautiful work because Chandrasekhar Buddha Chandrasekhar ଆମ institute को भी आस्थिले GIET यूनिवर्सिटी गोमपुर को आस्थिले सी भी कहिले जे I am surrender that I am unable to translate in Oriya. Oriya is a typical classical language which is very difficult to translate from English to Oriya.
अंजन बाबू एथरे हमें से मराठी बाबू को हेल्प नहीं परिबा कि जे जापान में अछंती
डेफिनेटली राज धाबरे को हेल्प कर आउ 9:25 रे आपण हम गहण को जने आसुचंती तांको ना आपण सुनि चंती तांको ना होची प्रत्युष कुमार पंडा होचंती सर्वम एआई रो फाउंडर एंड आपण जो भाषिनी जो शब्द उडा को एआई फॉर भारत सोडा सब कोचन तार फाउंडर सी हम गहण रे आसीबे भारतीय समय 21:50 रे
ओके
तो सेतिक बेलकू से प्रत्युष सर जतले कहउथबे आमे ई कथा उडा तांसु कहिबा तांकर टॉक परे ई सब कथा कहिबा बिकॉज़ ही इज चेंजिंग द लैंडस्केप लाइक यस तांकर लेवल ऑफ थिंकिंग अपन स्वरूप लेवल थिंकले तो सी अनदर लेवल ऑफ थिंकिंग राइट ही इज ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग इन ए वेरी इकोसिस्टम वे सो तांको ई जो टेक्निकल प्रश्न उडा को पचारिबा तापरे आउदीटा कथा सुकांत भाई मन को आछि विवेक पाणी भाईना और सुब्रत ट्रस्टी भाईना हम तांको संगे संपर्क करिया पई मोर मु निजे समय दे पारलेनी तनो बट विवेक पाणी भाईना सुब्रत पाणी व्हेन दिस एक और एक मिसकी 11 करे पारिबे तांकर टेक्निकल जे करिवे से होचंती आशीष समला जे काहे ना मु जानिनी आउ जने लोक जे भी करि पारिबे से होचंती डॉक्टर सत्यरंजन दास एंड शांति प्रिय परिडा एमाने होचंती टेक्निकली एमाने दिस इज अ गुड टीम यांकु एक मिसकी 11 करे पारले we would be able to solve this.
Yeah, great. I think Om can give us lot of ground issues जोटा से face करूचंती because हमर कलाकार माने definitely suffering अपन देखंतु संबलपुरी भाषा ओटा लेखुचंती तार मीनिंग टा किछ अलग हे जाउची एबे जण के लिखिथिले कलिकतार मालिकाणी हां माने मा काली को बट सेटा ट्रांसलेट हेई गला keep of Kolkata, so that becomes like a different mistress of Kolkata. I'm sorry, yeah. So like maa ka upare, so see how the English translation is breaking the like completely jumbling, which is not supposed to happen. So upare we need to give proper feedback and Om joda ground re kaam korchandi apno regular feedback karuthibi Om and we will start working on this as Anjan bhai already कहले आमे प्रति मास रे ट्रेनिंग पाई से कामटा भी करिबा एंड प्लस आपन भाषा पर जोटा इश्यू होची आपन माने समस्त फीडबैक दियतु विल स्टार्ट इंप्रूविंग इट
परफेक्ट सो आउ गोटे कथा रखेबी हमर एई विषय रे अनेक चिंता करिछु प्रोफेसर पंचान महांती प्रोफेसर हमर भाषा जिज्ञासा बोली गोटे संगठन अछि जो तांकर जे ऑर्गेनाइजर अछन तांको मो निमंत्रण करिछि तांकर गोटे पैनल रहिबो से पैनल रे भी आमे आनी परिबा आउ गोटे पैनल रहउछि ओडिसा साहित्य टुंगीरो से पैनल रे भी आमे ई सब प्रॉब्लम गुडा को नै परिबा नै कि कोन कर परिबा से विषय आलोचना करिबा जेहेतु भूली न जिबा एसएन दास सर को अनुरोध करिबी गोटे ईमेल सेंड आरंभ करंतु हमर कन्वीनिंग टीम @odisai.org रे सो दैट कि गोटे फॉलो अप रहिबो
निश्चय निश्चय सर निश्चय हमर जो डॉक्टर सुब्रत कुमार पुष्टि अछंती सुब्रत पुष्टि आईओएसआर रो सी होचंती सेक्रेटरी सर से भी बहुत गुडे इनिशिएटिव नै चंदी आ ऊपर किंतु मते भी दायित्व देई चंती सर आपण कोन करि परिबे जदी आ ऊपर भलो होई तांदा सेहित पे मु ए क्वेश्चन ता प्रश्नटा उठैली जेतबेले से सर कहले जे एआई ऊपर हमें गोटे किछटा टूल करि परिबे जोटा कि प्रकृत रे हमर ओडिसा वासिंग पई एटा गोटे हेल्पफुल हो सर गोटे ओडिसा वासिंगर प्रकृत टूलटा जो निजर भाषाटा सहित जो प्रकार ये ही जाउची अपव्यवहार ही जाउची सेटा होई परिबनी जा द्वारा धन्यवाद सर
आपनको सर ईमेल चैन आरंभ कर दियंतु ए मन को जोडी के हमें सेटा को बढ़ाई देबा जेमिति 2025 कॉन्फ्रेंस बेल को हमें गोटे कथा आपन को कही रखिबी सोमेंद्र अछंती तो सौमेंद्र गोटे प्रोजेक्ट लीड करूचंती ता ना होची मोजिला कॉमन वॉइस होची स्पीच डेटा सेट ओडिया रे स्पीच डेटा सेट 4-5 वर्ष धरि की थिला हमर मात्र 13 घंटा रो थिला स्पीच डेटा हमें कोन कोलु सो हमें वी टुक ए डिफरेंट अप्रोच हमें गां को गोलु गां रे 4-5 जण मिसी कि आपण विश्वास करबे नै दुई मास भितरे माने ओडिया स्पीच डेटा रो डबल बढ़े दे पारले सो वी नीड टू हमको ठीक अलगा प्रकार चिंता करिया पय पड़ियो सो मु तो जीत धरि की बसथिली जे ए कॉन्फ्रेंस सुधा ओडिया स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट वी शुड बी एबल टू सॉल्व इट राइट मु केबे मीडिया जायनी सुकांत भाई थरे मते मीडिया को टाण नैतले आ मु से गोटे कथा कहली आई वांट टू सॉल्व ओनली वन प्रॉब्लम स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट इन ओडिया तो जिद धरि की बसथिले एथर हबोनी एथर हेई पारि नाही क्षमा मागुची किंतु आरो थर कॉन्फ्रेंस बेल को जेंति ओडिया रे स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट सॉल्व हेई जाइथियो तो सेटा को नबा आपण जोडंतु एक मिसई करंतु देखिबे जो ब्रिलियंट माइंड माने जोडी की we will be able to solve it so say request आपण को रहिबो एसएन दास सर
थैंक यू सर थैंक यू
with this ओम प्रकाश राज आपण को पैनल रे अछंती कि तापस राज आपण को पैनल रे अछंती कि तापस राज
कुमारिका मैडम बोते किछि गोटे कहिया पय चाहउछन सी एस
हां जेतले मो प्रथम ओम को विषय रे सुनी थिली तांकर दासकाठिया वीडियो सब देखि थिली मते बहुत खुशी लागितला देखि कि आज हमर आउ जने गेस्ट आस्थिले यूएस रो थिले से मनस्वी थिला तांका ना से म्यूजिक एआई जनरेटेड म्यूजिक करूथिले सो से गोटे पूरा त तांका सहित एक्चुअली जदी कनेक्ट करी हबो ओम को आउ तांको इट विल बी अ वेरी गुड कोलैबोरेशन बिकॉज़ व्हाट ही इज लुकिंग फॉर एंड व्हाट ही हैज टू ऑफर इट्स अ वेरी गुड लाइक कनेक्शन ता बहुत भलो है कि हबो सो ही कैन यूटिलाइज his I mean semantian ko a collaboration kareba ko padibo so that they can meet each other and discuss the music because he was doing something on similar lines so
ओम मनोसी मिश्र एमआईटी रे म्यूजिक एआई और म्यूजिक ऊपर रिसर्च करछन तांको कथा कहले कुमारिका मैडम सो हमें तांको संगे जोडी हबा से तो रिसर्चर लोक तांको संगे जोडी हबा दैट वाज अ ग्रेट पॉइंट बढ़िया पॉइंट कुमारिका मैडम हाथ उठे आफ्रिका रे केमती चलची सरोज भाई आपण गतकाली ईस्ट अफ्रीका देखले सरोज महंत भाई अछंती साउथ अफ्रीका रो अफ्रीका रे केमती चलची कॉन्फ्रेंस कोंत
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल धन्यवाद मते ई प्लेटफॉर्म रे आनिया पे इनवाइट करिया पे अनेक धन्यवाद समस्त को नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ तो बर्तमान मो बहुत ध्यान रो सहित सुनुथली जहाँ भी चलती डिस्कशन हमर बहुत बढ़िया बहुत इनफॉर्मेटिव सब कथा गुड़िक बहुत धन्यवाद से अच्छा यही भाषा को लेकिन मोर गोटे मन रे गोटे आसुची गोटे इंटरेस्ट जानिबा पई मे बी आई एम नॉट वेरी मच अवेयर अबाउट इट बट आई विश आई कैन गेट टू नो मोर अबाउट दिस एक्चुअली साउथ अफ्रीका रे मो हलानी किछि वर्ष सेट रहउची मोर परमानेंट रेसिडेंस अछि मु सेठ रहउछि तो सेठी लैंग्वेज रो आम जंती भारत रे अनेक गुडी भाषा अछि सेठी भी बहुत तांकर भाषा गुडा अछि तो सेठी एमती किछि ट्रांसलेटर टूल जो थरे कि लाइव कन्वर्सेशन हैला बळकु सेमान जदी तांको भाषा रे कहउचंती सेटा मते ओडिया रे सुना जिवो आउ मु जोटा कहउची सेटा तांको तांको भाषा लाइक जुलु खोसा ए भाषा रे तांको जो भाषा अछि से भाषा रे तांको बुझा पड़िबो एई भले किछि हमर ए भले चाली अछि किछि ना किछि मार्केट रे अछि ए विषय मते जानिया पे चाहूथली धन्यवाद
आज्ञा सो आपणकर मल्टीपल सोर्सेस अछि जतले भाषा जिज्ञासा टीम आसीबो से प्रश्न टी आपण आउथर रखे आपण प्रश्न मु से टीम को भी पहुंचे देबी आउ इमीडिएट आंसर आछि दीटा सरोज भाईना गोटे होची आपण आभेटी लर्निंग रे विश्वजित नायक अछंती सो सीए कुई ऊपर काम करचंती तांको तांको संगे जोड़ी हेबे सी हमर ओडिसा विश्व ग्रुप रे अछंती विश्वजित नायक होची तांको ना सीएटी सान फ्रांसिस्को सीएटी बोधे सान रामन रे रहंती डब्लिन सान रामन रे कोठी रहंती आ आभेती लर्निंग ये तांको टीम अछि तांको टीम सी ऊपर काम करूची आउ आपण देखिबे सारंकर प्रोफेसर पंचान महांती सारंकर सार 4 वर्ष तळे 5 वर्ष तळे जो 2020 रे लैंग्वेज ऊपर सार जो टॉक टा देथिले से तळे से लिंग्विस्टिक्स एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया रो हेड थिले सर एबे भी अछंती सारंकर अनेक रिसर्च अछि आपण जो लैंग्वेज गुडा को कहिले there are some researchers some academics agree disagree which is okay in the field of academics but sarunkar se jo research so professor panchana mohanty if you really want ame connect kari pariba and ye kari pariba mane agu ku kiछि रास्ता तैयारी करि परिबा
अच्छा एक्चुअली मोर जोटा गोटे बेसिक धारणा अछि प्लीज करेक्ट मी समस्त बहुत इंटेलेक्चुअल सब हाईली इंटेलिजेंट पीपल्स आर हियर सो व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड इज लैंग्वेज रे से हम जतो को एआई यूज होची से बारंबार हमर भाषा शब्द गुडा को रिसीव करी कि से अनुसार से सेल्फ लर्निंग करी एंड देन से गुडा को से ट्रांसलेट करूची सेही टाइप रो सेमति किछि एआई बेस्ड टूल सेमति किछि अछि और सेटा पई केमते कोन सेटा कोन करंती सेटा को नेकी केमते से माने ट्रांसलेशन गुडा को होची
I would channel that into a speech to speech the best जो माने फील्ड रे काम करजन से माने मते करेक्ट करि परिबे the best speech model that I think I know is Cicero from no Whisper from Meta right सेटा ही एबे बेस्ट speech to speech yeah Whisper from आपण NIST रो गोटे पिलाटी काम करछि लाइक तार इंटर्नशिप करथला से मते डेमो देखैथला दैट्स व्हाट आई रिमेंबर बट NIST रो जो से पिलाटी काम एथरे काम करछि तार तीनटा प्रोजेक्ट अछि हगिंग फेस रे मु तांको एनकरेज करथले ओडिया करया पई हमें से जो व्हिस्पर रो तार जो टेक लीड अछन तांक संगे हमें संपर्क तयारी करिथिलु सेटा गोटे प्रोजेक्ट चाली छी सो हमें
sorry please come again
WHIS Whisper from Meta WHISPER Whisper from Meta I think आपनको प्रश्न पय सेटा होची बेस्ट टूल
right
again मु भूल है पारे जो माने बट
giving me
Whisper
अंजन भाई गोटे मिनिट मो मळे कहूची मते जेतिकी जणा अछि Whisper OpenAI आ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट रो सेटा गोटे कथा आ द्वितीय कथा हला स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन स्पीच टू स्पीच वॉइस मॉडिफिकेशन हे पड़छि मु तारा प्रोग्राम भी देखि छी पाइथन रे गिटलैब रे अवेलेबल अछि गिटहब रे अवेलेबल अछि
अच्छा
स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन हला हमर रिक्वायरमेंट जोटा एबे से कहले स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन माने जदि मो इंग्लिश रे कहूची सेटा ओडिया रे ऑन द फ्लाई रियल टाइम ट्रांसलेट हे कि ओडिया रे सुना जीव लोकमान को ए सेकंड कैटेगरी ता मते जाना नै जे सेमिति ट्रांसलेशन कैपेबिलिटी ओडिया रे अवेलेबल अछि कि नै किंतु जो फर्स्ट कैटेगरी कहली जो थरे कि मु मोर वॉइस रे किछि कहूची किंतु सेटा माना अंजन भाई का वॉइस रे सुना जीव रियल टाइम रे
वॉइस और लैंग्वेज रे सॉरी
मो दीटा जिनस कहली फर्स्ट गोटे कैटेगरी हैला जोटा वॉइस चेंज है कि सुना जीवो सेटा भी स्पीच टू स्पीच द्वितीय टाइप ऑफ स्पीच टू स्पीच हैला लैंग्वेज भी ट्रांसलेट है कि सुना जीवो किंतु ओडिया रो स्टेटस मते जाना नै आपण जोटा पचाछन ना जे ओडिया रे सेमती हे परियो कि नै सेटा मते बे जाना नै जे ओडिया रो अवेलेबल अछि कि नै
अच्छा अच्छा एक्चुअली आई एम नॉट आस्किंग अबाउट न्यू थिंग मु जोटा मो आइडिया अछि जेमती हमर जो जेमती हमर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जानती से जो कहंती तो तांकर लोकमान को गोटे से हेडफोन लगै थांती सेते तांको सुना जाउथो तांका भाषा रे सिमिलरली यूएन रे सेठी जेतो समान सेमती कहंती तो तांकर लोकल भाषा रे सुना जाउथो तो आई बिलीव कि सेमती ऑलरेडी थिबो आई मीन सेउडा सब अछि बट मोर नॉलेज रे नहीं तो से फोरम रे मु पचार देली
जोटा 3 वर्ष 4 वर्ष आगरु व्यवहार होतला सेटा ट्रेडिशनल स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन मेथोडोलॉजी व्यवहार करतो किंतु एबे लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल हे गला ना निहाती भाबरे तार क्वालिटी ऑलमोस्ट 2 टाइम्स 3 टाइम्स बढ़ी जाइतो ट्रांसलेशन
सरोज भाई और मलय भाई आपण दु जण गोटे काम करनु से जो विश्वस्त दु जण परस्पर को टाक करके एक कथा वार्ता नियंतु बढ़िया हो नहीं सेटा गोटे नेटवर्किंग हो आपण माने सेही ग्रुप रे अछंती परस्पर को जानि थे किए किए निज निज को खोजी के टाक करंतो तो टाक करके कथा वार्ता नियंतु देखिए तो बढ़िया हो
राइट राइट आउ थे सर मलय भाई तांको नाटा नै गली मलय आउ जने सर को ना
टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया रे सब सप्ताह टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया रे लेखाटे से पकांती आपण से व्हाट्सएप चैट रे खुजी खुजी गले पाई जिवे कि एसे
अच्छा निश्चय
निश्चय सो मु खाली आपण मानकर मु टाइम देखुची टाइम हम पाखरे अछि ओम आपनकर पैनल रे आउ का को आनिबे आपनकर तो स्पीच हला आपण पैनल रे आउ का को आनिबे
तापस राज बाबू एक्चुअली तापस राज बाबू इफ यू कैन हियर अस तापस बाबू
हाँ भाई जय श्री जगन्नाथ
केमती छ लुची कहीं अछ मोटा देखा
अच्छा सॉरी मु आ दिटा मीटिंग रे थिले सेट में सेडा भी चली बट ओके थैंक यू जो माने भी अछंती अंजन बाबू कुमारी का भणी को बहुत दिन पर देखली तापरे अन्य समस्त को जय श्री जगन्नाथ हृदय कृतज्ञता धन्यवाद आपण बहुत बड़ जिंस आनी के आछंती से माने मु बहुत तृणमूल स्तर रे काम करछि आपण मानकर विजनरी एस्पेक्ट आ अप्रोच क्वाइट माने वाइड किंतु केतरा जिंस जदी माने थैंक यू सो मच बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपण मु किछि कहि परिबी माने मु किछि कहि परिबे बे जदी अनुमति थाए समस्त कर सो द थिंग इज मु मोर लास्ट 5-6 वर्ष एक्सपीरियंस रो किछिटा जिंस मु भाबिली जो जिनसटा मु एक्चुअली मो यूजर एक्सपीरियंस रे काम करे AIML इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट बट आई एम नॉट कंप्लीटली इनटू इट बट देन मु केतरा जिनस देखिली जोटा कि मते ओम कहले कि नहीं हमर जो फोक कल्चर फोक आर्टिस्ट एमान को ने कि हमें केमती ताकू AI एनेबल्ड प्लेटफॉर्म रे तांको इनकॉर्पोरेट करि परियो तांको केमती हमें लाभ किबा सुविधा जोगे दे परियो तो मु जहा देखुतली एबे आपण एक छोटो एग्जांपल दोची हमर गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म अछि आपण माने होय तो एटा डिस्कस कर सकथियो आई एम रियली सॉरी माय अपोलॉजीज कि मु बहुत लेट रे जॉइन करछि सीटीएमएस गोटे हमर प्लेटफॉर्म जोतरे कि प्राय हमर भारत भितरे जो आर्टिस्ट माने ओडिसा रु आसीबे तांको करा जाय एटा गोटे वेब एनेबल्ड प्लेटफॉर्म जोटा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिसा तरफ जोगे दिया जायछि एंड लेट मी टेल यू वर्तमान जो माने यूजर एक्सपीरियंस एआई सॉरी आपनकर यूआई काम करछंती एआई नो यूआई रे काम करछंती सेमान तक देखिले ही कहि देबे ताठो पड कि पैथेटिक वेबसाइट आ एमती किछि जिंस नै काहा को विद्यस्त हबो करनी मु कहूनी माने गवर्नमेंट तरफ रे जिंस करन बारंबार से जिंस कहू जाऊ एबे माने आई थिंक 13 गुड मिनिट आई एम सो सॉरी
मुझे साइलेंस टी फिल इन करूची नॉर्मली आमे सब कथा आपण लक्ष्य करथे हमर गोटे सोसाइटल बायस अछि मु बायस को कहबिनी आपण जदि लक्ष्य करूथबे ई जो कथा वार्ता को कथा भितरे बायस अछि एंड मु स्ट्रांगली सेटा कहबी Tapas bhai, I'll pick this point.
So sorry.
Continue.
Actually, ମୋର parallelly ଆଉ ଦିଟା ବି ଚାଲିଛି ତ ଜଣେ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିଲେ ତ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବି ଉତ୍ତର ଦେବାର ଥିଲା। ନାଇଁ ମୁଁ ସେଇ କଥା କହୁଥିଲି ଯେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମାନେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହୁଛି, I hope you okay with that, କିଛି ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ହୁଏ, categorized ହୁଏ। ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ହେଇଗଲା ମାନେ ଯେମିତି ଆପଣଙ୍କର କୋଉ କୋଉ ମାନେ ଜିଲ୍ଲାର କୋଉ କୋଉ ମାନେ ଲୋକକଳା ଅଛି, ସେ ଲୋକକଳା ଭିତରେ କୋଉ କୋଉ କଳାକାର ସଂଘ ଗୁଡାକ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ତାପରେ ଆମେ ଯଦି ଆଦିବାସୀ ସମ୍ପ୍ରଦାୟକୁ ଯିବା, ଆଦିବାସୀ ସମ୍ପ୍ରଦାୟ ଭିତରେ ପ୍ରିମିଟିଭ ଆଉ ନନ୍ ପ୍ରିମିଟିଭ ରେ ଦିଟା ସେପରେଟ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଅଛି। ଗୋଟେ ବଡ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ଅଛି ଯୋଉଟା କି yet to be completely documented, ଯୋଉଟା କି ତା ଅଣ୍ଡରରେ ଆସୁନି। ମତେ ଯଦି କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ସ୍ପେସିଫିକାଲି ସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କରିବାର ଅଛି, ଜଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ପହଞ୍ଚେଇବାର ଅଛି, ହୁଏତ ମୁଁ ସେଇ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ଦେଇକି ଭଲ କିନା ଯାଇପାରୁନାହିଁ। ଏଟା ଗୋଟିଏ ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ, କାହିଁକି ନା ଏଟା ସବୁଠୁ ବେଶୀ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ ହଉଛି ଯୋଉଟା ଲୋକକଳା ଓ କଳାକାର ମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ମୁଁ ସେଇ ଭିତରେ ଧରନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ AI ଏନେବଲ୍ଡ କଥା କହିଲେ, କୋଉଠି କୋଉ ଜିଲ୍ଲାରେ କୋଉ କଳା ଆଉ କୋଉ କଳାକାର ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଥମ ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆମେ ତାକୁ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ କରିବା। କଳାକାର ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଯୋଉ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଗୁଡିକ ଆସିଲେ ତାର ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ହବ। ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ପୁରୁଣା ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ନୂଆ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ସଂଖ୍ୟା ତାର ଗୋଟେ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ହବ। ତାପରେ ଆମେ ଯଦି ମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ମାନେ ଆଦିବାସୀ ସମ୍ପ୍ରଦାୟ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟଲି ଟ୍ରାଇବାଲ ପାର୍ଟକୁ ନେଉଛନ୍ତି, ତାର ଗୋଟେ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ହବ। ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକ ହେଲେ ଆମର ଯୋଉଟା ମାନେ ଆଜ पर ମାଇ ଅଣ୍ଡରଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡିଂ, ଧରନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମାନେ ଡିପ୍ ଲର୍ନିଂ ହେଲା କି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମାନେ ଆମେ ମୁଁ ବୁଝିଲି ଗୋଟେ ଡକ୍ୟୁମେଣ୍ଟ କରିଦେଲି, ଆମେ ତାକୁ ଅପ୍ଟିକାଲ କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟର ରିକଗ୍ନିସନ ଦେଇକି ଆମେ ତାକୁ କରିଦେଇ ପାରିଲେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଯୋଉ କଳାକାର ମାନଙ୍କର ପରିଚୟ ଅଛି, ପରିଚୟ ଆଉ ଧରନ୍ତୁ ଆଇଡେଣ୍ଟିଫିକେସନ ର କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ପାର୍ଟକୁ ଯିବା, ତାହେଲେ ଆମେ ସେଇ ଆଇଡେଣ୍ଟିଫିକେସନ ପାର୍ଟଟାକୁ କୋଉ ଜାଗାରେ ଯଦି ଆମେ ତାକୁ କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି, ମାନେ ପ୍ରୋବାବ୍ଲି ଆପଣ ମାନେ ମୋ ଠାରୁ ଅନେକ ବିଜ୍ଞ ଗୁଣୀ, ଏସବୁ ଏତେ ଜ୍ଞାନ ମୋର ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଥିଲି ଯଦି ତାକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଅଣ୍ଡରରେ ଅଣାଯାଇ ପାରିବ ଆଉ ରିକ୍ୱାରମେଣ୍ଟ ଅନୁସାରେ AI will suggest you what exactly you're looking for, ତ ସେଇ ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକ ଯଦି ଆମର ହେଇପାରିଲା, ମୁଁ ତା ବିଷୟରେ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ଆର୍ଟିକଲ ବି ମୋର ଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପୋଷ୍ଟରେ ରିଗାର୍ଡିଂ ଇଏରେ। ଗୋଟେ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ଆଜ୍ଞା, can I call you back in some time? Thank you, sorry. ଆଚ୍ଛା, ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ମୁଁ ଆର୍ଟିକଲରେ ବି ଲେଖିଥିଲି ଯୋଉଟା କି ମାନେ ମାନେ ମୁଁ ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ କଥା କହୁନି, ମୁଁ ଆମର ନର୍ମାଲ ତୃଣମୂଳ ସ୍ତରରେ ଯୋଉ କାରଣ ଗୁଡାକ ଦରକାର ପଡୁଛି ଆଜି, ଯୋଉଥିରେ AI ଏନେବଲ୍ଡ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକୁ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରାଯାଇ ପାରିବ। ମାନେ what I'm trying to say କି ବହୁତ nowadays AI techniques are used everywhere, develop various tools and models जोड़ा कि restore करिपारे preserving our culture और heritage को. There are some advantages and disadvantages in the process. It tries to optimize preservation and promotion of the culture and heritage that are being restored in a digital माने AI देगी via AI कहूँ। Some of works माने किसी already है साची in this field, और some of माने in process अच्छी, in progress अच्छी, under development अच्छी। तो से सब जिनस गुड़ाक गोटे धरंतु गोटे ऑप्टिमम लेवल को जो थे आमे धरंतु आमे जो आमे सब जिनस कहिले मु जति समझ सुनिली आमे बोधे आई थिंक से भीतर आमे लैंग्वेज टेक्नोलॉजी भीतर माने अल्प किछिटा पार्ट कवर करछि, किंतु लैंग्वेज टेक्नोलॉजी भीतर गुड़ाक बेसी आसे कारण जेतेबेले आमे खाली कला एवं कलाकार कथा कहूछु, सेथरा आ गोटे पार्ट आसे जोटा कि बहुत लोग कथा हुअन्ति ता विषय सेठा लोक संगीत। आपण एबे कोई भाषा विषय कहउथिल रंजन बाबू, मु जाननी एक्चुअली जे अछंती जे इफ यू कैन कनेक्ट ऑफलाइन रे हमें ताकू कथावार्ता करिवा, खाली कोई नय ता सहित अन्य गुडा जिंस अछि। आई होप कि से गुडा भी इन फ्यूचर से गुडा हेई परिवो। ओके, तो मो एक कथा कहउथिल जे जो लोक संगीत गुडा अछि, से संगीत गुडा सब जाक हमर आक्षरिक ओडिया भाषा रे नाही, कारण आक्षरिक ओडिया रो व्याकरण एपर्यंत गोटे गोटे कोन कहले आपन गोटे सैचुरेटेड स्तर को जाइनी। अनेक लोग एटा अछि एटा नाही, अक्षर एतिकिटा अछि अक्षर एतिकिटा नहीं, ताकू नहीं कि विवाद एबे भी माने सरगरम अछि। मु ता विषय किछि कहउनी, मु किंतु कहली जे जो लोक संगीत गुडाक डॉक्यूमेंटेड है कि किछि किछि जिंस अछि। लास्ट 4 वर्ष हला गया मु कलाहांडी और कलाहांडी पाखा पाखीर घुमरा मादली बनाबड़ी एमते बहुत गुडे लोक कला अछि जो मानकर लोक संगीत टाको प्रिजर्व करिया पे चेष्टा करछि। तले मो लोक संगीत कथा कहउछि, सेताले होयता आपण आक्षरिक ओडिया ଜାଣୁଥିବା ଲୋକ ସେ ଭାଷାରେ ପଢିକି ହୁଏତ ବୁଝି ପାରିବ ନାହିଁ ତେଣୁ ତାକୁ ଅଣ୍ଡରଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡିଂ କଲେ ମାନେ ଭଏସ ରେକଗ୍ନିସନ କଥା ଆପଣ ମାନେ କହୁଥିଲେ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଭଏସ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ କହୁଥିଲି ଧରନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ଭେରି ସିମ୍ପଲ ଥିଙ୍ଗ କି ଯୋଉଟା କି ଅଟୋମେଟିକଲି ଯେମିତି ସବଟାଇଟଲ୍ସ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆସୁଛି ସବଟାଇଟଲ୍ସ ଗୁଡାକ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ତା ଅଣ୍ଡର ଯୋଉଗୁଡା ଆସିବ ସେଗୁଡାକ ଯଦି ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା ମାନେ ଜିନିଷଟାକୁ ବୁଝେଇ ଦେଇପାରିବେ ଜଣେ ପଢୁଛି ସେ ଡକ୍ୟୁମେଣ୍ଟର ଅଟୋମେଟିକଲି ଗୋଟେ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସକ୍ରିପ୍ଟେଡ କିମ୍ବା ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟେଡ ଜେନେରେଟେଡ ଭର୍ସନ ଯଦି ଆସିଗଲା ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କିମ୍ବା ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଯାହାବି ଇଂଲିଶ ସମସ୍ତେ ପଢିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ ଆଇ ହୋପ ସୋ ତ ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ଏ ଭାଷ୍ଟ ଏରିଆ as it is combines both linguistics ଆଉ ମାନେ ଆପଣ computer science some of the methods are LT ତାପରେ କିଛି ମାନେ ମୁଁ ଯେମିତି କହିଲି ଯୋଉଟାକୁ ଆଣି ହବ ହୁଏତ ତା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରପରଲି ଆମେ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ସରି କି ମୁଁ ଅଧାରୁ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛି ବୋଲି କି ଏଇ ଜିନିଷଟା ଇଏ କରିପାରୁନି କିନ୍ତୁ ମୋର ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟା ମୁଁ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲି ଆଇ ହୋପ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ପ୍ରିଟି କ୍ଲିୟର ଅନ୍ ଦିସ୍ ପାର୍ଟ କି ତାକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ସେଇ ପୁଣି ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷ କହିଥିଲି ଏଇ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ଜିନିଷଟାକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଏମିତି ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମକୁ ଆଣିକି ଆସିପାରିବା ଯୋଉଥିରେ ନର୍ମାଲ ରିକ୍ୱାରମେଣ୍ଟ ଗୁଡାକ ଆକ୍ସେସ୍ ହେଇପାରିବ ରିଚ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ ହେଇପାରିବ ତାହେଲେ ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ଇଟ୍ ବି ଗ୍ରେଟ୍ ହେଲ୍ପ So probably ଯୋଉମାନେ ତାର expertise କରିଛି ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯାହା ଯୋଉମାନଙ୍କର ଅଛି probably we can take it in offline ଆଉ ତାପରେ ଆମେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେଲେ I believe ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ solution ଆଡକୁ ଯିବା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆମେ ଯାଇନେ ଭାବିନେ ଭାବି ସାରିଲା ପରେ ଯିବା ତ ଆମେ ସେ ଆଡକୁ ଯିବା Thank you so much ମାନେ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଆପଣମାନେ ମତେ ଟିକେ ସୁଯୋଗ ଦେଇଥିଲେ and I'm really sorry ଯଦି ମୁଁ କିଛି out of context କି out of box କହିଦେଇଛି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଆଉ ଯଦି କିଛି ଜିନିଷ ରହିଲା probably we can connect ଅଞ୍ଜନ ବାବୁ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆପଣ କଥାଟା ଆଗକୁ କେମିତି ବଢିବ ଇମେଲଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ଇମେଲଟା ସେ ଯୋଉ ଚାଟ୍ ବକ୍ସରେ ଅଛି ଇମେଲଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା ଆପଣ ବଢେଇବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁବେ ସୋ ଏମିତି ହବ କି ରୋଡ ମ୍ୟାପ ଆମେ ବସିକି ପୁଣି ଆର ବର୍ଷ 2025 ବେଳକୁ ଏମିତି ବସିଥିବା ଏମିତି କଥା ହଉଥିବା we don't want that
ଅଞ୍ଜନ I'm really sorry for this ମୁଁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ଟିକେ କିଛି ଜିନିଷରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆଲୋକପାତ କରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲି my things are pretty clear ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲାଷ୍ଟ 9 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ଏଇ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକ କାମ କରିଛି and ରୋଡ ମ୍ୟାପ ଗୁଡାକ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡାକ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ତା ରିକ୍ୱାରମେଣ୍ଟ ଗୁଡା ଅଛି probably ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସେଇ ଜିନିଷଟା କ୍ଲିୟରଲି ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ କହିପାରୁନି କାରଣ I don't know who are the expertise କାହା ପାଖରେ ମତେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବାର ଅଛି what I'm asking you କି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଯେମିତି ସରୋଜ ବାବୁ କହୁଥିଲେ କି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆ ବିଷୟରେ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ହୁଏତ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉମାନେ ମାନେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଗୋଟେ ବର୍ଗୀକରଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଟକିଂ ଅବାଉଟ୍ କ୍ୟାଟେଗରାଇଜେସନ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଅଛି ତାର ଗୋଟେ ପୁରା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଚର ଅଛି ଆପ୍ରୋଚ୍ ଅଛି କେମିତି ରିଚ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ କରିବାର ରେଜୁଲେସନ ଅଛି ପ୍ରୋବାବଲି ଗୋଟେ ସଲ୍ୟୁସନ ବି ଅଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ସଲ୍ୟୁସନଟାକୁ ଆମେ କେମିତି ଥ୍ରୁ ଏମଏଲ୍ ଯାଇପାରିବା ସେଇ ଜିନିଷ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ସଲ୍ୟୁସନ ମାନେ ତାର ଆନ୍ସର ସେଠି ନାହିଁ ପ୍ରୋବାବଲି ଆମେ ସେମିତି କହିପାରିବା ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ହ୍ୱାଟ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଟ୍ରାଇଂ ଟୁ ସେ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ଏମିତି ନୁହେଁ ଆମେ କଥା ହଉଛୁ ମୋର ଚାଟଶାଳୀ ଥିଲା ତାକୁ ମତେ 4 ବର୍ଷ ଲାଗିଲା ଆଇ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟେଡ୍ ଇଟ୍ ଲୋକକଳା ଆମେ ନେଇଛୁ ଲାଷ୍ଟ 6 ଇୟର ହେଲା ଆମେ କାମ କରୁଛୁ ଏବେ ଏଇ 14 ତାରିଖରେ ଆମ ମୁଖ୍ୟମନ୍ତ୍ରୀଙ୍କୁ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟଲି ପ୍ରପୋଜାଲ ଦିଆହଉଛି ମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଲୋକକଳା ଏକାଡେମୀ ହଉ କି ଯାହା ବି ହଉ we have a thing we have a deadline ଆମେ ସେ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡା କରୁଛୁ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ସଂସ୍କୃତିର ପ୍ରଚାର ପ୍ରସାରରେ ସୁକାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ବି ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ଆମେ କେତେ କଣ କରୁଛୁ ଆଉ ଏ ବର୍ଷ ଆର ବର୍ଷ ଏ ବର୍ଷ ତ ହେଇପାରିଲାନି ସେଟା ଜାନୁଆରୀରେ ପଳେଇଲା ଜାନୁଆରୀରେ 7, 8, 9ରେ ହଉଛି ସୁକାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ପ୍ରୋବାବଲି ତାପରେ ମାନେ ବେଶୀ ଆଲୋକପାତ କରିପାରିବେ so everything is there ଲୋକ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଜ୍ଞା so what I'm trying to say कि जदि हमको एक्सपर्टाइज दरकार पड़ला कि सेमती किसी जदि मते किसी साहाय्य मिलिला probably I can provide the structure नहले आपण जहा कहले exactly ठीक कथा हम एमती कहूथिबा दउथिबा और से will not reach anywhere sorry thank you so much
you're welcome so November 14 को गोटे 30 minutes आपण प्रेजेंटेशन टा रखंतु जो माने आग्रही हेबे so that we will see like ଏବେ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ଆଇଡିଆଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି ରାଇଟ୍ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦରକାର କଣ ଦରକାର so that we can do a touch point really we want to make it happen right ନଭେମ୍ବର 14 ଶିଶୁ ଦିବସଟା ଅଛି ନଭେମ୍ବର 14 କାହିଁ କହୁଛି ଇଜିଲି ଅକ୍ଟୋବର ଆମର କନଫରେନ୍ସ ର ପରେ that's our post conference event ତ ସେଇଠି 30 minutes slot ଟେ maybe you can do that as a follow
ମାନେ এটা ଆଭାସୀ ସ୍ତରରେ ହଉଛି ମାନେ or how is it where is it
ଆମେ ସମାଧାନ ସ୍ତରରେ ଯିବା ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ ବନେଇବା ତିଆରି କରିବା ଯୋଉଟା କାମ ଦବ ଆଜ୍ଞା
ନା ଆପଣ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଟା ବୁଝି ପାରିଲେନି ଏଟା କଣ ଏଟା ଭର୍ଚୁଆଲ ଇଏରେ ହଉଛି or physical we are having a meeting or something
virtual virtual logically I mean we can do hybrid a conference एमती होची सेमती करिवा आ physically जाई कि कला बेलकू I mean I think that will not be
16 17 18 रे actually international ओडिया conclave होची पटाया रे तो most of the people are traveling मु सेट पे आपण कहली 14 रे मे बी 14 15 रे बहुत लोग ट्रैवल करथिबे just concern I mostly movie travel करछि mostly
ଆଜ୍ଞା so ଲୋକ କଳା ପାଇଁ ତ ଏତିକି ସମୟ ଲୋକ ତାପରେ ଏବେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ଆନ୍ସର ସମୟ ଆମର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଅନୁସାରେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ଆନ୍ସର ର ଅଛି ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ଆମେ ତ ସେଇ ଲାଇନ ରେ ହିଁ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ କାହାରି କିଛି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଅଛି ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଏନକରେଜ କରିବି ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ
Bishwan has raised his hand. I think he wants to ask something or say something. Bishwan?
Yeah, so I think it's a great forum for the local kala ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ସଂସ୍କୃତି or ଓଡ଼ିଶାର କଳାକାର because ମୁଁ ବି ଗାଁରୁ ଆସିଛି ସେ ଜିନିଷ ଆମେ ଦେଖିପାରୁନୁ last many years. So can we put something, because I am speaking to a couple of university in US. ସେଠି ଏଠି ଆମର କଣ ନା ସବୁ ତେଲୁଗୁ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଥିବେ right? Telugu is more famous here. They speak their language. So I wanted to present something. Can you add me in that forum? Maybe what I mean to say, my motto is we also have Odia student here. They're studying in the university, and we wanted to promote certain like माने जो ओडिसा जो कहते ना जो हमरो चांदुआ हो जा भी हो माने गोटे either it is a some article or it could be a language or it could be a कलाकार जोटा हमरो जगन्नाथ संस्कृति हो जा भी हो सेटा को पब्लिश करके चाहूँची so let me know if I can contribute something wherever and if I can spread across, because I have been to multiple forum and it's not like only technology people are talking, there are also cultural things are going on. Okay, so I wanted to spread that, so give me some opportunity or you can include me so that I can contribute more in the US here. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Mishra. So आपण माने एबे क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन चली तेन आपण माने क्वेश्चन रखि पारिबे सो मेसेज रे मु देखुची श्वेता राय आपण जो सॉल्यूशन ता तयारी करत इज दैट योर सॉल्यूशन टैक्टिक एआई एक्सटेंशन सो आपनकर सॉल्यूशन एटा श्वेता राय
No, sir, not an issue. Actually, most of them you are talking in Odisha and translation is going on English, so we are getting on that everything. Actually, the session will go on English. It's better to listen and not possible to read all the things in the fluent of the trans being. So it requests to please session continue in English only, not in other language.
नहीं सेशन तो ओडिया रे होबो ओडिया इंग्लिश मिसी की होबो तो आपण मु सितै कहले टैक्टिक एआई आपनकर टूल की इज दैट योर
भाई अंजन भाई
अगेन
मु जेटा
सॉरी अंजन
भाई मु जेटा कहउतली सॉरी के कहउचंदी बोधे मु सरोज कहउची मु जेटा कहउतली एबे जे लैंग्वेज पाई गोटे टूल ता दरकार होची एटी सेल टूल ता काम रे आसीबो
That's exactly is the point.
That is the
point. He point. So पचारुथली श्वेता राय को I was asking I'm using bilingual now. मु श्वेता राय को पचारुथली जदी टैक्टिक एआई ता तांकर टूल हेथिबो तापर स्टेप ता हे थांता तांको टूल को एक्सप्लोरेशन करथांते माने हमरो एटलीस्ट इंग्लिश ओडिया ट्रांसलेशन रे केते क्लोज होची ट्रांसक्रिप्शन रे केते क्लोज होची सो दैट वाज द क्वेश्चन फॉर यू श्वेता राय थैंक्स फॉर टाइमिंग इन हाँ विश्वजीत नायक भाई कौन कहउचंदी
Yeah, no, just let me because Professor Sweta Rai she is not an Oriya.
Okay.
She has come by my invitation.
Okay.
And I appreciate.
Yeah, I'm not an Oriya.
You are an Oriya by association, ma'am. So you are welcome. You are welcome. So if you would have noticed, yesterday the gentleman who presented was from East Africa. He speaks a different language.
And really, I appreciate her enthusiasm and support. Since morning, she has been there, right? Because I was saying, I maintain couple of the WhatsApp group and couple of invitees they have joined, and really appreciate their support and enthusiasm for the promotion of our community. And thank you. So that is just I wanted to intervene. I'm
Absolutely.
really we are really impressed with Professor Swatarai presence since morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Swatarai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. So, just now suna apna ready asandi? Kumarika madam kuntu.
ଆପଣ କଣ ବାୟାସ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ ସେଇଟା ମୋର ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ ଅଛି କୁହନ୍ତୁ.
କଣ ବାୟାସ
What did
ସେଠି
you
ହଉଛି ଟିକେ
notice?
ଦେଖୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ଦେଖି
I'm not
କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି।
able to make out. ସେଇପାଇଁ that is bothering me. What did you talk about?
ମୁଁ ସିମ୍ପଲି ପୁଅ ଝିଅ କଥା କହୁଛି ଆଉ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି ସବୁ କହିବା ବାଲା ସବୁ ପୁଅ। ତାପରେ କଣ ଏବେ ମିଟିଂ ସରିଲା ପରେ ମତେ ଟ୍ୱିଟରରେ ଟ୍ୟାଗ କରିକି ମତେ କହିବେ କାହିଁକି ମିଟିଂରେ ଡାଇଭର୍ସ ସ୍ପିକର ଆଣିଲନି। ମୁଁ କଣ କରିବି ଯଦି ଲୁଚିକି ବସିବେ। ଆପଣ ତ ଡିବେଟ୍ ଜାଣନ୍ତି କୁମାରିକା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ, ରାଇଟ୍? 2020 ରେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ସ୍ପିକର ୱାଜ ଏ ଡକ୍ଟର Priyadarshan Nayak. She was a lady speaker, and she is the leading data scientist, and she is leading Hitachi data. So in spite of that, लोक तो कौन कहे तो एथिरे आमे देखना आमे सब कहूछु पुओ माने कहूछु सेनु पुओ माने को चुप करके आपण माने जे झियो माने कहिवे हमर से बायस पई मते रेस्पोंड करिया पई पडियोनी पब्लिक रे जे आपण डाइवर्स
If public means Twitter, then I'll respond. I'll take care of that. But we had a good balance of male and female today. I mean, Aj's dinner session was a बहुत बढ़िया थिला, and I'm sure going forward जेतिके hours अच्छी, that will also be simply engaging thing.
Excellent. Amit Kumar from IIT Chennai.
Hello, good evening, namaskar.
So Amit Kumar तांको लोकेशन नु प्रेजेंट करूचंती। Amit Kumar from IIT Chennai.
Yeah, namaskar. I think I'm audible, right?
You are.
Thank you. So yeah, first of all
टीम को देखो नांती अमित आपण टीम को देखो नांती कोड आईआईटी भेन्यू रे के अछन सब कोन कोन चलची
भाई अभी जस्ट कंक्लूड करके मु रूम को आछली आपण से ना प्रबल बर्षा होतला पिला भी मु सेतला सेतो जॉइन करली ने सेतो जॉइन करतले टीम पूरा सेट दिली। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई थिंक नमस्कार समस्त को थैंक यू particularly Ranjan bhai and Anil Pradhan sir for your guidance. We successfully conducted here and बहुत बड़ा थिला, particularly ओडिया पिला को छाड़ी की भी तीन जन नॉन ओडिया पिला भी जॉइन करथिले and सेवन बहुत अप्रिशिएट करले कि एटलीस्ट ए टाइप रो इवेंट ओडिशा को ऑर्गेनाइज करछंदी। बहुत किसी शिक्षा मिलची, पर्टिकुलर प्रेजेंट जो टॉप पिला माने जो टॉपिक करले डिस्कशन हैला किछना कि शिक्षा मिलची, तो बहुत खुशी है। एंड मुझे एक्सपेक्ट करते अधिक पिला जॉइन करेंगे, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली लास्ट 2 आवर इट इज रेनिंग हेविली इवन किसी पिला भी आसी पारे बाध्य है कि आम ऑनलाइन मोड भी जॉइन कलु, 3 जन पिला ऑनलाइन जॉइन कले। एवरीथिंग वाज फाइन। आई थिंक वी हैव चैप्टर लेड डिस्कशन दैट टाइम। आई कैन समराइज ऑल द डिस्कशन। आई विल प्रेजेंट ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम।
ठीक अच्छी यही समय थैंक यू अमित। बहुत भल लगुच एका संगे आम संबलपुर यूके रु सुकांत भाई अच्छा विभिन्न जगह 44 लोकेशंस कहते 44 लोकेशन बढ़ी 52 लोकेशंस रिपोर्ट आसची 52 लोकेशंस रे आज आमे यू नो ओडिशा एआई सम्मेलनी पंचम सम्मेलनी तैयारी करूछु। बहुत बढ़िया। एबे 8:03 पैसिफिक हेची आपण मानकर भारत रे 8:33 पीएम हेथिबो। एबे समय थिला वाइमो ऑटोमेटिक वाइमो केमती चलौची सेई थ्र समय थिला। से व्यवस्था टी ए पर्यंत हेई पारि नाही। सो बट किछि समय परे लॉस वेगास रु जने हमकु से कनेक्ट हेले हमकु कहिबे जे कनेक्ट हे गलेन बोली। लॉस वेगास रु से देखेबे रोबोटिक बार केमे चलजी सेठी। तो सेटा भी व्यवस्था अछि, सेटा से हमको कनेक्ट करले कहिबे। तो एटा होची आपनकर कार्यसूची अनुसारे कार्यसूची अनुसारे एटा होची आजिर समय ए 8टा समय वाइमो देखिबा थिला वाइमो सुविधा हेई पारे नाही किंतु जणे लास वेगास रो रोबोटिक बार रो वीडियो पठेबे से रेडी होउसंती रेडी हे साला परे हमको कहिबे यस रोबोटिक बार ऑन समान तो लास वेगास तो एनीवे सो एबे आमो पाखरे आसीबा श्रुति मिश्र अछन देखि ना श्रुति मिश्र जदि नाहंती आमे टिके मनोसी मिश्र को पाखु को आउथरे जिबा मनोसी मिश्र एमआईटी कैंपस रो जॉइन करचंती ओम 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 भाइना एबे अछंती बधे आपण टिके आपण रिसर्च विषय आउ टिके कहंतु मनोसी मिश्र ओके मनोसी मिश्र रेडी हेले कहिबे या परे मु डाकी भी फनी भूषण मिश्र को जसनामय आपण रेडी होंतु आ प्रियव्रत जॉइन करचंती कि ओके सस्मिता प्रधान को देखुची सस्मिता प्रधान आपण को नमस्कार किछ कहिबे
नमस्कार सर थैंक यू
यू वेलकम कहंतु व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट एबे जनरेटिव एआई चलचे आगो कोन हो आपण को दृष्टिकोण कहंतु
सर मैं एटा तो जॉइन करले मु विशेष किछि जानिनी
ओके आपण सरोज भाई करो आगे
रेफरेंस
थैंक यू
अच्छा अंजन क्विक चेक नेक्स्ट सेट जोटा कुकु दास का अछि 2040 आईएसटी रो सेटा कंफर्म है कि हाउ आर वी डूइंग दैट कारण केतरा स्पीकर्स में देखिले आई थिंक देयर इज सम चेंज
तांकर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अछि मु तांको रिक्वेस्ट करी छी तांकर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अछि बे शेड्यूल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अछि सी इज ट्रिपल बुक्ड तांको कहि छी देखियो जॉइन करछन देखि
अब नेक्स्ट अछंते ज्ञाना पटनायक
समान तांकर आई थिंक ज्ञाना भाई इज डबल बुक्ड सो बट वी रीच्ड आउट टू हिम
ओके कारण चैप्टर लीड्स सेशन टा 2050 रे अछि so we have about 14 minutes but we had these line of speakers so if they are not there obviously we can continue the discussion about 2050 रो हम अपनी चैप्टर लीड्स टा नेबा
मैं देखो जे आपन चैप्टर लीड्स माने आसी गलानी एठी so you can feel free
sure let me have a quick check on the call Debendra Nath Rout अछंती की कॉल रे दिल्ली रो
सकाळे थिले
थिले कि
सकाळे थिले बनांती
ओके जीवन संग्राम दास प्रत्युष रंजन पंडा मुंबई रो आपण जॉइन करछंती कि
ते जॉइन करिवे इन हिज स्पीच टाइम तंकर जो टॉक टाइम रे
ठीक है जी ब्रज किशोर मिश्र राघवेंद्र कुमार आई थिंक ब्रज किशोर मिश्र मु देखिथिले बट एनीवेज वी हैव सम टाइम सो लेट्स wait for the schedule
मुड़ी अछि पूरा ताकू नै के आधर पाटन से फ्रेड से
अल गोटा राउंड टेबल करबा एबे जेमती हमरो विभिन्न कोण रे राउंड टेबल करू समस्त पदे पदे कहंतु व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट
मो कहबी गोटे कथा अंजन भाई मलय कहूँ
कहंतु
ଏବେ ସବୁ ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ company leading researchers, they are trying to achieve AGI, artificial general intelligence. What we have now in terms of generative AI and specifically large language models, it's still not at the level of artificial general intelligence. We will achieve artificial general intelligence when machines will start thinking like us, which means you need to have emotions. You need to understand how language works. ଏବେ ଯୋଉ LLMs ଗୁଡାକ ସବୁ କାମ କରୁଛି, it's just by predicting the next word or the next token to be specific. ମାନେ if you ask me, I am going to the, if that is a part of the sentence, what is the most probable next word? I am going to the park ହେଇପାରିବ, school ହେଇପାରିବ, museum ହେଇପାରିବ. ଏଇ ଭିତରୁ କୋଉଟା ସବୁଠୁ ଅଧିକ likely, that particular thing is chosen to generate content through the LLM. So which means the large language models are completely blind to the rules of grammar, completely blind to any understanding of what is there in that particular language. That is why it is still missing AGI. ଯେତେବେଳେ artificial general intelligence ଆମେ achieve କରିବା as humanity, that will be the real test of what human beings can create, because that at that point that is not so straightforward. That is also scary at the same time. How can you have somebody, not somebody, something else beside you who is not you, not a human being, is a machine who you have created, and you know that that particular thing is challenging you in terms of intelligence, challenging you in terms of logic. So if you ask me what is next, I would say in another 3 years, it will be, and it should be AGI, artificial general intelligence. Yeah.
Perhaps I can add here.
Sure.
Malay bhai. What you are trying to say is artificial general intelligence. What I am receiving it, or I am hearing it, is like some kind of governance body. Can you say like that? Like before anything, let's say, got a AI based, I make a something videos or something like that. Now there will be another thing prior to implement these things. There will be a super rule book, kind of like in India we have constitution is there. Similar kind of for the AI things, there will be a I don't know what appropriate word we can use, but constitution will be there. Some set of rules. Rule book.
No, Seta Adonai. My talk for the 5 minutes or whatever I was discussing earlier, that was on something that you are mentioning now. That was more on the explainability, trusting, rule book and regulation. What next? Artificial general intelligence is when machines or AI models or large language models will achieve human level intelligence. That is called artificial general intelligence. And I'm quite sure many Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, Meta, Amazon, all of them are trying to achieve, and Mark Zuckerberg from Meta has already declared that he's going to achieve artificial general intelligence. So
let me, if it is okay with you,
sure, go ahead.
Let me just kind of put it in very simple terms. So intelligence jota ache amar intelligence, right? Human intelligence jota seita ame try korchu achieve kariyako. The first step, the baby steps or the beginning preliminary stage is artificial intelligence jota ame jaha bisare ame discuss korchu. It is based on facts, figures, old data, etc. It's based on feeds. There is nothing that AI can do jota kebe hein, right? So for example, reflex, jota human reflex. For example, mu kebe bhi gote baghata mo samnare kebe bhi asini, never has it happened. But first time asuji, ହେଲା ମୋର କିଛି ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ନାହିଁ କିଛି ହିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ନାହିଁ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି କେମିତି କ'ଣ କରିବ ତ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ଯୋଉଟା ହେଲା ଜେନେରାଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ହେଲା ଆଇ ୱିଲ୍ ଡୁ ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ଦ ଜେନେରାଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ଅଫ୍ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ବିଙ୍ଗ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ଜେନେରାଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ଇକ୍ୱାଲ ଟୁ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ଅର୍ ନିୟର ଇକ୍ୱାଲ ଟୁ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ବଟ୍ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆମେ ଯୋଉଟା କରୁଛୁ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ଏଇଟା ହେଲା ସିମ୍ପଲ ଟର୍ମସରେ ସୋ ବେସିକାଲି ଯୋଉ ଡରଟା ଅଛି ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କର कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रोबोट की आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो भी प्रोडक्ट सर्विसेस हमें बनैबो सेटा पूरा रिप्लेस कर दबो ह्यूमन थिंकिंग को जोटा करि परिबनी किंतु आपण जो जिनसरा कहले जनरल आर्टिफिशियल जनरल इंटेलिजेंस यस दैट हैज प्रोबेबली a higher potential and probability of acting near equal to a human which will have feelings which can do something which it has never done which human beings are expected to, like reflexes, etc. So that's basically in layman terms the difference between artificial intelligence and artificial AGI.
Yes. And I'll tell you why large language models or generative AI is one step towards artificial general intelligence. What you said is exactly true for the traditional AI/ML model. If the model has not seen any training data set of that particular kind or pattern, the traditional model will not be able to predict. But
exactly.
LLMs, large language models, because of the sheer volume of input data set and text that was given for it to train, now sentences are being generated, which means that particular sentence would never have occurred in online anywhere. But you see that that particular story, that particular content and advertising video, everything is very well created by the large language model. That's where people started debating initially when in 2022 November, ChatGPT came. People started debating, oh, is it artificial general intelligence? Are we going to be doomed? We said, no. It's simply predicting the next word without having any understanding of what is happening. What are the rules of grammar, English grammar or any language's grammar? So we are still far away from artificial general intelligence. But as you said, the traditional AI was step 1. Large language models or generative AI is step 2. The next step is going to be AGI.
Right.
Yeah.
I see few hands being raised. Viswa and Dr. Manas Patra. You would like to share something?
Yeah. Okay. Am I audible?
Go ahead. Yeah. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So my concern is when you generate text through ChatGPT or any other large language model, what is your take on the plagiarism? I mean, I know that people are writing their thesis, the project reports, by generating text and various other things they're doing. So what is your take on the plagiarism? Is there an issue of plagiarism when the texts are generated, machine-generated text, or those are accepted?
Of course, yes. So when you are a researcher, you are producing a thesis, you are supposed to write your own work, not somebody's work, right? Even if you replicate from LLM or any of the AI tool you use, you should check your plagiarism report, right? I mean, how much is similarity checks, right? In US, I achieved 2 degrees, 2 PhD degrees typically. And my professor all the time, I am, little ahead of him, but he always let me behind. Like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. So yes, LLM model we can't use, for example. And I was having another context of it. Let me tell you the artificial general intelligence. What I think, I don't know, I forgot his name. Really, it is a new things. We are researching in quantum computing with AGI. And I'm part of one of the project in, have you guys seen like the Hurricane Helen? It is devastating. In America, such a developed country, such a best developed country in the world, and the hurricane, there are 200 people died. Trust me, I decided, let me build a quantum tool, okay, and the quantum computing, let me fight for the people here or who are wherever, right? So hurricane or natural calamity, climatic change, nobody does the research. People try to build the money. At the end, you came in empty hand, you go in empty, right? Trust me, this is my philosophy. Nobody has given money. I work hard to get money. I work hard to learn the things. That's the reason I'm here. I'm fighting a big medical challenge, medical lawsuit in the US, which is near to next to impossible to fight without having a doctor knowledge. And I believe, please let's support each other. Let's build the best technology. See, technologies or tools are not nothing here, right? You have to first clear like what you're going to do. If your mindset is clear, like me, my mindset to save the people, not to make a money and $1 billion and die for a nothing. So I am researching AGI with quantum. I'll build certain tools without America help or India help, whoever helping me, I don't care because I am self-sufficient. But my point is, let's save the humans. The humans are dying. Humans are dying due to health, due to natural calamities. I know we can't change the natural calamities. It's a God's hand. But at least we pray to the God. God will listen our prayer through technology, through consciousness, through best work, to divine grace. We can do many things because humans are prompt to. Even I'll tell you, I am researching in quantum computing. I feel my brain is more than a quantum computer's. What quantum is thinking? Nothing. It's like qubits, right? But if I think in multiple way, a positive thinker, a more positive thinker like Arjuna, do you think if the world is not going to, the world issue can be solved? I can solve many issues. I can give a life of 200 years to a deadly body. But we have to come up with the solutions, right? I'm not telling any hype or any hallucination. No, I'm a real man. But I have seen the challenge in my life fighting for rights, fighting for health, fighting for unethical practice in even in US. And a lot of challenges happen to me. If some of them, some of you might be knowing about my health challenges. It's nothing to do, I was alone. I was a fighter fighting alone. My major challenge. I'm not saying I can do the change, but I changed my world, which is I'm very happy. But anyway, guys, so please let me know if you are thinking to do some contribution AGI and quantum. I would be the first person. I'll help you. Even I spend a lot of time and money. Let's do let's do best for our world, for our country, wherever we are, right?
So, Biswaranjan, sir,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Some questions coming in my mind. Just now you said about this hurricane things. You are working on it, and you are using a general AI and quantum.
I'm using quantum models, and also I'm using AGI, which is all upcoming. So what we can do, let's say climatic prediction, right? The climatic prediction say there will be hurricane, the wind would be flowing around 100 miles per hour. So how do you rescue those people, those areas, affected areas? Or it's already predicted, right? It's already been decided this will be hurricane area. Now question is, how do you implement robots? How do you get there, reaching the people who are going to be the coastal belt or who are living in the coastal belt? We have to evacuate them, right? So we can't stop the hurricane. Hurricane has to come. It will have to go through. But we can stop the people who are dying, right? I had seen the videos. I was literally, it's very, shocked. Why people like in a country like America, they don't have anything for climatic change. People talk about Meta, people talk about Tesla. What is, if you can't solve the problem, you can save the human life, then what is the point to make a Meta or Tesla? That's my question is. See, somebody is dying, I can save it. And this was a natural disaster and which we can save somewhat. Some people could be saved. Let's say 200 death toll, right? We could save at least 100. So nobody take care of it. Even India, the climatic change in Kerala, right? The landsliding. So how our government or people are trying to do? There are technology we are talking. We are going to use a lot of technology like AGI, Gen AI, Gen AI +2, +3, all updated version. But what is the human tendency? Why a human has to die without no reason, right? So that's my research. I'm a little bit mad. You might be thinking this guy is talking a lot of unnecessary things, which is not possible. But I'm pretty sure with our hard work and God grace, we'll definitely achieve the success. Nobody can die at a certain age, right?
ଡକ୍ଟର ସେନାପତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ କଥା ପାଇଁ ଟିକେ ଡକ୍ଟର ସେନାପତିଙ୍କ କଥା ଟିକେ ଯୋଡ଼ିବି ଅରାକଲ ର ଚେୟାରମ୍ୟାନ ଲାରି ଆଲିସନଙ୍କ ଭଳିଆ କଥା ହଉଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଆଗେଇ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ
I don't know about him, but I thought to help somebody who is literally looking our health, right? That's my sense, 2 cents.
I just wanted to add that yes, I agree what you were mentioning, and I also know that the various governments, the central governments and the state governments, are working to use AIML and generative AI for helping people, for saving people from natural calamities. For example, my school friend is the CEO of there is a group, small group in IIT Hyderabad, and the Andhra Pradesh government has floated a request to data scientists to help them identify during the floods. The floods happened a month ago, right? 3 or 4 weeks ago, the floods happened in Andhra Pradesh. They have released drone clicked footages, videos, and they wanted the data scientists to analyze that and to come up with a solution which will identify the most affected areas. One, where vehicles are stuck, what is the depth or what is the level of water in the vehicles, and then in the real time, so that an immediate action can be taken, a rescue operation can be taken in that particular area. So I hear what sir was just mentioning, but I also know that governments and people, they are focusing on certain use cases. It's not only that, I mean, if we talk about probably Google or Microsoft or Meta, they have their targets, they have their,
Sorry, Manavai, to intervene. It's a very nice and interesting discussion, and we are going to get ample opportunity as well. So we'll take it, in some time. Just being conscious of the allocated slots, I can see that people from the chapter leads team are already present here. So the first speaker is Debendra Nath Rout from Delhi. Debendra, ମୁଁ ଦେଖିପାରୁଛି ଆପଣ join କରିଛନ୍ତି 2050 ଆପଣଙ୍କର slot ଥିଲା, but we were in the flow of the discussion. I didn't want to stop it right away. But if you're there, you can, you can come over and speak. Debendra?
Yes, good evening to all. Really, I'm extremely sorry. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Really, I'm extremely sorry कि मैं एमिति व्यस्त भितर रही जाइतिली एबे भी अछि टुडे आल्सो आई एम बिजी हमर पिल्ला मानकर जो चलची एग्जाम चलीची ओडिसा रे and semananकर content and the exam question pattern, although it is secret, it should be secret. Mu tar content head of the language हिसाब रे रही छी, tech team रो. Although I am not a technology person, but still as a ओडिया लैंग्वेज रा सब जिनस गुडा को मैनेज करिया पड़े. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम वेरी बिजी एंड इवन इफ मो फोन भी मो पाखे रहु नथला. आई एम एक्चुअली सॉरी आई कुड नॉट कंट्रीब्यूट मच मोर फॉर दिस कॉन्क्लेव. मो आज भी भाबुतली जॉइन करि परिबिन बोली जहा जॉइन करी. रियली आई एम वेरी हैप्पी एंड थिंक इज दैट मु से विषय कहबी जोटा वर्तमान प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन में मु देखुतिली प्रॉब्लम गुडा को हमर लैंग्वेज को एआई रे कंट्रीब्यूशन केमती बा एआई माध्यम रे हम लैंग्वेज को केमती डेवलप करि परिबा. बिकॉज वी आर लैकिंग बिहाइंड इन word, or you can say in digitization process. क्योंकि आमे जदी देखिबा अलगा लैंग्वेज अपेक्षा हमर प्रेजेंस ओडिया लैंग्वेज रो प्रेजेंस कैपेसिटी एंड वर्ड पावर एवरीथिंग इज वेरी लो. दैट्स व्हाई जते बळे कोनोसी प्रकार नेशनल लेवल रो ट्रांसलेशन बा आमे तो कन्वर्ट करूचु मशीन लैंग्वेज को मशीन थ्रू रे तो लैंग्वेज कन्वर्शन होची डिजास्टर ट्रांसलेशन आसुची. एंड हाउ कैन वी face this problem, solve this problem? Eta moi last 15 to 20 days re jota bit by bit check karuthili. Really amo pila mananko pakhare sei jete bole se national level ro question guda ka jauchi, semane se question ta odia re dekhla pare bi bhabi parne tu emti odia achi. I think you are all expert and great people, and एथिपाई कौन आम करिपरिबा एथिपाई समस्त के चिंता करिया दरकार and so also हमरो एजुकेशन सिस्टम रे not only ओडिया लैंग्वेज सबु सब्जेक्ट पाई हमरो कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट ऊपर एआई माध्यम रे हमें केमती एटा को ग्रो करि परिबा बहुत जिनस हम क्लासिकल स्टेटस पाइला परे बहुत जिनस होउची बा होबा उचित ए विषय हमें सुनुचे बट इन रियलिटी आमे ए पर्यंत अप टू मार्क आसी पारनी आमे निश्चित भावे एथिरे बहुत पछे रहिचे तेनु आ पई टिके आमे जदी किछि पदक्षेप नै पारंदे एटा को आमे हम लैंग्वेज प्रति गोटे बड़ कंट्रीब्यूशन होंता पर्टिकुलर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन तांको स्टडी मटेरियल बा हमर कंटेंट पाइबार किछि असुविधा होंता नै एंड दिल्ली रे जहा हमें करि पारुचु लैंग्वेज पाए त करूचु निश्चित किंतु निश्चित भावे एही प्रयास माध्यम रे हमें आउ त टेक्नोलॉजी रो सहायता रे हमें हमर लैंग्वेज सहित हम यूथ को हमें एम्पावर कर परिबा एवं तांको नॉलेज को एक्सपांड कर परिबा बोली हमें भाबुचु तनो मु आउ बेसी कि कोइ पानी बिकॉज़ आई एम नॉट प्रिपेयर एट ऑल फॉर
थैंक यू धन्यवाद देवेंद्र सर very good that you stuck to the time limit of 5 minutes. We are also behind 5 minutes, so I want to cover the rest of them. जदि किसी क्वेश्चन अच्छी कहार चैट बॉक्स रे लिखि दियंतु स्पीकर जोटा हमर चैप्टर लीड सेशन रे we will just we have allocated 5 minutes to each of the chapter leads but जतोड़ा हमको आवरी टाइम मिलियो we can discuss further. Thank you Debendra sir. Now we have Bangalore रे हमर उपेंद्र जेना जॉइन करछनी. उपेंद्र, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Upendra, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, and I think Upendra, को physical location रे अपना join कर सकते हैं. Do you have other people with you as well?
Yeah, we are here. The people are also present here. Just I came outside for this presentation. If you want, I can join along with them also.
Yeah, sure. We need some hot updates from the physical location that you have joined, and we want to see the faces. We want
that's very good. That's very good, Upendra. You have done a great job.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We want to feel the energy. We want to see more faces, and of course, and you have got maybe you even get a little more time as well. If somebody else also wants to kind of come and say, go ahead, Upendra. Please go ahead, Upendra.
Yeah, I'm just connected.
Oh, that's amazing. That's like a Bangalore energy, the startup energy, the Silicon Valley of India. That's the energy. Very happy. Very nice.
It is.
So
this
yes,
is lovely. This is lovely. समस्तଙ୍କୁ नमस्कार सेठी.
नमस्कार.
ओडिशा को एआई कैपिटल कर दबा तो. ओडिशा को एआई कैपिटल खाली ब्रेन रो कथा हो कोन. चित्त सारज रागिबेनी सर. किंतु ब्रेन रो कथा बुझिया कथा करबा. Excellent. It is great to see you. आपण मानू नमस्कार.
By the way, Bangalore is more Odia than Odisha. The food, the Odia food that I get in Bangalore is the best. I mean, I like it. I don't know about others. I find better food and all. But anyways, that's a separate discussion altogether. But good to see you all. So many people, in a physical location, sharing so much of energy and vibration. Great. So why don't you take some time and share what has been your experience in the conference, or maybe one or two key things in the field of AI/ML, specifically for Odia community, which you guys are thinking because you are at the heart of technology, the Silicon Valley of India. Please go ahead. All yours.
So thank you everyone. So on behalf of this Bangalore physical gathering, I am Upendra. So it was a very nice meeting. People around in Bangalore from Odisha. So we have guys from AMD, we have guys from Niger, and we have like Traceworks. So from cross domain also we have a lot of guys, and we also have people from Sarbam AI. So that's a lot of diversity, and all are ODs. So we are very fortunate to have them here. So I'm thanking all of them, and we are expecting few more people. And when you are having a conference 1 year ahead of this, so thank you everyone. And regarding the online conference, it was very informative, and we have seen a lot of big names. They have shared their experience and lot of technical details, how the things are proceeding in GenAI, and how GenAI is penetrating each and every domain at scale. So from ODIA GenAI, that is this is a very good initiative, and we gradually can see many people are joining, and they are helping this community also, and they are also getting benefited by this community. So thank you everyone. Thanks all. So that's from my side. I'll hand over to Somendra. Regarding the gathering, if anybody wants to speak on this, that would be great. Yeah. Someone can volunteer.
We lost your video, guys. We lost your video, guys, for some reason.
Yeah, I think it is back now.
Upendra, tamanakara video ta right.
Jagannath, very good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where from you have logged in. And myself, Pravat Ranjan Jena. I mean, I'm at Youtube and I'm a bit sort of discussion we call. I mean, something kara experience kan. So the collective feedback is, definitely it's a very good, I mean, thought, action, everything, right? And mane gote to hochi ki ame समस्त ओडिया को different parts of the world we are able to connect it, and गुडाए mission अच्छी, and माने जतिक भी काम कराई ची, it's very what you can say profound, because माने latest technology कौन चलती केमती हमें different field रे apply करी परिवा, and real issues and challenges solve करी परिवा, right? More focused on that, and especially it is lot of interest mane group re asla ki Odia language upare, especially thode Somendra talked about SUA and other aspects. So people are interested for how they can contribute also, especially towards the Odia language. And as technologists, we feel the guilt of, right, I mean amara language pe ame basic kichhi kari parlen, right? So that's why how we can help towards our language, leveraging our bread and butter, primarily the technology, right? So that is something, and something about a collective mata. So, and about the sessions, yeah, I mean, mu ke thoda session attend karchi. I mean, not everything I could not, but yeah, both informative and overall very good positive vibe, and we look forward for these sessions. And as Upendra Kalaki, basically next time definitely we'll try to make it speaker, because we have lots of technologists here in Bangalore, right? And it will be amara both Odia group achi. I mean, a lot of cultural activities and other things are happening. So I'm just wondering why not on the technology side. I mean, amara the cultural function hoji, I mean, we are having thousands of people here, and primarily those are technologists. So when it's a technology event, why not, we can, if not thousands, we'll make it hundreds next year for sure.
धन्यवाद प्रभात भाई, आपके किसी शेयर करिए चाहते हैं बैंगलोर टीम रो.
All right, so I'm hearing 1,000, so that's what we'll target for next year.
Very nice.
So that's all from here. Thanks to everyone once again.
Thanks. Haba. There is we have a saying in, so I'm from VSS Burla, we have a famous saying called haba. So anything big that we think about or talk about, we end it with haba. Mana definitely haba. So good. Thank you so much for the Bangalore energy. I was just doing a quick check for Mumbai, Jivan Sangram Das and Pratyush Ranjan Panda. ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିପାରୁନି, so I tried searching. So we move to the next speaker. I can see Brojo Kishore Mishra already joined on the call. Brojo sir, are you fine to? Yeah, we are good on time, maybe 7 minutes early, but that's fine.
No issue, sir.
Are you fine? Okay, perfect. So you have a slot of 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Namaskar.
Is the Brahmapur chapter lead?
Sir.
All yours.
Namaskar. This is Dr. Brojo Mishra. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to global Odisha AI community for keeping faith and trust upon me, and they have given the assignment to lead the Brahmapur Odisha AI chapter. And here I would like to say something. As I am from Odisha, so I want to start speaking in Odia only first of all. Yeah, actually ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ଯେ ଏପ୍ରିଲ 18 1991 ରେ କେରଳ ରାଜ୍ୟକୁ ଆମେ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ମାନ୍ୟତା ଦେଇଥିଲେ ଲିଟରେସି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଭ୍ୟୁ। ଯଦି କେରଳ ରାଜ୍ୟକୁ ଆମେ ଏପ୍ରିଲ 18 1991 ଦେଇଥିଲେ, ଯୋଉ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇଙ୍କର 1 और 1 11 ବା ତାପରେ ଆମେ ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଶା ଏଆଇ କ୍ୟାପିଟାଲ ବୋଲି ଭାବୁଛେ, ସେଇ ଜିନିଷ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଓଡିଶାର ସବୁ ପିପୁଲ୍ସ କୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଲିଟରେଟ କରେଇ ପାରିବା, then only at least ଆମର ଗୋଟେ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା ଯେ being the technology ଆମେ highly qualified, ଆମେ ଯୋଉ different spheres of nation ବା ଗ୍ଲୋବ ରେ ଅଛେ, at least ଯଦି ଆମ ନିଜ ଷ୍ଟେଟ ଟାକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ highly computer literate point of view ଯଦି ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା, at least ଆମେ କେରଳ ସାକ୍ଷରତା ଅଭିଯାନରେ literacy point of view ସେ ହେଇଥିଲା, ହାଇଏଷ୍ଟ ରାଙ୍କ ପାଇଥିଲା। ଆଟଲିଷ୍ଟ ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା ଯେ ଆମେ ଆମର ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜିକାଲ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଭ୍ୟୁ ଆମେ ଯୋଉ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ସ୍ପେୟରେ ରହିଛେ, different global roads point ରହିଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମେ we have taken initiative on it, and ଆମେ ଆମର ରାଜ୍ୟର ପ୍ରତି ଘରେ ସେ ପୁଅ ହଉ ଝିଅ ହଉ ଯେତେ ଜଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଆମେ ଆଟଲିଷ୍ଟ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଲିଟରେଟ କରିପାରିବା। ଏବଂ ତାପରେ ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା ଯେ ଲିଟରେସି ମିନ୍ସ if anyone is having computer knowledge at least, then he or she is illiterate, and that will be a great achievement. I hope so. So more request ରହିବ ओडिशा एआई कम्युनिटी को रिक्वेस्ट रहबो जे हमहु इमिट किछि वर्कआउट करिया पड़ो, सो दैट कि हमरो जो कमिंग डेज रे ओडिशा एआई कम्युनिटी थ्रू रु हम ओडिशा राज्य रे समस्त घरे सब छुआ सब पेरेंट्स समस्ते जिन एटलीस्ट कंप्यूटर लिटरेट रहिबे। फर्स्ट सेकंड पॉइंट मोर रहबो, आपण जानिथिबे जे हमें आज निस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी ब्रह्मपुर रे गोटे ओडिशा एआई 5th ओडिशा एआई रो गोटे event part of event NG national global conference on next generation AI and ML करथिलु, जोडी की हमरो डॉक्टर प्रेरणा गोर से जॉइन करथिले हम सहित, हु इज द डायरेक्टर ऑफ NSUT न्यू दिल्ली एंड आल्सो IEEE चेयर ऑफ IEEE इंडिया काउंसिल, से हम से जॉइन करथिले। जहां को डॉक्टरल डिग्री आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ऊपर हमर जोडा की आज विषय वस्तु एवं तांको हम जॉइन करले, से मध्ये बहुत गुडे सजेशन देइथिले जे आमे कोन कोन करले, बिकॉज लेवरेजिंग एआई टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर द सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशन will leads to a destructive world also, so we have to use it wisely. तो हमको किसी एथिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू एथिकल प्रैक्टिस करी किमिति सॉल्यूशन देबा, सो दैट कि कमिंग डेज रे हमें आउ किमिति बेटर सॉल्यूशन दे पाए। मु आउ जे से कहबी हमर जो ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर जो तांको टॉक रे देले जे हमें एआई को हम निज करिकुलम रे किमिति प्रैक्टिस करछु, एक्जेक्टली मु कहया चाहूची हमें निस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी जेहेतु कि यूनिवर्सिटी मान्यता पाइछि, सा फल रे हमें कोन करिछु हमर ओपन कोर्स ओपन इलेक्टिव रे सब ब्रांच स्टूडेंट पई से बीसीए हो बीएससी हो कि मैकेनिकल हो कि इलेक्ट्रिकल हो कंप्यूटर साइंस हो कौन लिमिटेशन नहीं, समस्ते एआई सब्जेक्ट पढ़िबे ताकर ड्यूरिंग द टेन्योर ऑफ कोर्स समस्त पई मैंडेट कराई ओपन इलेक्टिव रखा हिची, जा फल समस्त माने ऑब्जेक्टिव होला जे समस्त पाखर ओपन इलेक्टिव एआई सब्जेक्ट पहुंचबो। और थर्ड थिंग हला ऑल्दो निस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत गुड इवेंट कर टाइम भीतर दीटा इवेंट अछि, निस्ट इनोवेशन चैलेंज और निस्ट टैलेंट सर्च, ए दीरा इवेंट रो ऑब्जेक्टिव रहे सब इनोवेशन थ्रू एआई ऊपर वर्कआउट करिया पे, एवं से जा फल बहुत गुड इवेंट हेई पारुची। एवं एक्सपेक्ट करछि जे ओडिशा एआई कम्युनिटी डेफिनेटली इंक्लूडिंग मी वी विल वर्क ऑन जो मोर विजन अछि जे एटलीस्ट in by 2025 or by 2030 जो हमरो SDG goal define ହେଇଛି by 2030 we have to compile the SDG goals at least ଆମର ମଧ୍ୟ goals ମଧ୍ୟ ରହିବା ଅଛି ଯେ by 2030 or by 2040 something like that whatever may be ଆମେ ଆମର goal ରଖିବା ଯେ ओडिशा को AI literate at least କରି परिबा जेंति बा नचेत कंप्यूटर literate at least କରି परिबा जेंति आपण मन काहर जदि किछि पचारिबा अछि पचारि परिबे।
धन्यवाद ब्रज भाई बहुत बढ़िया लगला सुनि आपण
थैंक यू नमस्कार
AIML कॉन्फ्रेंस रे ही आपण जो हिसाब रे आपण स्ट्रेटजी टा बनाउछंती कि माने ग्रास रूट लेवल रो सेटा सब बळे बहुत इंपोर्टेंट कि हमें जत्ते बड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी रो भी कथा है वी हैव टू गो बैक to the roots and understand where we are because we just cannot start everyone from everywhere. We got to see who is at what level. So I like the thinking mate bahut badhiya lagila ki apna base ta theory karchandi apna jani chanti je if we have to reach there then obviously we need to prepare the ground, right? So I like the thinking and probably that's something which every one of us in the AIML conference should take it as a learning that wherever we are, whichever ecosystem we belong to, we got to first do a absolutely honest assessment of where we are. That's the first starting point, and then we can kind of grow from there. Thank you Brojo bhai.
Thank you namaskar jai jagannath
jai jagannath amaro mo list re professor Maji thile but he won't be joining anymore for the Raurkela slot. Next is Gunpur. Raghavendra Kumar achante ki mu apan ko dekhi parleni. I couldn't find you, but have you joined in the meantime? Raghavendra Kumar. Okay, I can't see him.
Dr. Padi, is he not there?
Dr. Padi, no.
Let me call him.
Okay. Perfect. And in the meantime, I couldn't also find our next host, Santosh Kumar Panda. In that case, I would hand it over to Colonel Parida and Anjan Bhai to take it up from here for the next set of speakers.
I think we saw some amaro ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଥିଲି ଦୁବାଇରୁ କିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ
ଦୁବାଇରୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କ ସ୍ଲଟ୍ ପରେ ଅଛି but if he is there we can take him now. Abu Dhabi ଦ୍ୱାରିକାନାଥ sir ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି କି? Let me just quickly check.
I think Abu Dhabi ର ତ ଅଞ୍ଜନ କାଲି କରି ଦେଇଥିଲେ ନା?
ନାଇଁ sir Abu Dhabi ର ଆଜି ଅଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର India time 150 ରେ.
Okay.
150 रे ଆମ ଟାଇମ ହଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ମୁଁ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଟାଇମ ଟା କହି ଦଉଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଲୋକାଲ ଟାଇମ 150 ରେ ଅଛି ଯୋଉଟା IST ଟାଇମ 320 ଅଛି ଆଉ ସେ କଲ ରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନାହାନ୍ତି ଅଦରୱାଇଜ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଚାନ୍ସ ଦେଇ ପାରିଥାନ୍ତୁ
ସୌମେନ sir କହୁଥିଲେ କିଛି ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋର ଚାପ୍ଟର ର କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ ଅଛି
ହଁ ସେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ ଦେଲେନି ତ ତିନି ଜଣ କହିଲେ ସେଠୁ instead of 5 minutes they were given 10 minutes. That's okay.
So there were a bunch of people who had joined from Bangalore. Some of them, they did share their experience. So we covered Bangalore quite well.
We covered
quite energetic. Yeah.
No, he is not responding. Raghavendra ko dakuchi.
ଆମେ ଏବେ ଉପେନ ଯଦି ରେଡି ଥିବେ ଉପେନକୁ ଡାକି ପାରିବା ଉପେନ ଯଦି ରେଡି ଥିବେ
if he wants to present yes. But we ask he Upendra
yes sir I'm ready ha sir mu ready achi
can you present kon 5 minute kon present dabar thila tumaro
yes sir I will present
so why don't you give then if you're there at time sure, is there yeah give it
so you can just allow me to share my screen
Ranjan co-host kare diya taku
yeah you can share now
yeah
हेलो राघवेंद्र
Thank you.
अरे गुड इवनिंग कहीं तुम माने कहवा कथा ना तुम गुणुपुर रे कौन कल कौन नहीं ओ सॉरी आई एम टॉकिंग
Yeah, so this is like a new penetration of AI into a domain which was traditionally handled mainly by human resources, that is AI in admission. So, being the sponsors of Bangalore Physical Gathering, on behalf of CTPL, I am sharing the journey of AI in admissions, how CTPL is using AI to power admissions. So am I audible to everyone?
you
Hello,
are
excuse
audible.
me.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
So CTPL is one of those few companies who are taking admission to a next level. And if you need to understand why these are important, and if you see Indian higher education landscape, so if the current students enrolled are 43.3 million in only higher education, that is of 2024 data. And so we can find out that new enrollments per year will be 1.3 crores. And all these enrollments happen in 58,000 institutions, which covering 23K government and 35K private institutions. So going forward by 2035, it will be going to be doubled, almost it is going to be doubled. So what is the challenges in admission is we have many institutes and we have lot of students, but finding right institute for the right student and right student for the right institute. So that is a challenge. So where CTPL is bringing its expertise. So it is providing admission CRM, admission accelerators, next gen courses, and end-to-end management admission process. So there is a lot of end-to-end tech stack what is offered by CTPL, and so it operates in B2B mode. And so now they are including AI to scale their business or to take admission to a next level. And so if you see how AI can help in admissions, it can help in lead creation, screening, personal student management. We can predict the analytics if a student is going to take admission or not, and we can streamline the document verification process. And so there are a lot of things which can be done through AI. And what CTPL is currently offering a conversational chatbot, which are responsible for like a better personalized student engagement and lead creation. And we have AI admission counselors, and they can follow any lead at any stage, and they can make a physical calls, and they can attend physicals or any inbound or outbound calls, and they're providing AI call analytics as well. So conversational chatbots are very common, and we understand the importance of them, and it is very simple, and it finds a way for better engagement and reduce human efforts. And so that now is integrated to like admission system. So CTPL on both university, and they manage their end-to-end admission system. So these conversational chatbots can give information regarding to any of those courses or whatever the university offerings, and it reduces a lot of human efforts, and students get benefited by this. And so it's a 24/7 support, and multi-language support is also provided. So in that case, every corner of the country or outside India also, the student get a one-to-one like engagement and get the exact information what they're looking for. Next is so how CTPL is using. They're using a lead creation, so you can just chart on their website, university website. It will identify your how you interested you and for admission or not. What are the courses you are interested? What is your intent? And what are the languages you are talking? And so the physical counselors can take a step from there. So that reduces human efforts. and all other advantages like the lead creation and other things is already well known to us, and we can get conversation summary and all those things. And coming to AI counselors, scaling this admission business, we need currently CTPL has 400 to 500 physical counselors. It is a startup coming out of Bhubaneswar. Right now, they are spread it all over India and taking few other countries as well into this domain. Now next stage, what they're offering is AI counselors. So you can assign a role to a counselor. They can make the lead follow-up, or they can handle inbound calls. If a student wants to talk to a human assistant, they also can transfer the call. We'll have a quick demo on this. And that completely changed the admission process, and it automates that, and it makes the scaling possible, because in this business the main challenge is scaling. So finding those many human for resources is not possible. So the AI is helping to scale that business. Next is counselor performance analysis and training. So when a counselor has a conversation with a lead or a student, how he's counseling the student, he's giving the right information or not. And if you're onboarding new counselors, how to train them, and what the performance parameters they're having. So if their calls get recorded, all those analytical parameters can be found out. So these are the current offerings what CTPL is providing, and how they're using AI to automate this process, and taking this admission domain to a higher level, next level, you can say. So this is all what AI has been penetrated. AI has penetrating the admission domain, which has been used by CTPL. And I think conversational chatbots we have already seen. And I'll just like to show a quick demo on how the AI counselors work. So if someone is interested, this is their in-house CRM what they have built for admissions. So somebody can pop up his number in chatbot. I will try to make a call, and they can just talk to a AA counselor and ask their query, what exactly they are looking for. If somebody is interested, they can put their number on chatbot. Otherwise, yeah. Anshuman Patra.
Sir has a question.
Yeah. So meantime, I'll also take the question. I'll fill these details. I hope it is an Indian number. This is some demo data. I just want to present how those things are coming up, and how anything or some demo data I'm filling. And this council is mainly trained on a university which is working with CTPL like VGU, and it can answer queries related to VGU and any of the offerings. So we have in which you can ask about the hostel facility, or what are the placement, how regarding the courses also you can ask anything about the university or whatever you are looking for. So Anshuman, if you are ready, I'll save this lead as this lead. Okay, I have to fill this data. I forgot this field. I'm filling some demo data here. Yeah. So Anshuman, you'll be receiving a call. And if you are on this meeting, you can say it, you can put your loudspeaker also, so that others can hear you.
Yeah, sure.
So, Colonel Parida sir, open apangar presentation sir raise question.
Yes. I have seen that.
Yes, sir.
And Tankopare, we have someone joining in from Osa, who's been instrumental in starting this.
Yeah. We can just hold on for a second. I think Ansuman got a call, and we'll just hear how the interaction is going.
I'm interested to do a LLB course.
Understand you're interested in connecting. Thank you for sharing. Unfortunately, I don't have specific information about the LLB course. Would you like me to connect you to a human assistant for more details?
Yes, please.
Please wait while you call is being transferred.
Actually, there is no information regarding the LLB course. So, Ansuman, did your call get transferred? So that is one of the features which you have implemented. If A is not able to find the answers for you, and there is no LLB course in that university, so it offered you to connect to a human assistant. Ansuman, does your call get answered by a human assistant?
Yes, it was routed to a human. Yes.
Yeah, actually, on the first one, otherwise you could have denied the transformation, call transfer, and you could have continued with the conversation. And all those conversation gets recorded, and we get the analytics here. This is a few sample analytics I'm showing. What is the discussion between a human and AI? And we find out the lead status, if they're interested or not, their main concerns and their language, and all those things get updated in this lead follow-up table. This is some demo sample I'm giving, and so by this, your lead status will get updated, and this is complete automation, of what you are looking for in the admission domain, and this can be used in other domains as well.
Great.
Yeah. And,
very good, Upendra. It's a very good demonstration.
Yeah. So same thing we are also doing for AI conversation chatbots, and whatever the discussion they have, it gets recorded, and their lead status and everything. This is here you can see the conversation, and right now we are evaluating few models also. So we have added features like how to read, somebody can review the conversation, what was the conversation between the chatbot and the AI, and they are querying in different languages, and all those things are there, and somebody can review this conversation and help us to review our chatbots, and their main concern and their admission intent gets recorded, and their summary, student is interested in what, and all those things are recorded, and that helps in stage 2 physical counselors can take up this process, and they can their query becomes very specific, and they can focus on a specific domain of what exactly student was looking for, and so that interaction time it decreases, and that increases your productivity. After that, I think other things are like call analytics also we are providing. So if somebody wants one more call demo, otherwise some other details, we can connect to our university. Any questions or any feedbacks?
I think Upendra, just conclude. I mean, we can understand whatever you are saying.
Yeah, so that was my presentation, how AI is gradually changing the landscape, and admission is somewhere it CTPL found a place to implement those things, and taking the current development to a next stage and automate all this admission process. And that's all. And this is how we are exploring. And it's an like a company from Odisha. So we are also Odia in Chennai who are working.
Leave your contact details or the company name in the chat box.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. I'll leave my contact details.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Upendra. It was a very good demonstration and beautiful. Great. Okay, I think Tushar babu, ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି?
Sir, may I fill in the silence? Tushar sir, apanku welcome. Sir, may I fill in the silence?
Yeah, please.
Tushar sir, hato uthethile. I think I'm, but right now, amoro audience vitre, there are great members of the Odia community who are involved here, who have contributed to the
because I especially called him. He was
right. I don't see Tushar sir here.
Has he left?
Yeah, he was coming out of the defense conclave, so assuming he is busy. So
no. Just
you can call him, sir. He can come in at any point. So we have I believe we have Pratyush Kumar from Sarva.
Okay.
And those of you who do not know, I would say that please check your general knowledge. Pardon about my language, but yes. Dr. Pratyush Kumar is the founder of AI for Bharat, Sarvam AI, and some of the tool names that we were discussing is actually he's the brain behind all of this. So Dr. Pratyush Kumar is amongst us. We have Anil Pradhan, the young tinkerer, right? The idea of breaking things up and making things again. And that culture, tinkering culture, he is bringing that idea of tinkering to the whole world. I believe to the whole world. I would really want him to bring into California. I think I initiated a couple of things, and we have something. Hopefully, 2025 would be a place where the tinkering kits are actually available in California, and we do something about it. So that is where we have Anil Pradhan. And we also have Mrs. Kuku Das, Tankaro, so whose motto is synergy and empowerment. So upon chapter re kouthi kemti like kare. So may I call upon Mrs. Kuku Das first, then Pratyush next, and then Anil following it. And I'm expecting Bodhi after Anil. So that's the sequence. Mrs. Kukunani, please take us through your synergy and empowerment mantra. This is 5 years, 5th year from your first address. Those of you who are thinking what address I'm talking of, please look at 2022 conference diaspora leaders address. So Kukunani, if you're ready, welcoming you to the forum again. So maybe there's an audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just speaking without unmuting myself. My bad. Thank you, Anjan. Thank you, everyone. Namaskar, Dr. Kanal Parida.
Namaskar.
It's like amazing. Let me first tell all these people, those who are participating today, good morning, afternoon, good night, everyone. Yes, of course, this sounds odd. It's an incredible feeling to be here with all the like-minded people joined across the globe. I mean, you guys are awesome. By the way, I hope the team got some sleep. Anjan, did you get some sleep?
We managed to.
It's an amazing to see all of you. It's amazing to see all of your spirit. The dawn to dusk event idea is unique. More power to you all. And besides, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak few words. I was listening and to all of you, the past speakers. It's so I mean, I'm thrilled to see the spirit, and of course, I'm thrilled to be speaking with you all today about our exciting AI initiatives. This forum has the potential to revolutionize the way you had started, and I am honored. I am honored to be part of this journey alongside with each of you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the incredible talent and expertise in this forum. We have lost a very special member, but you know, I'm seeing the team is getting stronger and stronger day by day. Your dedication to pushing the boundaries of artificial intelligence is inspiring. And I'm confident that together you will all achieve remarkable things. And then I'm following you. I'm being seeing this forum from the conception, from the beginning. And this AI initiative is not just about technological advancement. It's about transforming lives. And I'm so thankful to all of you to be together and thinking about this in a unique way. Yes, I do believe in synergy and empowerment. We human beings, we have our own goal, but when we put together our strength, we can do wonder. And when I said it's about transforming lives, you are all working towards, it's about creating solutions. And to achieve this success, I would say we must stay curious and open-minded, because there will be a bunch of people you guys are doing together one single goal. And of course, life will throw lemons towards you and you have to make lemonade. Embrace failure as a learning opportunity. And what we need, you communicate effectively across disciplines, celebrate each other's success. That's where we will be the winner. And I encourage you to challenge assumptions and explore new possibilities, leverage each other's strength. I see each one of you have so much potential. You know, you work towards different, in different field, but your enthusiasm, your interest, and the passion to do something different, that's what always bring me back. I see, of course, I am not putting, you know, that's not my forte. Maybe you say I'm not putting a lot of, I can't help you the way I want to be, but all my strength and all my good intentions are with you always, and all the good wishes are with you. And together, together we will definitely drive breakthroughs, overcome obstacles, and we can create impactful solutions. Last but not least, I want to leave you with a quote from Alan Keyes. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. And let's invent a brighter future with AI. Thank you for your hard work, passion, and commitment. And I look forward to seeing the incredible achievements you will accomplish together. Let's make it happen. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Jai Odisha.
Thank you, Appa. Jai Jagannath. Sukant, London.
Hey, Sukant. So nice to see. This is the forum. That's why I told you, like, you know, it's amazing to see all of you I'm seeing over the years. And that's what I always think. ସେତେବେଳେ ହିଁ ମୋର ମନେ ପଡେ ଯେ ଏଇ ଫୋରମଟା କେବଳ ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ବଞ୍ଚି ରହିଛି and ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବ, ଯୋଉଥିପାଇଁ ଯୋଉମାନେ କି ଆମେ see, we should not limited ourselves with I, me, mine. We have to grow out of it. We have to we have to us. We have to believe in ours. So Sukant बहुत बढ़िया लगला. I am sure there will be many here. मु connect करी परिबी.
देवेंद्र बाबू थिले.
परिणाम को तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपण एते बड़ इंस्पिरेशन पिला मानको समस्तनको साथरे एकाठी करी रखिचंती and you are giving so much time. It's amazing. Thank you for that. And though I am invisible, trust me, all of you, the team, I always feel proud of you young boys. I'm always there in my capacity. I'm always there to help you. And let's take this moment forward. That's all I can say. And Jagannath achanti tama manakara sadichha ku safal kariba pai. Sabu bale jo mane without any agenda, without any other intention, community seva pai baharanti भगवान तांको सबु बेले सहाय्य हेतांती एटा आउ किछि नहले भी मु निज एक्सपीरियंस रो कहि परिबी त बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मते समय देथिबार नमस्कार
थैंक यू
Thank you so much for your inspiring words. You have been inspiring the team since 2020. This is 5th year, and amazingly 50 plus locations are connected to this global mainstream in many different ways. तापरे आपनको परे जन को डाकुची प्रत्युष को डाकी बोली कहथिली प्रत्युष होजंदी सर्वमय रे फाउंडर हमें स्वरूप मु कथा होतलु लाइक स्वरूप जिमिति नुआ नुआ सो इन्वेंट करी कोन कोन करची सब इंस्ट्रक्शन ट्यूनिंग करी एलएलएम तयारी कर दोची से भलिया सर्वमय रो फाउंडर जे अछंती प्रत्युष कुमार पंडा से भी कोन कोन करी कि भारत रे इंडियन लैंग्वेज टेक्नोलॉजी लैंडस्केप को चेंज करछंती किंतु तांको आनिबा आगरु मु डाकिबी अनिल होची कर्नल परिडा और मोर फेवरेट काहे कि ना तांकर कथा होची भांग आ तयारी कर एमती करी से पिलांकू अनिल सिखौची यंग टिंकर्स एकेडमी तांकर टीम नासा को 2-3 थरा आछंती सो अनिल आपण जदी रेडी अछंती कोंतु कोन भांगा भई कोन को करूजंती आमुटे कोंतु एआई पई बहुत भांगिवा दरकार
Hi, namaskar samastiku and thank you so much Ranjan bhai for creating this wonderful platform joti ki ame kotha hi parchu lokong sangere and ethi almost mu sabu icons ko dekhuchi and I feel like 75% icons ko mu jani chi so it's not just the icons it's not just the computer icons but these guys are actually icons jahan ko meti dekhuchi and Priyadarshan को तो obviously सर अपन को नमस्कार सुकांत भाई भी एटी अछंती सो बहुत लोग अछंती जे ये फोरम रे जे हमको आगुर इनफैक्ट हेल्प करसंती इन व्हाट वी आर बेसिकली डूइंग इन ओडिशा सो बेसिकली मुझे जो भी जिनसो कहि भी इट इज मोर अराउंड एआई एंड व्हेन वी सी एआई चेंजिंग द वर्ल्ड one of the very alarming question for us is are our students ready for this world जे पिला माने बे स्कूल रे अछंती इफ देयर इज समवन हु इज इन क्लास 1 से 12 वर्ष परे कॉलेज को जीवो कोन से नेक्स्ट 2037 पे रेडी होउची की 2036 पे रेडी होउची की द आंसर इज अ बिग नो व्हेन वी ऑल टॉक अबाउट एआई एमएल एंड दीस एडवांस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज और सेतोळ हम तोळ कथा होजु कोन हम स्कूल रे हम पिला माने को रेडी करछु से दुनिया पे द आंसर इज अ बिग नो and let me break this ice by the ice pedagogy so ICE is basically intent, content, and environment that we always talk about. So, एमती बहुत सारा formulas we have developed in Young Tinker, जो कि हमें कोई भी problem solving approach टाकू नहीं की जाओ. So, what is this ICE? जहाँ को मैं break करीबा चाहूँची intent, content, and environment. प्रथम जिनसो टा अच्छी कि intent केमते आनीबा. How do we bring in this intent in our school? जो कि पिला मने AI ML को learn करीबे. जेतोले मु schools को visit करूँची ओडिशा रे. And when I'm talking about schools, that means most of the schools are government schools. मैं जो भुवनेश्वर में जो स्कूल टा देखूँ जो से बहुत ही कम नंबर है schools, maybe less than 2% or 3% of the private schools that we basically look. Most of the students are in government schools. तभी जतोले मु बे school कही भी तार माने होगा कि मु government schools को represent करूँ ची सेठी. So when we see these government schools, जो ठी basic infrastructure नहीं. In infrastructure, I also talk about कि computer facility नहीं, जो टी internet facility नहीं. So जतोले internet and computer is very small thing, जो टे कि गोटे school को गोटे पिला को दुनिया संगे जोड़े. बहुत जगह आम कथा हो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हो जाइए बट से बहुत छोट छोट जिन को आम जो सल्व करूँ आम के कनेक्ट करूँ सो इंटेंट इज समथिंग दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड व्हेन वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर ए बिग चेंज अंजन भाई जमती कहले नासा रोवर चैलेंज 2021 रे जो कॉलेज रू बाहरी सारी मु निज गाँव में जाकि कहली कि आम एत भल रिवोल्यूशन आणुचे इन स्टेम एजुकेशन किंतु पिला माने गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म पाउना जो जाकि दे कैन शो इट टू द पीपल दैट दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव गेन्ड कहीं पिला माने सिर्फ मार्क्स देखि पारुसंती बट क्रिएटिविटी इंडेक्स को देखि पारुनांती बिकॉज देयर इज नो सच पैरामीटर्स इन स्कूल जो से देखि परिबे सो इज देयर एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ ए ओलंपिक्स फॉर स्टेम एजुकेशन एंड द आंसर वाज नासा रोवर चैलेंज आम कहली यार सबुठु बड़ जिनस जदि आम पिला माने अचीव कर परिबे दैट इज नासा रोवर चैलेंज एंड व्हेन वी thought about this idea and we just pitched it to people and they were like ये तो पागल हो गया यार ये तो मतलब ये this is not possible यार मतलब कैसे हो सकता है यार students in from a island village will be going so I basically come from Balis Maja so Balis Maja is kind of an महानदी tributary आछि 42 टा गांव मझिर अछि तापर फोन जॉइन कर जाउछि kind of an island अपन ताको कहि परिबे so एई जगह जेतोला में रही कि we think of dreaming big एतिक बड़ जिनस करिवो ऑब्वियसली लोक ताको हसीबे एंड आमे जेतु बुर्ला रूम पढ़ी थली हमर माइंडसेट थला कि यार थिंक अनथिंकेबल एंड एक्चुअली डू इट सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट अनथिंकेबल दैट वी थॉट ऑफ जे पिला चाळ घरे रहउची से भी पिलर ए टीम रे थिले जे गोटे ऑर्फनेज रो पिला अछि से भी ए टीम रे थिले एंड माने गोटे जेतला में डिजाइन थिंकिंग पे कहउछु राइट फ्रॉम आइडिएटिंग conceptualizing going for a CAD design manufacturing this rover and taking it to NASA ये सब जाको पिला निजे करले एंड खाली एतिक जिंस करले नहीं बट वर्ल्ड रैंक 3 नहीं कसिले तो ये जो ओडिसा रो गोटे टीम टा जो बाहरला पिला माना करो ये इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करला एशिया रे प्रथम थर पे अंडर 19 टीम को ये जीति कसिला बट सेठी मोर थॉट प्रोसेस थिला कि हमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ 10 टी पिला को केमिति काई कि हमें फोकस करूछु हमें गोटे बॉर्डर रिवोल्यूशन एजुकेशन रे केमिति आनी परिबा एंड दैट इज वेयर वी स्टार्टेड developing young thinker spaces in school itself हमें कोई स्कूल रे ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डेवलप करिबा एंड most of our focus will be on operationalizing it खाली लैब बनेया रे फोकस करिबा नहीं ताको ऑपरेशनलाइज केम करिबा ता ऊपर एंड देन दैट इज हाउ इट स्टार्टेड आवर स्कूल्स रे आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स ए सब जगह जिनसे हमें बहुत बेसी स्टार्ट करलो एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द प्रोग्राम्स रो फोकस थला ऑन माइंडसेट चेंज यदि हम गोटे प्रोग्राम बनाउछु टेक इट एज एन x hours पे गोटे प्रोग्राम बनाउछु so x by 2 hours is for mindset change x by 2 hours is for what we going to teach there so mindset change gote emitia program roila joti hame pila manku entrepreneurship ପାଇଁ भी पढेलो so basically fund students with 1000 rupees तो seed grant hame pila manku do 1000 टंका तांको seed grant do where we ask them to create a business around it we don't teach them business we ask them to actually do it and जति कि हमर tinkering रे session देखिबे सब जाके sessions are created in that manner so the entrepreneurship program gote pila jodi jetole se karuchi they go through a 5-year learning program the first program is on conceptual understanding basic maths and science ko conceptual understanding kemte ame hands on ro sikhi pariba second is tinkering third is making fourth is innovating and fifth is basically enterprising so ये जो complete जो learning process ta thila that actually worked well and we have impacted close to 2.5 lakh students in India आउ तीनोटी स्टेट रे हमें काम करूछु नॉट ओनली इन ओडिशा तमिलनाडु एंड तेलंगाना दीज आर 3 एरियाज बेसिकली जोटा हमें काम करूछु आउ एठी इंटेंट गोटे एमता जिंस थला जोटा हमें बेसिकली चेंज करि परलु पिला मानकर क्रिएट करि परलु बिकॉज़ जेतले गोटे पिला एते बड़ प्लेटफॉर्म को जाउछु सेतले से गां रो अन्य पिला भी कहि परसंती दिस इज अचीवेबल दिस इज डुएबल एंड आई कैन डू इट जदि गोटे चाळ घर से पिलाटा जाई परछि जे मो स्कूल रे पढुछि तो मु भी आकु करि परिबे सो दैट इंटेंट क्रिएशन इज मोर इंपोर्टेंट वेयर वी फोकस ऑन क्रिएटिंग रोल मॉडल्स इन विलेजेस हम गां रे जदि कि गोटे पिला जदि किछि करि जाइथिबो आपन के भितर गोटे लोक जदि जाई गोटे भले कंपनी रे चाकरी पाइथिबो आउ 10टी लोक देखि कि इंस्पायर हे परथिबे से जदि जाई परछि तो मु कांगी जाई परिबो नै सो दिस इज द इंटेंट पार्ट तो आईस रो आई मु कहली सी इज बेसिकली ऑन कंटेंट कंटेंट जदि देखिबे एटा गोटे बहुत ही वास्ट टॉपिक ता अछि किंतु गोटे बहुत छोटो एग्जांपल देबी हमरो इंग्लिश रो जदि आपण बुक्स भी देखिबे सेठी द कांसेप्ट दैट दे हैव रिटन इज once their story जदि पढिबे तो स्टोरी एमति लिखाई छै कि once there lived a poor farmer in a village तो स्टोरी ये बहुत बायस स्टोरी ता माने once there lived a poor farmer in a village माने जदि आपण गाँ रे रहउसंती तो आपण फार्मर थिबे आ जदि फार्मर थिबे आपण गरीब थिबे इंडिया गोटे एमिते कंट्री जोटी 70% लोक फार्मिंग एग्रीकल्चर ऊपर फोकस करसंती आ हमें एई प्रकार स्टोरी हमरो बुक्स रे पढुछु सो चेंज द नरेशन इज समथिंग वी नीड टू फोकस ऑन कहीं कि यूएस रे कहीं कि हमें देखुनु गोटे फार्मर को सही नजरिया रे जदि हमें यूएस रे देखुनु तो इंडिया रे कहीं कि हमें एते बायस स्टोरी गुरा स्टोरीज को लिखिछु एंड सही बायस जोटा गोटे थर माइंड रे पळै गला परे अपन स्टोरी पचारंतु गोटे स्कूल रे जाई केते लोक पिला माने फार्मर बनिवा चाहउछंती के भी हाथ ठिया करिवे नै पचारंतु केते लोक सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर बनिया चाहिए समस्त हाथ ठिया करिवे द रीजन इज दिस सो जदि से भाबु ही नहीं मु ए जिंसटा करि परिबी ए जिंसटा होबनी एंड ऑब्वियसली टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट एआई एंड एग्रीकल्चर रे बहुत हमें पछु पछु थर्ड इज एनवायरनमेंट आइस रे जंतु मु कहली इंटेंट कंटेंट थर्ड इज एनवायरनमेंट हाउ डू वी गिव देम द राइट एनवायरनमेंट वेयर दे फ्लरिश एनवायरनमेंट इज वेयर वी हैव स्टार्टेड बिल्डिंग दोस थिंग इन स्कूल्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रॉब्लम जंतु आपण कहली स्कूल्स रे एमती भी स्कूल्स अच्छे जो बसिया को जगह नहीं बट होपफुली ओडिशा रे एते बड़ प्रॉब्लम नो सेटा अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रे लैब बनी तो जाइछि किंतु से ऑपरेशनलाइज ही करने सो दोज आर द काइंड ऑफ चैलेंजेस दैट वी सॉ सेकंड इज टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग इज वन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम दैट वी सॉ कि गोटे थरा हम गोटे टीचर को जदी ट्रेन करूछि से 6 मास पर अन्य स्कूल को पळै जाउसंती तो से स्कूल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे फुन थरा हमको ट्रेन करिया पड़छि तो स्टेम लैब्स हमें बनेबा केमती स्कूल्स रे जाइकि so seit we put in something and we brought an idea where we basically built tow so jodi emite gote lab baneba jaku tow kar pariba from one school to other and tow's full form is tinker on wheels so can we develop a box sort of a thing which we can tow from one school to other and we provide a faculty from our side jodi gote school ko jau jodi se school re faculty को salary au kiye dauchi we can't go to the school and tell ki you teach all this stuff so basically we provide the teacher with us telling that ye lab sangare you are attached and you go from school one school to other so this idea we conceptualized 6 months before and happy to share ki a week before I was in Hyderabad and first vehicle ta jota mein taku launch kari salona and it's successfully working in Hyderabad and thanks to all the supporters ye tadare help karthile and in fact now we are also collaborating specifically jodi mo AI upar dekhibi we are specifically collaborating with Amazon's Alexa joti ki pila mane basic understanding of AI sankar seti hei paribo so our conceptual understanding jota tow vehicle ta me banauchu seti dekhilu ki sabudu boda problem statement achi ki there are 133 million students from grade 6 to 12th in India and 129 million students mane more than 95% of the students they don't have the access to STEM labs so this is where we are bringing this access with basic conceptual understanding amadre bahut detail re bahut jinsa to kahibu nei kam se kam basic understanding sobu pila mana koreti hei jaw and taku am gote cost model re bi nei kaslu which is around $3 per student which is 250 rupees per student model taku develop kar delu so to each student amku 250 टंका टा seti laguchi and a lot of students have a lot of people have actually supported this and se nijo nijor gaଁ रे बहुत सारा एनआरआईज माने जे ओडिसा रु अछंती से माने निज निज गाँ रे चाहउसंती सो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इन अ वीक और टू हमें ओडिसा रे भी सही जिनसटा को हमें लॉन्च कर देबो एंड विल बी टेकिंग इट टू विलेजेस एंड सिटीज इन ओडिसा इटसेल्फ सो जो एनवायरनमेंट जो जिनसटा थेला ताकू भी हमें सॉल्व करलो सो जो मु कहली आइस इंटेंट कंटेंट एंड एनवायरनमेंट इज व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू सॉल्व and that is how I broke the ice conclude kariya ko hele in by 2026 our vision is to impact 1 million students in these 3 states basically aw jodi 1% of students we ethi innovators bonsanti it is around 10,000 innovators that we will be creating and 0.1% jodi entrepreneurs bonsanti ta mane 1000 entrepreneurs ame rural India re develop karibu and thank you so much jai jagannath any questions I would love to answer
गोटे क्वेश्चन नभेंद्र विश्वाल हाथ उठे जंदी नभेंद्र विश्वाल परे आउ जहांकर क्वेश्चन आछि टाइप कर दियंतु अनिल तांको रेस्पोंड करिवे
No, actually I joined very late just now so I accidentally put my this thing I will probably connect with Anil on one-to-one to discuss more.
अनिल को मोर गोटे प्रश्न अच्छी
प्लीज भाई
आपनकर से जो vehicle टा जो मूव कराउछंदी त केमती केते जल्दी पहुंचाइबा ओडिसा रो सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे कोन केमती कले ए जो रोबोट को भांगी भांगी पुनी जोड़ीबा सेटा पिला माने गां रे केमती करि परिबे
So it has already started. Amaro jo centers gura achi seti to pila mane करउसंती, but this is more handy and बहुत जल्दी reach करिबो. So जेमती अपन कहली 1 million टा पिला अछंती ता पई what we are targeting is by January we'll have at least 10 vehicles in Odisha itself. So we always so ता पई हमें support अपन निजो गां पई support करि परिबे कि भाई मो गां रे एति की स्कूल अछि मो एति की स्कूल एति की पिलांग पई करिया चाहूची and it's around $3 तो मो एति की पिलांग पई मो हेल्प करिया चाहूची यदि बस सेति की अपन करि परिबे आ माने कि सब गां रे पहुंचै परिबा छोटो छोटो हेल्प रो हमें जदी आगु को जिबा गोटे बड़ कम्युनिटी में बनै परिबा and जदी के कॉर्पोरेट हेल्प करिया चाहउसंती would love to collaborate with them because दीटा चेन्नई रे कॉर्पोरेट हेल्प करिसंती एथर को ओडिसा रे फर्स्ट जो व्हीकल टा में भी नहीं कस्टू ता पई सो कॉर्पोरेट हेल्प इज अ बिग हेल्प इन फैक्ट
मोर गां रो प्लेट सुनुची
Sorry, Ranjan. Now you hope you must be approaching for CSR funds because a lot of CSR activity which is currently going on. So if I can be of any help, please let me know. I can connect you to a few corporates whom I know in person.
Sure, bhai. बिल्कुल भाई अपन को करिवा को पड़िबो सेटा
I'll do that.
Sure, I'll just ping you again.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Thank you, Anil. All the very best.
Thanks.
धन्यवाद अनिल आपण अनिल को पई बढ़िया स्पीच कहले आ बढ़िया तो करूचंती आ तांको पई जदी किछि कथा अछि आपण मेसेज पठे दियंतु तांको मेसेज पठे दियंतु आपण आवश्य सु तांकर मूवमेंट रे जोडंतु मु भी जानछि मोर गां पिलाटे सेठी एठी बसी सुनुछि आ मु दीटा प्रोजेक्ट हॉल्ट करके रखछि गां रे अनिल प्रोजेक्ट आसो तारे सेटा करबा
Ranjan, I just have I'll take half a minute quickly because after the conference we are going to have a thorough discussion because see we want to train and develop the skill of AI and AI learning. So he could be a medium and also developing the entrepreneur skill. So it has to be mutual and it has to be a win-win both for Odisha AI and for tinkering. So we'll take it on after the conference. Okay.
आज्ञा धन्यवाद सर धन्यवाद अनिल अनिल परे जे स्पीकर आसीबे तांको ना एबे भारतर प्राय अनेक लोकंग मुहरे तांको नाटी आपण जदी कहि परिबे किए ताहले भारी खुशी होबा हमें किछ समय अगर कहउथले ना तांको ना होची प्रत्युष कुमार पंडा आउ सीए होचंदी सर्वमय रो फाउंडर एबे से स्क्रीन शेयर करि परिबे एबे तांकु फोकस को आनिबा प्रत्युष पंडा प्लीज टेक इट अवे फाउंडर ऑफ एआई भारत फाउंडर ऑफ सर्वमय and many more Swaroop, you want to say a few words about him?
Yeah, sure. So प्रत्युष भाई से सर्वमय गोटे नुआ इनिशिएटिव से स्टार्ट करछंदी आ से आईटी मैटर्स रे भी फैकल्टी अछंदी तांकर बहुत किसी विजन अछि माने इंडिया पई कोरिया पई ओडिसा पई कोरिया पई व्हाट ए ग्रेट डिस्कशन प्लीज प्रत्युष
जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ
जय जगन्नाथ
समस्त को नमस्कार मोन अभिनंदन अंजन दा टिके बेसी कहि दियंती बट we are all very early in this space. It is a very important technology to work in. Almost light टिके share करे mu actually Sambalpur side ru family is from there किंतु तापरे चेन्नई रे पढिली IIT बॉम्बे रे पढिली and then PhD कला परे इंडिया को आसिली and I spent some time at IBM research, some time at Microsoft research. Faculty I was IIT Madras re seiti AI for Bharat start kalu, which was more to do open source Indian language AI. But then this GPT moment happened, so we all wanted to figure out what to do. Before I start, I would like to move. I just attend I would like to. I feel very proud as an ODA that apana samaste ramesiki paruchanti. Dawn to dusk program sounds very, very beautiful. This is an area where we need to come together and do things. Sarvam, actually, the whole intention, Sarvam, as you would know in Sanskrit, means everybody or everything. The inspiration was ଏଟାକୁ Bay Area ରେ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ହଉଛି and the whole world should accept it is something that I was not happy with. ମତେ ଲାଗେ କି this is a technology everybody should build and everybody should consume positively. That is the intention of Sarvam. So it is more than anything else, it is a mission to do things. In fact, our mission statement achi, there are two parts. Gote hela make generative AI real for Bharat at a population scale with sovereign technology. So Gutela Bharat ko aichi, India ko ai nahi, because we know that India is a very diverse country, and at population scale is a good phrase because ଆମେ ଆଧାର କରୁଛୁ, ଆମେ payments କରୁଛୁ UPI ରେ, COVID kala during vaccination. These are actually world leading systems built at population scale. Gen AI also we could do at that level of quality. And the final thing is sovereign technology. Mu Bay Area travel kursi recently, I took away two things. One is that technology continues to improve, that gradient of improvement continues to be high. But the second thing is people are little bit burnt out. What are we doing this for? That purpose is not there. And that's why I think when we build sovereign technology for India in India, we will realize that there is a lot of purpose to do it. Gute udaharan duchi, I was just meeting Tata Power 2 days back, in fact yesterday, here in their Mumbai headquarters. Samane kohile Tata Power is the biggest distributor of power in Odisha. Their example actually was very curious to me. They said that problem distribution rate, the people who do the local work to fix it are also localites. Adivasi Thante Nala close by town Rasanti. And they climb up the they just climb up the pole, and they sometimes get electrocuted. So one of the things they were asking me was, can we have a Gen AI thing where people are asked to first wear the harness, take a photo, verify, then do something else, verify, and only then a code will come when you are allowed to climb. So the use cases that India offers, the use cases and purpose that India offers to use technologies, very different nature and scale. And at least that is the second takeaway when I went to the Bay Area. The second thing that we are doing is, second mission statement is, innovate across the full stack. AP infrastructure achi, models achi, application layer. I'll tell a little bit about what we are doing in each of these. But the intention is that you should be able to build the full stack yourself, right? And right now we don't have a hardware effort because we are very behind in hardware. But eventually that should happen over the next couple of decades. But infrastructure we need to have under our control. Models we should build. We should know how to build. And applications we should build for ourselves, right? I think that is what we are trying to do at Sarvam. I will keep it short. There are a lot of slides, but if there are questions, Anjanda, you please interrupt me. I can take questions in between also. So I will skip this slide. This is a little bit more about how India's scale is very different and how the problems that we have is very different while the Bay Area is chasing for use cases. But here's what I already told you. We are building models. We are building for 10 Indian languages, including Odia. So we are building voice models, text models, document models, tool calling models. So in-house bana jauchi. We are building our own fabric, which is the low latency pipelines, how to combine code and models, how to add observability, guardrails, and just the orchestration of it, GPUs, optimization, and so on. And we are building our own authoring layer, where I was just coming in when somebody was presenting this student bot, counseling bot. When you want to author things like that, we would like many people to author agentic bots. Almost like any function in a company should be able to build the bot. So we have built our own low-code authoring platform with less than, where somebody can put together something in less than a day. So the idea is everybody is able to build and the cost to serve is low. So what I will do is, so this is at a team. There are ODIs in our team. I don't know if Himanshu is in the call. He was attending from the Bangalore chapter. The Bangalore chapter, then please Himanshu just shout out. But Himanshu put this thing together, which is, you can also experience it. It is on our website. This is a bot where somebody will talk in Odia and a web search happens with our models, and then the results come back and it comes as a voice-to-voice experience where the entire model stack has been built by us. So this is a completely, in that sense, a sovereign stack. I will play it. If you can't hear the audio, please let me know.
मैं नेहा हूँ। आज आप क्या जानना चाहेंगे?
मते ओडिशा रो फ्रीडम फाइट, इंडियन फ्रीडम फाइट पाई कौन कंट्रीब्यूशन थिला कि कोंतु?
ओडिशा भारतीय स्वाधीनता संग्राम रे गुरुत्वपूर्ण अवदान रखिछि। परमाती गिरी एवं गुरुबारी मेहेर प्रसिद्ध महिला स्वाधीनता संग्रामी थिले। सुरेंद्र साई एवं तांक सहकर्मी माने इंग्राजी विरोध रे लड़ाई करिथिले एवं पश्चिम ओडिशार किछि अंशकु सुरक्षित रखिथिले। बिजू पट्टनायक मध्य स्वाधीनता संग्राम रे गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका ग्रहण करिथिले। ओडिशार महिला माने पुरुष मानक सहित कांधरे कांध मिलाई संग्राम करिथिले एवं भारतर स्वाधीनता पाई लड़ाई रे महत्वपूर्ण अवदान रखिथिले।
मो भद्रकरू अछि। भद्रक रे भी किछि रक्त तीर्थ इराम रे किछि हेतिला। आपण ता ऊपर किछि कहिबे?
भद्रक भारतीय स्वाधीनता संग्राम रे एक गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका ग्रहण करिथिला। 1942 मसीहारे एराम हत्याकांड जहाकू ओडिशार जलियानवाला बाग मध्य कुहा जाए सेठारे 28 जन मृत्युवरण करिथिले एवं
So I'll stop, but I will share the slides so you can look at it. And in fact, I'll share the link to this also. You can all try it out. It supports automated voice detection, language detection. Kohila say Hindi re kohila, but once Himanshu spoke in Odia, it changed to Odia. He can switch back to any language, and it speaks. And this entire thing is deployed at our end. So just to give you a sense of the technology. Another thing I wanted to say is, as you know, machine learning or whatever deep learning, it has become hungrier and hungrier in data. And one of the problems we have is data is little sparse in Indian languages. Of course, big companies can go and procure it. I will play a few audios from different districts. I think this is Bhadrak. Let me start with Bhadrak.
ମୁଁ ଭଦ୍ରକ ଜିଲ୍ଲାର ବାସିନ୍ଦା।
This is Denkanal.
ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳର କପିଳାସ ମନ୍ଦିର ଏଠାର ପରିଚିତ ସ୍ଥାନ।
This is Bodh.
ବୌଦ୍ଧର ଐତିହାସିକ ବୌଦ୍ଧ ମନ୍ଦିର ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ଏଠାର ବିଶେଷତା। ବୌଦ୍ଧର ଐତିହାସିକ ବୌଦ୍ଧ ମନ୍ଦିର।
This is Kandhamal.
କନ୍ଧମାଳର ପାହାଡ଼ ଓ ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ଶୋଭା ଏଠାର ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଆକର୍ଷଣ।
So all these four audios are human, not human. They are synthesized by bots, right? So our intention, upon the OpenAI who release Kochi voice, which is sounding very good, and it is used to create voice bots. But what we need in India is also data which can be used to recognize how people are speaking. Jo pause achi, jo accent achi. And we are now able to, across over 200 districts in the country, create natural sounding voice as people would speak there and use that to improve our speech recognition models. Here, out of point people say these voice bots are working and so on, but if you really work with it in Indian languages, you will realize that there is the error is very high, right? And you have to do a lot of things to ensure that the error comes down. And one of those things is being able to synthesize high quality audio. And we have sort of taken a crack at this problem and come to a good solution. This is one of the reasons why even on a phone line, etc., even if you spoke in Odia, it would recognize it. Whereas a whisper model or whatever model would have more than 20-25% code error rate as of today. And so I just wanted to give you a sense of both application layer and what happens under the hood, right? So model as you know, model work is nothing but data set work and plus some amount of additional things. For example, Indian languages, text achieve, the text on the web, it turns out to be not very high quality. So we have created from books from other places much higher quality data, which is less in sensitive content, more in science, computing, and literature. We have also made it longer documents, which is useful for attention patterns from these LLMs. It is also typically high quality. Going very quickly through the slides, but the basic point is Indian language text improving quality has been an important thing. Similarly, on fine-tuning data, I think we have the leader of fine-tuning, Swaroop, is here. So we have been able to create very high-quality fine-tuning data for Indian languages, right? So this is on some models. Kafi improve over public data sets. That is one direction. The other direction where we are focused on is, by the way, this is used for training models, and we have trained our own models. Which is called Sarvam Parts. If I give you a document like this, which is in this case from Reliance Industries, their financial report, and you asked generative models, which are vision models, to extract data. then they make a lot of errors. For example, Claude makes lots of errors. If you try GPT-4o, it is no better, and so on. And it turns out that many documents look like this in the enterprise world. GPT-4o also makes errors. Even if you do 2 short, 3 short, they make errors. And it gets much worse for even more complex tables, of which you will find examples in documents, right? And we have created a mechanism to get to 100% accuracy on this. On whatever examples we've been trying, keeping on improving it and getting to 100% accuracy. Another example here, there's a table with some kind of a receipt, some deduction has happened. All these models make errors and we are able to improve it. Again, this is very important for creating data sets. We are going to work with with government data sets, both the files which are locked up in PDFs. Every department is releasing it. If you take the Ministry of Statistics, for example, they are doing lots of surveys, but the data is in various forms. So this is a very important thing to unlock that. Audio data, I already gave you a sense. I will skip this part. I showed you the map of Odisha on that. We have been building voice bots. Let me give you one more example. This is a real call to just show what is interesting from a data point of view. Again, I would like to highlight that data is the currency in this place. We need to, in the country, create more data. And we should look at Gen AI as a way to improve the quality of our data creation and the diversity and the domain specificness of it. So let me just play this audio. This is a call done through the system that we have built, which is used by various companies to build automated calls.
मैं नेहा बोल रही हूँ सर्वम AI से। क्या आप किसानों के कुछ सवालों के जवाब दे सकते हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल दे सकता हूँ।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैंने आपके नंबर पर व्हाट्सएप मैसेज भेजा है जिसमें एक वेबसाइट का लिंक है। वेबसाइट पे कुछ फोटोज हैं जो मेरे पूछे जाने वाले क्वेश्चन से रिलेटेड हैं। क्या आप लिंक चेक कर सकते हैं और पहली इमेज देखते ही कंफर्म कर सकते हैं?
हाँ, दिख रहा है।
एक फार्मर ने कहा है कि उन्हें पिछले साल ये प्रॉब्लम हुई थी और वो जानना चाहते हैं कि सीड्स लगाने से पहले इससे कैसे बचे। क्रॉप पेस्ट और सॉल्यूशन के बारे में फीडबैक दें।
हाँ, ये तो काफी कॉमन बोलवर्म पेस्ट है जो कॉटन प्लांट में काफी दिखता है। क्विनोल फोर्स 20% AF लगाइए, इससे ठीक हो जाना चाहिए।
डिटेल्स देने के लिए थैंक यू। लेकिन किसान को ये जानना था कि वो सोइंग से पहले क्या कर सकते हैं। क्या आप कोई सॉल्यूशन दे सकते हैं?
हाँ, दे सकता हूँ। तो अप्रैल और मई के समय कॉटन प्लांट नहीं लगाना चाहिए। उसी समय पिंक बोलवर्म जो होता है उसका इन्फेस्टेशन सबसे ज़्यादा होता है। तो जून में लगाना सही है। तो मैं कहूँगा जून में लगाइए।
थैंक्स। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे चलते हैं। फार्मर ने पूछा है कि रूरल या अर्बन में क्या चूज करना चाहिए।
अरे उन्हें सही पेस्टिसाइड लगाने बोलिए।
माफ करना, ये रेलेवेंट आंसर नहीं लग रहा है। क्या आप इन्हें चेक कर सकते हैं और फार्मर के क्वेश्चन का आंसर करने में मदद कर सकते हैं कि कौन सा कैटेगरी चुनना है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो ये PM किसान रजिस्ट्रेशन ऐप है। रूरल और अर्बन का कैटेगराइजेशन उस हिसाब से होता है जहाँ पे किसान रहता है। बट एक पॉइंट इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि अर्बन और रूरल के बीच में कोई फर्क नहीं है। बोथ इस स्कीम के अंदर कवर्ड है।
आपके फीडबैक के लिए थैंक्स। हम आपके आंसर्स फार्मर्स को भेज देंगे।
So this was a real-time bot, and as you saw on the Hindi side, it was using code mixed English and Hindi words and so on. But the important part is it is calling an expert, in this case an agriculture expert, and at source you are able to correct the answers given. So the first question was ki seeds kaise dalu, but the person said ki fertilizer dal do. Then it says no, for sowing what is the solution, and then it says the sowing solution is ki April se June tak mat karo because you get this infestation, right? So I think using Gen AI to increase productivity of information collection and then dissemination, right? I think that is something that is possible. I will skip the next bot. This is a slightly more complex bot. I will skip these technical things also. We have improved the speech models significantly in Indian languages. For example, one of the things we have built is an text conditioned audio model. For example, let me just play this one. Oops, it went somewhere else. Okay. I think this file is not linked, but it says do hum karenge bus, right? And if you give it to something, it will say we will do 2 buses, do hum karenge bus in some sense. We will do this, but what we have built is a text prompted speech recognition where a text prompt can be given. How will you rate this product? Do hum karenge bus, we will give it a 2 comes out as the answer, right? So we have actually built a multilingual text prompted speech recognizer across 10 languages, which is doing very well internally, and that is required to be able to serve these bots for various languages. We also built audio LLMs, which are essentially something like this. Some people are trying to do this today, which is they take audio, they recognize, translate, hit an LLM, get output. But we have built something where you can take audio in. We have built a speech modality adapter for Llama 3, and you can get the answer. I will not get into the details. Main thing is that the time to first speech, instead of token, it is speech, right? It reduces by 6x, right? You are able to make it very responsive. In our voice calls, you might have seen, it takes a bit longer when it has to do agentic tasks, but otherwise the latency as measured is about 700 to 800 milliseconds. And so this really helps. And it actually turns out that it is more accurate. This cascade of models, this cascade of models is less accurate than doing it directly, even though this is actually more expensive, which shows that Indian languages are still at a place where across modalities you can benefit from improvement. So we have actually open sourced data. You can find it in Hugging Face, this Shuka model. Shuka, of course, means parrot. It learns quickly. It's a very data sparse model. We have open sourced this model out. We've also trained sort of like a small model, which is Sarvam 2B, and we are able to improve significantly the efficiency of this model compared to other open models like Gemma and Llama, and keep the accuracy high. There are not very good benchmarks for Indian languages. We are also creating them ourselves. But something like, if you do apples to apple comparison, take these models, train on the same pre-trained models, train on the same data set in eval, we find that Sarvam 2B runs much faster. This was the first model where the data was created in India, training happened in India located GPUs, and it was released in open source. Again, it is there in open source in Hugging Face. People have built some models earlier, but it was always with partnership with somebody externally. So this was the first fully sovereign effort at building pre-training corpus, pre-training the alignment of the entire model. We also have a low-code authoring platform. I will not bore you with this, but essentially we have a platform where you can come and create a bot by typing in English for various things. We have an agentic bot builder, which you can set initial variables, you can update variables on the go, you have multiple states, you can choose the model size you want, you can upload documents which will act like a knowledge base. Basically in this video, actually, by about 11 minutes, he finishes the bot, writing the bot, and you can do a debugging right here. You can do a voice call debugging here. So the experience is very natural. It is like a bit of a glorified prompt engineering where you write the bot, there are multiple states, there are state transitions and so on. And it calls external APIs. And you test it out here and you adapt it here. And then finally, you can deploy it on telephony, you can deploy it on WhatsApp, you can deploy it in-app also. I feel that this is the direction where I have seen most aha for people, when people realize that they can actually build a bot doing fairly complex thing and see it on their phone right away. And it then strikes them that we are in a different era of build, right? Consumption is one thing, but the ability to build is another thing.
Demo of the Sarvam agentic platform.
So I'll skip this part. I will also skip some of this. I maybe just show some highlights. So this is in Kannada. This is an actual call where, as the call happens, you get various feedback. I think the previous speaker also was talking about feedback. So one of the important things is that, and it's an important feedback from that we have got from the market. If you take any consumer company in India, they want to listen back from their users. Today, the mechanism is they give free samples, which a salesperson takes. And what comes back from the salesperson, whether it is feedback written by his family or the real person, they don't know. So the audit of data is not there. And given the diversity of the country, it's important. So we are working with various consumer-oriented companies to directly call people and get feedback. And the important thing is, after the call is over, you'll get structured data. You can actually put it in. Into CRMs, and you can actually see things like this. For example, this is an interesting one where this guy is using the shampoo on his dog and his hair became shiny. Maybe the product owners of this shampoo did not know that this also works, right? So you can extract insights like that. So I think that part is clear. We are also building sovereign AI in the following sense, and we'll be making an announcement with a large government body later this month, where we take our entire stack of models, fabric, and the authoring layer, put it onto, in this case, NVIDIA hardware, in this case, a DGX box, which you can actually physically place somewhere. So we are basically compiling the Python into secure Python. We are encrypting the models. We are on the fly creating all these things, and we have integrations to external things like call center connections. And what this gives you is an appliance vision that instead of buying tokens from somebody, instead of buying minutes from somebody, you buy a hardware, which is a sovereign stack that becomes your customer support in a box. So that's something that we feel that this is an important direction, especially for sovereign efforts. I'll just show one final video and I'll stop with that. Sorry for taking longer. This is also one of the things we are doing. While so far I've been talking about voice bots, where the intent is small models, cheap from a point of view of serving and democratizing authoring. The other extreme that we want to focus on, we have made our first attempt, is extremely capable reasoning engines, where we want to take productivity work or knowledge work, and we want to provide assistance for them in a very India-specific way. And we believe that this is naturally going to happen. But thinking about what the Indian use cases are is something we're looking at. So we have taken law, and we have worked with data sets from RBI, SEBI, ports, and created a custom knowledge base with which we have a bunch of features. And there's a little bit of a fancy video here. I'll play it, but this is actually a working system which is now being used by lawyers at several companies. But our intention is to build these kinds of reasoning engines across domains. For example, not just lawyers, but can accountants use it? Or can I do my taxes better if I had a tax assistant? Or can doctors use it, etc.? So we are very interested in it. So if this is something that you are excited by, please reach out. We are looking to collaborate in this space. Let me play this video.
Let's get this done.
This went through very fast, but the main thing what we have done here is it takes a while to come out. We have taken lots of sources, and we have some agentic way to read them, to whether to read further in the document, whether to read previous versions, etc., and then put things together. Because law is very tricky, a simple RAG does not work. There are typically multiple variations of a particular law and so on. So we have done some behind the scenes work, which with the help of lawyers, to improve the ability to answer a question grounded on existing repository, and there are citations, etc., like you would have seen by other people. This is an example where it actually authors a Word document, and often lawyers work starting from templates, as you would know. And given the insights they have found, they would like to change aspects of this document. And every time a change is made by the AI agent, there is a comment here. You can accept, reject, etc. So it's almost like a colleague who has worked. In fact, A1 is the designation of the junior most lawyer in the firm. So we are hoping that we feel like working with a colleague. It fills in these things. Yeah, there are a few more things. For example, it can extract structured data. It can also fill some things back and so on. So it just gets over. Our view, therefore, is that over time, if you look at a particular workflow of a particular knowledge worker, we can take various steps at it, and you can build these productivity hacks, and also build much more complex reasoning engines. For example, if I was part of a, let's say, Odisha government or central government, and you wanted to understand something at a macro level. For example, what is the migrant pattern telling us this year? Right? I mean, people can build AGI for whatever, right? But ideally, AI should be in service of mankind, and we want to understand questions like this in places like India and answer them, right? You should understand why, depending on what people are doing in terms of railway ticket bookings, in terms of temperature, in terms of various things. Why are people doing what they are doing? What should we do? Why is a particular agriculture intervention not creating as much outcome here than it is here? Right? So at least we are motivated by that. There's a lot of things to do for getting that right. But I think that is the intention. We would like to start with knowledge workers, especially the ones where the premium on work is very high, and then work our way towards more population scale reasoning systems. Right? So I'll stop there. Sorry, it took maybe longer than I should have, but I'm happy to interact now or offline also.
Let's interact. Sarup, a few questions. Then Santosh Panda, I think he has asked question. Sumanya Bhai has said on recruit. There is a question from Angsuman.
Thank you, Pratyush. I think can take questions now. Who's going next?
Angsuman?
Yeah, sure. Very good work. And then on the, I had maybe a couple of questions on the different use cases that you demonstrated, right? So first thing, the voice solutions that you have built and the models that you are deploying, right? So is it an on-prem deployment, or is it on cloud? And if it's on cloud, then typically what is the, let's say, month-on-month expenditures that let's say your customers should provision for when they want to execute those workload on the clouds?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I didn't talk so much from a business lines perspective, but I will just share our website. So I hope you'll see it. We have API stores where you can actually come and use all our models. For example, if I go to translate, this is the translation API, and you can write here English to any language and so on. And the prices here are, in fact, it is cheaper than hyperscalers, and it is more accurate, right? So there is APIs, that is one direction. Then, as I said, there is this agent builder, which is more in the direction of building voice bots, where I can share the pricing with you offline, but it is it's about I think broadly in the spectrum of 2 to 3 rupees per minute, which is significantly lesser than what anybody else is able to offer. So imagine a voice bot that is able to answer a student's question or a customer care or like counseling, like we just heard, at about 2 rupees per minute at scale, right? That is the second line of things. And then there is also this legal stuff, which is a little bit differently priced, which is per seat, it has a certain cost. The appliance view is a different view, and we will be launching that product line along with announcement of who we are working with. That's a different one because you're actually buying the box, right? You're buying the hardware, and it comes with a certain, let us say, number of concurrent calls it can support at a given time that defines the number of users you can serve. So these are all different. It starts with the building blocks, APIs, then the agent builder, then it has this professional agents, and finally the appliance view. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, part of it, but yeah, we can still take it offline and then we can talk on the details.
I think Susovan, you had a question.
Yeah, sir. Actually, I want to express my gratitude to you. I was a student when you were running Padhai 1/4 labs. I think that should also be brought to the community. In a very nominal money like 1,000 rupees, you and Professor Mitesh Khatra was teaching deep learning, and the level of content that was presented there, it was equivalent to some of the costly MOCs that runs like upgrade and all. So means like due to that course only I got into IIT Mandi into a MS program, and I completed my I did my MS by research in deep learning. So all thanks to you and Professor Mitesh Khapra.
Yeah, no, thanks to you. I think teachers get too much credit. I think all the hard work is done by whoever is studying, right? But thanks for sharing also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Sumanyu.
प्रत्युष बाबू बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Actually, I'm quite proud of this. हमें बहुत बड़े भावो एक जिनसड़ा हमें डिपेंड करू अन्य LLM उपरे तांकर लैंग्वेज डाटा सेट केते रीच हमें जानी नुमु multilingual application उपरे काम करते. Unfortunately, we do not have all those kind of data set. Those are available. अपन Hugging Face से data set कितने अच्छे उड़िया जो कि कितने clear result दोची कोई पे नहीं बे total data set कितने उड़िया tokens अच्छे.
Hugging Face तो वैसे नहीं, but at AI for Bharat, data माने it's a continuing the open source effort. ODR है मतलब exactly माने I think it is around that 10 billion mark. कम थी वो. I think 4-5 billion tokens on the open web after OCRing the archive books and the news websites.
अच्छा बहुत बड़े मगर simple demo ते multilingual Llama 3.2 use करी कोच 3.1 sorry 3.1 3.2 3.1 तो मते problem होची कि I do not have all those set of data which are available plenty in Hindi, so I am able to face. I am facing some issues out here. Aji Hindi रे अच्छी खाली हमको कन्नड़ा रे करियो, परदिन हमको तर ओडिया रे करियो पड़ियो. हिंदी पर्यंत ठीक अच्छी, तापरे चैलेंज आसुची. So अपन को ये जो मॉडल एटा कोन लामा यूज करी है ची ना किमिति है.
No, we have trained a model from scratch. I'm previous generation we were doing continued pre-training on Llama also. In fact, when Llama 3 first came out, or when Llama 2 came out, we released in the open source a continued pre-trained Hindi. Tapare we have gone ahead internally, we have pre-trained for Llama, but we are now using our own models from scratch because जो tokenizer था LLM that is a real estate in some sense, and we have built our tokenizers to be very efficient in Indian languages, which enables fast response time and so on. Actually, it's a pre-trained model we are going to open source. It has early checkpoint has been open sourced. I'm happy to write to you once we finish the final thing is also uploaded. It will be uploaded this month only, and we are waiting to put out the official PR. Kintu jo instruction fine-tuned model rahega, that we are just keeping that as an API. So if you want to integrate in your applications in our API store, you will get access to a much faster, a more efficient Indian language model. In fact, what we want to do is we want to get it down to the size where it runs on mobile phones, where this can actually run directly on device. But on the cloud also, say API Rahiva with our model trained completely from scratch.
Nice to hear all these things. So, is it on some billion parameters kind of thing, which you have 8B, 70B?
Oh, it is a small model. Intention is that for various voice agents, even a small model with a careful design of the agentic system is able to solve it. This is actually a 2B model, and it is designed to do.
It's a 2-bit model.
No, 2 billion parameters.
2 billion parameters. Okay. But this is not a open source one. This is your proprietary one.
We have open sourced it. So we are too much on the open source side by DNA. So we are open sourcing the pre-trained model. But we will keep the fine-tuned model as an API.
Okay. It local computer be download kari
you can run it on Olama.
It has to be on API. Olama kimba on the use kari
Of course. It will be very fast. On Olama, on a laptop, it will be almost instant.
And you must need GPU for that. You cannot have higher CPU and you can run it on that with a PEPT or LoRa.
No, through Llama CPP, you can run it on CPUs also with reasonable throughput. CPUs will be chale.
Okay.
One of the tokenizer. Sorry, somebody was saying something. If you use even OpenAI now, also the tokenizer tax is high. So it is. ODRA, we are at least about 3 times cheaper. For the same text, it is 3 times more tokens in OpenAI than our tokenizer. Sorry, Swarup, you were saying something.
No, I think
one last question. This thing. Kemiti mu apanଙ୍କର contact paଇbi so that I can be in touch.
I will just put my email here so that everybody is more
So nice. That's great. Thank you. Certainly we'll be in touch.
Thanks.
Yeah, over to you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Pratyush. I think there are more people. We have Santosh Bhai here. Santosh Bhai, you can take over.
Sure. Pratyush, great. Absolutely. A lot of us are already a big fan of Saroj. And so one quick question is, unlike the previous batch of startups that has come in, right, from the .com till now, the starting up was pretty easy, right? It was not that costlier for getting the basics out, right? So many people could come out and build companies or build new ideas. But with AI, the token and right now, at least even in the Gen AI, it's so costlier for people to get started, right? That is one question which I would love to hear you. How do you see this as a movement within the Indian startups to have more people attempting different problem statement to solve, right? One, because I started up way back in 2008, so you can get Azure 100K, AWS 500K, all that money was available, right? But that's hard now. So that's one part of the question. Second one I wanted to hear you out is, with India having so much of unorganized data, right? As you talked about within Odisha itself, we have so many language variations. And similarly, with various industries, we still have a lot of unorganized data. Do you think we will slow down the AI innovations, right, that might come from Valley or other part of the world faster than what we can do in India? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I can only just give my view. It probably may not be the deep one. On the first thing, you're right. This space is capital intensive to make technical bets. See, Indian startup scene has made a lot of business model bets. Yes. If you look at the generations of startups, right? But very few people maybe get the license to have technical bets. It is that this is a technology we want to build and we think we can build it better or in some way nicer and do it. So in that sense, we have not built, I should not say not built, but there are lots of efforts, but the deep tech efforts are fewer. We are lucky that people felt that this is an effort worth doing. So in some sense, it is we feel a lot more responsible that we should therefore contribute. But I feel there is a lot of room to innovate even on top of the stack, because this technology is such a large gradient in terms of what is possible, and I think it is continuing for the next few years at least. And what will be possible will require combining technology with thinking of local problems and local understanding of things and solving for it. OpenAI, or I know Swarup is here, but Google sitting in the area will not understand what do we need in Jharkhand, what do we need in Kandhamal and Odisha. So that layer also is very, from a business perspective, profitable, and from a humanity perspective, necessary. Right? So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and you don't need much to get started. I think that is, in fact, one of the things we are consulting with India AI. We are suggesting that you should have tens of thousands of startups. It's actually not capital intensive to do the application layer, right? On the second part, I genuinely believe come 2030, India will be the leader in Gen AI consumption, right? Because we have a population that is young, we have a population that is hungry, we have a population that has seen that physical infrastructure is moving slower than digital infrastructure. We have benefited from direct benefit transfer, from Aadhaar, from UPI. I think we are ready to build good use cases and adopt it at scale. And in fact, the phrase I use in my mind is, what is the per capita Gen AI consumption, right? Or intelligence consumption? Gen AI is a commercial term. What is the per capita automated intelligence consumption? That should go up, right? I think it will have a lot of value in a country like India. So we have the hunger. Let this all settle down. I think there's too much churn right now. But I think come 2030, I believe India will be a leader in this space, and I think we have an optimistic population. So I'm very happy that the West is putting in whatever $200-300 billion to build this, and I think we will be deep and valued users of this technology.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
All right. I think we have one last question. Can you take that, Pratyush, please?
Sure.
SN Das, please go ahead.
Sir. Good evening, sir.
So couldn't understand you, sir. Can you repeat, please?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Yes. Yes, I want to translate. Can you translate the English to Oriya and translate and vice versa?
Yes. So we have released translation APIs. You will find them on our website. You will find a small playground where you can test it also. So yes,
Yes, sir. No, my question is, can we get a translation version of English to Oriya and Oriya to English, sir?
Yes. We do support it. I was just qualified.
We are facing a lot of difficulties.
Yes, we do have translation APIs, which you can use for ODI. Yes, and you can test them on our website itself. And if you find it good, you can then just sign up for APIs and use them directly.
Sir, one tool has been developed by AICT, Anuvadini. You might have heard about it.
Heard about it, yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, in that particular place, Buddha Chandrasekhar sir has told that a lot of languages we have translated, but in our Oriya, whenever we are translating any English book, means technical English book into the corresponding Oriya language, we are facing a lot of difficulties. At that particular point, we have taken the help of Anuvadini, but still it is have some glitch. That means actually we are somebody is unable to understand what exactly it means to.
Understood. Yeah. Happy to, if you can send me an email, happy to send you the thing. I'll just make one comment that we made this translation has been a task for a long time, but if you just zoom out, the intention is accessibility, how to make something accessible to people. So we are actually building translation models where you can control what kinds of words you want to retain in English. Just as an example, right, the word share, which we use Facebook pe share kar diya, or in Hindi translation, it comes as sajha karna, right, which is not something anybody understands. So we have built models which can retain English words as English, and we can control that by domain and so on. So please send an email. I'm happy to connect you to the right people.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Pratyush. We have so many other questions, but we'll take it offline. ଆପଣ ବହୁତ କିଛି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ପାଇଁ, so let's keep doing. Thank you very much.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Just one last question. I would again ask the second question, which was asked by Mr. Santosh Panda. Like India having issues with unorganized data, will that slow down the AI adoption?
Actually not, right? So so I showed an example of a PDF parser, which is of course unstructured data. The Gen AI models are capable with some amount of tweaking, making that data usable. Not just PDFs, but even videos and audio and text. Now this has become very, very easy to ingest. You can create even normalized forms like knowledge graphs. So I feel that limitation, which was very stark maybe 5 years back, that gap has reduced. It is more about just organizing ourselves to be, putting this together in one place and making usable system out of that. I think that I feel is a bottleneck. Unstructured data is not a strong bottleneck right now. Okay, thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you. So, like it was great. It was great a session. Hope it was all inspiring. Manjushree Nayak, apanଙ୍କର question टाକୁ आपण ଟିକେ type कर दियंतु. We'll make sure that it reaches Mr. Pratyush.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
आपण ଟିକେ type कर दियंतु.
Actually, the session is so nice, sir, taken by Pratyush, sir. And I have a lot of questions, so I just type all the message. Actually, our students are developing a model that is based on Ayurveda. So for that related many problems are there. So it is better, sir, if you share your email ID, Pratyush, sir. It is my humble request because it is very impressive one. I go through your all the models, like how it is helpful for the farmers, then the different models. So it is better, sir, if you share your email ID to us.
I put it in the chat, so you can take it from there. Yeah, thank
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for the nice session.
All right. I think let's move on to the next session. Anjan bhai, you are on mute.
The next session will be with Santosh Panda bhai. Santosh Panda bhai, Bodhi is in a flight. His flight is getting delayed. So Santosh, maybe you can come in and bring in. Amarendra is also having a personal issue. His father is. We are trying to solve something for that, right? So both Bodhi and Amarendra are not there. Sarthak is not reachable. So it's your model for a few things. So we are directly in row number 121.
Apurva.
Apurva, yeah, I'm like not reached yet.
Anyway.